Act like gents. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We got an NFL legend, two boys in the aquarium, and a big-eared blogger. Good morning, everybody. How we doing?
We are fantastic. I am.
Great, man.
Just chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling today.
It sounded rough
We
right
got some
there.
things going on. We got to. Yeah, I think I may have it, though. I'm going to let you know.
All right. We're working on whatever that is.
Yeah.
I went to MGM last night for the game.
What time you leave?
We can start there if you prefer.
Yeah.
What time you think I left?
10:30.
Over.
You watched the whole game?
I watched the whole game.
Oh.
And I got receipts because I know how you guys are.
Who are you riding with? You drove yourself?
I got an Uber.
Oh.
And I can, you know, how Uber operates. Boom. I left MGM National Harbor at 11:39 p.m.
Okay.
How about that, landfill? And the haters said it wouldn't happen.
Well,
Watch the whole game, dude. We had a blast. They have at Tap Sports Bar, they have sriracha hot honey wings. Bang.
we've been had those.
I hadn't had them. I usually just get buffalo.
We had them in when we went there doing the show.
Okay, well, they're good. Maybe I forgot about them. Biaggi ordered onion rings. Hadn't had an onion ring with ranch dressing in a while. Banging. Great night, dude. Pete Haley's back in town. He hung out with us.
Oh man,
We made
everything just got a little less.
I made $20 playing blackjack.
Ooh.
How about that? $20 whole
Oh,
dollars,
you
landfill.
rich.
Now that does not offset that
I'm rich.
I haven't won a sports bet since Saturday. And to a lot of people, that's only 2 days, no big deal. But that doesn't really comprehend the volume of sports betting I do on a daily basis. So the $20 blackjack winnings did not necessarily offset the last 2 days of just, you know how I like to pick winners? That's what life's all about, picking winners.
Picking winners, but
I've been
you haven't
picking
been doing
losers.
It. Yeah.
Your Yankees, Jeff Landfill, could have scored another run. The Cleveland Indians could have, men on second and third.
Guardians, man, they're the Guardians.
The Guardians, pardon me, they couldn't get one more in. You couldn't get that to 8. Anywho, Jets Bills last night. The battle of B. Mitch's favorite quarterback.
The damn Mets. Woo. Destroying my job.
Yeah. Did you watch the game?
Football?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I was happy that the evil one lost.
To throw a pick like that to end the game, now 2 weeks in a row, basically throwing picks to end games.
Bruh, listen to me. When your offense is terrible, you don't fire a defensive head coach. And then whoever's standing on the sideline, the guy that they have that's the interim head coach,
Ulbrich.
he looked lost.
He's never been a head coach in his life, and he gets the job in week 6.
But he's a
like
coach.
It's not an ideal scenario.
At least have a heartbeat. He looked a little bit like our guy. He was like this.
I thought, for whoever's concerned about Seibert, I don't think you should be. I bet the Jets wish they kept Seibert instead of Zerline. He was missing field goals both directions. Clearly the wind was swirling up there, and I've been in the Meadowlands when the wind gets crazy.
You got to have one miss, Jay. You can't have both. If you're missing both ways, it's a problem right there.
Bro, I know all about it with the driver. I thought for the Jets, when Breece Hall, who had a really good game, and I don't necessarily want to knock him that much, but Breece Hall busted that long run, the 45-yarder, right? He's got to score there.
Mm-hmm.
And I recognize that you run 45 yards and you're gassed, but he had one man to beat, and he didn't even seem to try to beat him.
Week 6 in the NFL, and a running back is gassed after 45 yards?
Maybe how's he not score there? You got one man to beat, and it didn't seem like he didn't necessarily try a move on him, and he didn't necessarily try to run him over. Like, something's got to happen when you're trying to get to the end zone, right?
Yeah.
When they didn't score there, I just thought,
doink.
I watched B get sucked into a highlight on television, and then you provide the audio. Seriously, if that's you and you know the moment, and there's one defender to beat,
you gotta give him something.
Like, if you're making that play, There's one man to beat, and you're trailing, and the score puts you ahead in the fourth quarter. Are you hard on yourself after if you don't get in?
Yeah.
Like, what is that film study like?
I mean, the film study, hell, as soon as the whole time the rest of the game goes on, I should have scored. Give him something. But if he could have been tired, maybe they just not working hard enough.
Remember a couple weeks ago when we were watching Miami, Virginia Tech, and Virginia Tech had a real chance of that upset, and the kid had the pick six, and then he didn't get in, and then they faked the field goal. They got no points out of it. I knew in that moment they were cooked. I was like, all right, you got to score there. I just thought when they couldn't punch that in, they were dead.
When you're watching most games and you see something happen, and you go, if they get a touchdown here, they're good. If they don't, they're going to have a problem. I look at the interception, and we got a field goal.
Yeah, dude.
That comes back to haunt you. Listen, man, when you start seeing little stuff,
wonder what that looks like if Washington gets up 7-0 on the opening drive.
But see, when you're watching a game and you know all the things that are going on with the Jets and how everything is going, and then you watch that game last night, you know that there's some ish going on with that team.
You know who else?
They're not together.
I agree with that totally. And dude, you got Reddick, and anytime the owner's making statements, like it's not good. Rodgers finishes the night 23 of 35, 294, 2 touchdowns, but he throws the pick at the end, which gives them no chance. Breece Hall had a good game, 18 carries for 113 yards. He busted the long of 42. You don't get in the end zone, bro. You're not necessarily helping much. Garrett Wilson, Lazard had a touchdown. Tischler had, I think Mitch made like $1,200 on that Lazard touchdown somehow. I think it was high odds, and he kind of hammered it. Josh Allen, though, for a guy that doesn't always, I thought on a windy night in an absolute must-win for Buffalo, was very under control.
Yeah, he like I said, the reason I always have an issue with I've had issues with him because when you are of that caliber of quarterback, you're not the ones to be making the mistakes in the great moments. And he's made some good ones, but he made a lot of mistakes there. Last night, he didn't make those mistakes.
No mistakes last night. Had the touchdown.
I was worried at the end when he slid and the guy was tackling him, and his leg got caught on him a little bit. I'm like, dude, you just gotta get down before he can hit you.
I think Allen was pretty damn precise, especially after that. The Bills' previous game had to be the worst of his career. He was 9 of 30 in that game. Yeah. Last night, Josh Allen goes 19 of 25 for 215, 2 touchdowns. Had some rushing yards, but had the touchdown on the ground as well. They find out it seemed pretty close to game time that Cook wasn't going to be able to play, so they turned it over to
bottom headline.
There you go. Looks like rap sheet saying Devontae Adams to the Jets should be done today. There's no way he's going anywhere else.
Yeah.
He's sat out the last 2 games. So, what are the Raiders supposed to do?
If Devontae Adams goes to the Jets, you think people are going to believe Aaron Rodgers when he said, I had nothing to do with Saleh getting fired?
Oh, wow. Pelissero's got it here. The Jets are sending this is happening right now. Jets are sending a 2025 third-round pick that can become a second-rounder to the Raiders for Devontae Adams. New York takes on the rest of Adams' salary and gets a chance to reunite him with Aaron Rodgers.
So now they got 3 big-time receivers. They had 2 last night. One was 6 for 100 and something, one for 8 for 100 and something. You're going to add a third guy to it. Does it mess up their rhythm? Well, they don't have no rhythm any damn way.
I don't know that they're 2-4. You're adding Adams now. You've got Wilson. You've got Lazard. I mean, is that does Devontae? All right, so this is now official. Like, who's doing updates this morning? News. Let them know. Devontae Adams is a Jet. They're 2-4. How different do you think this makes things for the Jets?
I don't know how much difference it's gonna make it.
Right now, the Jets are the 10 seed in the AFC at 2-4. The Broncos are ahead of them at 3-3. The Colts are ahead of them. The Chargers, the Steelers. You think now that they have Devontae Adams, the Jets are catching any of the following? Kansas City.
No.
Houston.
No.
Baltimore.
Nah.
The Bills, first place in their division.
They should have got him last night.
Yeah. If you're going to get it done Saturday so you can have the guy for Monday night.
Yeah.
Like, are they that stupid and simple-minded that they needed last night's loss to push them over the finish line?
I'm just
if you're going to do it,
my thing is you got rid of your defensive head coach when your offense was the one that was sputtering. You played the game last night. Your quarterback threw an interception. So you go get another receiver. Is that going to make this team better? They've gone everything offense ever since Aaron Rodgers got there. Is it going to help them? Maybe. But it doesn't seem like it. When you start allowing one person to get everything they want, your whole team could get screwed up. That chemistry gets a little messed up, they're going to have problems. We'll see.
I can't. When is Rodgers on McAfee? Today? Tomorrow? I can't wait for him to again say, yeah, I had nothing to do with this, but really excited to welcome Devontae in. So let's just look at the wild card teams in the AFC as of now. Because we're week 6. Like, the weather's cold. The leaves are falling. This ain't September anymore.
Uh-huh.
The Steelers are 4-2. That offense is so bad that I don't know how real that is. But
that defense is so damn good.
And the head coach.
They always have a chance.
The head coach just grinds out wins.
Yeah.
The Steelers are 4-2. It's the same math we can apply to Washington. You only need to get to 9 to get in. They played 6. They got 11 left. They got to go 5-6 down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
I think they do it. The Chargers are 3-2. Jim Harbaugh says his heart has to stop beating for him to stop coaching. I kind of think the Chargers get in. The 7 seed is certainly wide open in the AFC. You've got the Colts and the Broncos at 3-3. Neither of those teams are good. The Dolphins are 2-3. The Jets are 2-4. You still have the Bengals lurking there at 2-4.
Mm-hmm.
I think the rest of these teams are god awful. I don't know with the Jets, dude. What a train wreck. And
that it is.
Rodgers is throwing picks at a rate he really hasn't done in his career.
I mean, he has thus far.
I'm pulling it up right now.
He normally finishes seasons with 4 to 7. He may have that already.
He's got 5 already.
4 to 7.
Bro, like the last 2 years in Green Bay when they traded for Love and then, in my opinion, he recommitted himself because he was pissed off. He won the MVP in 2020. He had 48 touchdowns against 5 picks in 16 games.
Mm-hmm.
This year, he's got 9 touchdowns to 5 picks. The completion percentage down, all of it's down. Good luck. Jeffrey, Devontae Adams, does that make the Jets a playoff team?
Of course. He's with Rodgers. And they got a defense. Breece Hall. Oh, yeah. Even though I think they were a playoff team before they got Devontae Adams. But
they're 2-4.
I think letting the coach go is going to affect the defensive play.
You think so?
I'm telling you.
So you think for real that this changes everything?
Yo, it can. We've seen it before.
Let me ask a more pertinent question then, Jeff. Devontae Adams to the Jets cost a 3rd rounder that may become a 2nd. Is there a certain burgundy and gold Ashburn-based team that you wish would have made that deal?
They wouldn't have done that deal with them.
I don't think Devontae would have done it.
That's what I'm saying.
Just hypothetical.
So we can sit up here and say we won, but our team, he wasn't coming here.
I don't know that we know now in the Jaden world, but
he wasn't coming here.
A third.
He already went out there and threw a hand grenade at DC. He wasn't coming here.
A third that could become a 2nd for Devontae. Jeff, you want that?
I would have took that, no lie. I would have taken that.
Devontae Adams so far this season has played 3 games, has 18 catches for 209 yards and a touchdown. He also hasn't played the last 2 weeks with a hamstring.
Watch him play this weekend.
I bet his hamstring gets
He's gonna
better.
be full speed this weekend. hamstring has already healed.
Remember when?
As soon as he signed that thing, his hamstring. Oh, I feel better.
Remember when Jacoby was benched all year and never got a chance to compete for the job, and then they wanted to turn to him in week 16, and his hamstring got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Hamstrings are funky, man. Hamstrings are funky. Good luck to the Jets, man. Good luck to the Jets. They did just get an extra third rounder for Jahan. Good called. I don't think Devontae Adams gets the Jets into the playoffs. We'll see, though. They are playing good defense. Breece Hall looked a lot better last night.
I didn't hear Aaron Rodgers talk after the game, but Greg is saying, didn't he throw his receiver under the bus last night?
Probably. Well, what, on the touchdown throw to Garrett Wilson that he couldn't make?
Garrett Wilson will go right back at him, though.
Yeah. How does Garrett Wilson feel about Devontae coming to town?
We're going to find out, won't we?
The other thing, because this trade just broke, if you just got in your car, Devontae Adams to the Jets, done deal. Raiders didn't get a lot back there. I think you really got to wonder about Crosby as we get closer to the trade deadline. I get that Pierce might not want him to go, and if I was Pierce, I wouldn't either. But if they have a competent person in the front office, and I don't know that they do, they got an owner with a bowl cut. But if you're the Raiders right now and you're 2-4 and you just traded away your best offensive weapon and you give an honest assessment of your quarterback room with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell and a head coach that you kept on an interim tag for a while, like what are you building there? And maybe it's time to just tear it all down.
I'm
because Crosby's going to get you way back more than Devontae.
I just think that the trade aspect, like you're discussing, basketball, baseball, yes. Football, you could be good next year. I wouldn't want to get rid of a guy that I know can still play for the next 3 to 4 years.
I mean, Washington did it with Sweat last year.
Sweat is not Crosby.
I agree. But Sweat's a good pass rusher.
He ain't Crosby.
When teams recognize it's a rebuild, we don't have anything here, maybe you're better off getting pieces. Maybe you're better off getting assets going forward.
I mean, they probably got enough pieces already to be able to go make something happen.
They just traded away their best offensive player.
That offensive player wasn't playing for him. He was lying about a hamstring. I'd get rid of him too.
It's pretty crazy. Crosby, I wonder what happens there. It'll be interesting. The absolute worst part of that game last night, undoubtedly, the refs. Most combined penalty yardage ever in an NFL game. 22 penalties, over 200 penalty yards.
But there are a lot of fancy calls, one that kind of tell. I'm not going to go with the real. I go with the NFL. Every year you're changing something, and you tell them to look at this and look at that and look at this, look at that. They're making the game like baseball was when they took so damn long. Let the football players take care of who wins the game or not the referees. It's just like, I got to watch for this, I got to watch for that. I'm looking, but the other day when I watched, was it the Commanders and Ravens? They were about to try to call a horse collar tackle.
Yeah.
When the guy was grabbed at the number.
Yeah.
Mid-back. Come on, dog.
It was the Giants-Bengals game that
night. Giants-Bengals. Yeah. It's nowhere close to a horse collar. And they threw a flag. And they picked it up. But don't have the referees so scared that they just throwing flags all the damn time.
How about this and maybe we could track down the audio of Rodgers completely throwing his receiver under the bus last night. That happened last night, and they trade for Devontae today. Because you could have got that done 3 days ago. The Raiders comp was pretty well known.
He already knew that it was the trade was in working, and he was going, listen, you pissed me off. I'm going to mess with you because I know I got somebody coming.
How about this? This is, I'm not going to say the name because they might not want me to. I just got a text from a friend of the program. What number will be greater by year's end? The number of Jets wins or the number of careers killed by Aaron Rodgers? I got it at Rodgers -1.5. Landfill's got a Panda update when we return. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. We have some trade alert news. Devontae Adams is off to the Big Apple. The Las Vegas Raiders have agreed to trade the star wide receiver to the New York Jets, according to NFL media. Now, Adams was a sought-after commodity. That was known. But the Jets appear to be the clear and early frontrunner, ultimately able to get the deal done after all. So Adams now joins a Jets team with Rodgers at the helm, but he's adding to a stellar group of skilled position players. In the receiver room, he's going to be paired with Garrett Wilson, former Packers teammate Alan Lazard, veteran pass catcher Mike Williams. They also have Breece Hall and Braylon Allen coming out of the backfield. So maybe this is exactly what the Jets need to turn their fortune around. Military members and veterans, Prince George's Community College is here to support you with educational benefits, tutoring, and career counseling. You served us, now let us serve you. 200 plus programs and credit for what you already know. Enroll today at pgcc.edu. Your future is our mission. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Woo! Devontae Adams is a Jet. Jets, Jets. Our friend Will Brinson just tweeted out. Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, Alan Lazard, Nathaniel Hackett. They were all on the Packers in 2021. Now they're all on the Jets. But guys. Aaron Rodgers is not calling the shots in New York.
He's not.
Right?
Yeah. That's
And for anybody to suggest that, landfill, it's patently false. might be met with a libel suit. How dare you?
Yeah.
I mean,
100% factual.
I just got this from Carman Mike. He said, waiting to hear that they cut Zerline and signed Mason Crosby, Packers' old kicker. Good luck, man. Who was the white dude that caught 1 billion touchdowns?
Jordy Nelson?
Yeah, where's Jordy? See what he's up to.
He's a little old. I don't think he's coming back.
All right, we have some unfortunate local news to get to. We have some good local news. You want good or bad first?
Go with the good. Well, I know what the bad is. Let's go with the good.
The Pandas are coming, baby. Landfill's on.
The who?
The Pandas.
Back to the zoo?
Yeah, bud.
I didn't see them when they were here the first time.
You never saw the Pandas?
Hell no.
I saw them.
Cool. I don't know how to go look at no animal. Look at the animal for what?
You're anti-zoo?
I'm not anti-zoo, but I don't see the thrill of walking around looking at something just standing there.
It's cool to see some wild animals. See a lion.
They ain't wild when they're stuck in the damn zoo. Can't go where they want to go when they want to go.
Landfill, were you prepared for B. Mitch's anti-zoo take?
I'm not anti. I
was not.
I have never gone, and I don't want to go. I'll leave that for y'all to go.
You never took your girls when they were little?
No, they probably went with the school or with mine. I'm not going to the zoo. What the hell?
Jeff, how do you feel about the zoo? Are you anti-zoo? I'm pro-zoo. I want it to be known.
You need to be in the damn zoo.
I was going to say, I haven't been to the zoo since like elementary school.
Sure, but are you anti-zoo?
I wouldn't say I'm anti-zoo. It's just nothing
Nobody
I ever
said
decided.
they were anti-zoo. They just don't.
I just don't get
we
up
know
and-
you going everywhere because, you better go. You can get beat down.
Let me get you up to speed on the Pandas then, Brian.
Yeah.
Because, I was at Channel 4 all afternoon yesterday.
Mhm.
There's zoo fever in this town. A pair of 3-year-old giant pandas will arrive at the National Zoo today. The male panda, Bao Li, is the offspring of Bao Bao, who was born in D.C. in 2013.
Okay.
My man's 10 years old, already having kids.
I mean,
Maybe-
in animal years, might be 70.
Yeah, panda. I don't know panda timeline, year timelines. I'm sure the information's available because there's panda fever. FedEx flew the new pair of pandas to the United States via a Panda Express flight. I imagine there's some trademark issues there because the Panda Express restaurant operates all over the country. The Pandas playing touchdown at Dulles. My man just landed. They just landed at 9:53 a.m., Brian.
Yep.
Bao Lee and King Bao. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Quing. How would you say Qing? Quing? King?
I don't know.
Maybe Landfill, the Panda expert, has an update on the name. Bao Lee and King Bao, hopefully I'm saying that right, will take a 25-mile drive to the National Zoo in Northwest D.C. and then spend at least 30 days in quarantine before debuting to the public.
Ooh.
Why you got to quarantine them?
See, I don't know. You're supposed to know. You all pro zoo.
Landfill, I'm pro zoo. Landfill's the Panda expert. Landfill, why are they quarantining these poor bears?
Because they're more important than human beings. That's the way it's acting.
So they don't get sick, I'm guessing.
If we're so freaked out about China and TikTok and everything else, what if this is all an elaborate ruse?
Hey, man. All I say.
Let's get back to what we know.
Yeah, let's do that.
Shout out to the Pandas, Panda Fever. John Allen's out for the year. It was wild. I don't know if you heard it. He was on the Junkies this morning driving to his surgery. I want to debunk something off the top here.
Mm-hmm.
There's this notion that maybe they'll be better. They won't. On the super simplest terms, you
Where'd that notion come from?
Stupid Twitter. I don't know. Jeff, have you seen that on stupid Twitter?
I haven't been on Twitter this morning.
Okay, good man. Losing Allen is a blow to the team, undoubtedly. One, you rotate a bunch of defensive linemen. It's one less in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Allen is a really good player, multi-Pro Bowler. Losing him hurts, and they already weren't stopping the run that well. Maybe it's more playing time for Mathis and Newton, but then behind them, you're probably going to a practice squatter. It's not just Allen either, B. Dorrance Armstrong, they're talking about a rib oblique thing. Remember, he came out of the Baltimore game. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, you and I saw him limping in the hallway. That is 3 guys that have been active for you every week. You got 2 edge rushers, 1 interior guy, but that's not good at a position that wasn't necessarily a strength anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Dan Quinn did talk about what he could get from Mathis, how Mathis helps him, and kind of what he's going to do. You look at the practice squad is probably where they're going to look immediately, and they do have a couple D tackles on there. I'm going to pull up the names.
They kept people around.
Sheldon Day.
That they feel can help them out in situations. And that's the one thing I was constantly concerned about. Like, if injuries start to pop up, what happens?
Sheldon Day's on the practice squad, and then
Sheldon Day has experience, right?
Yes. Andre Jones Jr., rookie last year, on the practice squad. Efe Obata, they activated, and Efe can play a little inside and as an
outside
edge
as well.
And he can help you as on the edge in run situations too. Still, like I'm not saying they can't continue. It's not like the season's over. This is happening around the NFL.
Oh yeah,
but it's not good news. And don't try to warp your mind into some position that is inaccurate.
I mean, the whole thing about it is though, if somebody get hurt, the person that's coming in to play is not thinking I'm gonna come in and just be a place filler. He's gonna try to show himself too. So you gotta have some level of positivity out of it. Yes, you got a guy who's experienced who's not playing, who's not going to be playing, and based off of what we've seen, they haven't been playing the level we expect them to play. So somebody's gonna have to step in here and do something. They have to scheme it up different, or somebody got to play better.
We shall see. Maybe you get more out of Payne. Not good news for Washington. And just on a human level for John, he's been here since what? 18, 17?
He's 6-7 years, something like that for him.
I mean, he's been here for he was drafted in 17, first rounder in 17. The amount of lows the organization has seen in his time, both on and off the field. I was happy for him to get to be in a winning locker room with an exciting young quarterback, and just the energy that DQ and the staff have created. And I think they took a load off John, bringing in Wagner, bringing in Luvu, having veteran, like, there wasn't this leadership burden put on John that I kind of think was like marketing driven from years past. Like that wasn't there anymore. And I think that was probably welcomed. I don't know. I hadn't talked to him about that. But
the whole thing about it, man, if you've been around a certain amount of time, you become a leader of a team. That's the way it normally works. So if you've been here the longest and you are a first round pick, people are going to expect you to be a leader.
dude, we talked about this. I want to be sure I'm right on this. Deron Payne this past weekend is the only first round pick within the last 10. So Allen too, but then Allen got hurt. Deron Payne is the only first round pick of the last 10 years prior to Jaden. So 23 to 13 still on the roster, or that was active. Because Davis and Forbes were healthy scratches. Jahan's in Philly. Chase is in New Orleans now. Montez is in Chicago. Haskins, rest in peace. You got to go back to 18 before you had a first rounder on the field in Deron Payne. That is not that teams are only consist of first round picks, but that is astonishing just to think about. Of their last 4, none of them were on the field. And those are guys on rookie deals.
Yeah.
2 healthy scratches,
right
2
there,
dudes traded away.
Those things are astonishing. But hey, the people that are here now running the team, they didn't pick all the people.
I get it.
So
I understand all that. It's just, I mean, dude, you know who was the first rounder before John Allen?
Who?
Doxson. With a
he was gone quickly.
DOCTSON.
Yeah, he was out here quick.
I that's an astonishing run of futility, man. It's good God. I want to let you hear from Dan Quinn about exactly what the plan is without John Allen. Ike Reese joins us at 11. I want somebody find me action on Nick Sirianni getting fired because it's coming. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 in tax credits. And Maryland residents, you can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Real quick, putting a bow on this Davante Adams thing. Schefter has the terms from which the third can become a second. He has to be first or second team All-Pro or be on the roster for an AFC title game or a Super Bowl.
They got a 3rd round pick.
Yeah, that's a 3rd round pick, dog. Dan Quinn yesterday was, I thought, pretty honest about losing John Allen and kind of what it means. I thought the most interesting thing is what this means for Fedarian Mathis. That's a former 2nd rounder that really hadn't produced much, but now all of a sudden is producing, seems to have a legit opportunity now going forward. Number 12, Landfill, Dan Quinn on Fedarian Mathis's role going forward.
Yeah, I really felt that I can feel his length and the strength, especially when he's at the nose tackle. That's where I feel like his best stuff is, the combination blocks. And so sometimes some of his best plays have been when he's taken 2 and it allows Luvu or Wagner to go. So it may not show up on the stat sheet, but it does show up in the meeting room. And so that's what I love when he plays square and strong and he can get guys locked out. Those are the moments, David, that I see him. I saw it yesterday. There was a power play and Derrick Henry running right in the A gap, squared, knocked the center back, holding him back, made a tackle. Like those seem like simple plays, but they're not easy.
A lot of D-line, unless you're one of the true greats, the way Dexter Lawrence is playing right now, Chris Jones, Aaron Donald before him. A lot of defensive line play doesn't show up in the stat sheet.
Yeah.
Right. And DQ said it there.
Most times it doesn't.
Do you think Mathis can be like a space eater that Luvu and Wagner want?
I think that's what they want him to be. And
I think that's why they kept him over Ridgeway.
Yeah. And I think moving forward, that's what he's going to have to be. Not necessarily what they want, it's what he's going to have to be. And for them to get better play and move forward, they're going to need it from him.
So just hear all this and then draw your own conclusions. Number 3, this is obviously Allen's done for the year. This is injuries to the remainder of the D-line, including Dorrance Armstrong.
Yes, sorry, I could give you some feedback. He had like a rib or oblique injury, and so they're doing some more imaging on that today. And Javonte Baptiste also has an ankle injury that we'll hopefully get some more information on that. The X-rays were negative, but certainly dealing with the type of sprains and things to go. So we'll take a good look at it, Nikki. But both of them weren't able to finish yesterday, and as they're going to go through the images and stuff tonight and tomorrow, we'll have a better sense for where they are in the days ahead. But definitely was a hard afternoon on the D-line on some injuries, and that was hard.
Ain't good. Hard afternoon on the D-line, and then you add injuries. This is football. This is next man up.
Those are a little different. The oblique, what is it? It's just a strain or tear. It's depending on how serious that is. So I don't look at it as John's out for the season. The other guys, you don't know. It could be a week, could not be a week.
They thought they were going to get Farrell back earlier than they did. Injuries happen, man. That's the league. Quinn would go on to talk about that he and AP are going to have to there's going to be some roster moves, undoubtedly.
Of course.
I mean, you're going to have Allen's roster spot, if nothing else. Mm-hmm. This is a track, I would assume. If you got Armstrong missing time, like you're going to need another pass rusher. Maybe that puts Jamin on the active roster. I am fatigued with the Jamin and Forbes discussion. A lot of people aren't. I understand because of the draft position, you wish those guys could help.
Hey, man, if they end up on the field, they need to produce. Point blank.
I did give me 13, Landfill, because there's been a lot of discussion about Seibert, who by and large has been excellent. Dan Quinn asked about fourth down decision making because they are 9 for 9 on the year. Like they're very effective on fourth downs. DQ talking fourth downs and Seibert, kicker.
Yeah, it was it's a big deal, and you're right, because you've had a front row seat at some of the turbulence that we've had into that space. And so yesterday we had missed the one at the end of the half, but no one coming back out. We gave him a chance that I think it might have been a career long going, in that direction. And so we wanted to say, man, like, we have belief in you, and go hit it like you have, because he's really done an excellent job here in practice of being detailed and on it. So I wanted him to know that there was no less belief on a long kick than there would be on the next one. And so it was as much belief as it was, this the right call to make into this space. But I also wanted, it might have been a little bit of a stretch further than we had allotted to, but I thought this is the right time to push someone and to tell them there's belief there.
Like that?
Yeah. I don't know why people are questioning Cyber. We've had guys here that were missing all the damn time. He missed one. It was tipped. What is it? I mean, can people not be so butthurt that the guy that they like is gone?
Landville, Seibert is the kicker. Kicker is cool. Case closed.
Yeah, I'm not that worried.
Considering Jeffrey, case closed, the kicker for you?
Yeah, I'm not worried about him at all, man.
I like him. And dude, he's a calm, cool dude. Like when you see,
he works at it, man. I watched that guy. He kicks so many damn kicks in pregame. Like, he lines up on the end line, and he tries to kick it straight down the line, and he doesn't waver no more than 2-3 yards. And if you're aiming down the middle of the upright and you keep hitting them like that, they're going inside the uprights, right?
it is interesting because you watch more and more kickers kind of play the fade or the draw. They got action on it. He is pretty straight.
Mm-hmm. And he'll play it, playing like if the wind pushes a little bit or not. And when you hit a ball straight, sometimes you hit a little right or left for where you're aiming. So
I think we're ready to retire the kicker conversation. Seibert's the guy until
smart people are ready to
proven
retire.
Otherwise. I'm just going to give you the numbers. He's 15 of 16, and he's made a 55-yarder. Oh, and by the way, hasn't missed a single extra point.
Yeah.
He's 15 of 15 for the extra points.
So those
that's
who
been
are
a problem
discussing that
here.
is trying to force an issue. That's all that is.
DQs, a lot of times coaches lie. They just say what needs to be said. I think he's telling the truth there. When we come back, speaking of coaches lying or saying what needs to be said, what the hell's going on in Philadelphia? Always great to check in with our friend Ike Reese. And then at noon, you get to be the GM. Everybody's got trades. Amek won't stop texting me about Buda Baker. People are mad they didn't go get Devontae Adams. Who's the other receiver out there? Who's the D lineman you want now? They got a hole. You get to be the GM. You get to pitch your trade ideas to me and Brian Mitchell.
This sports update is brought to you by Verizon. The Las Vegas Raiders are finalizing a trade for Davante Adams to the Jets. Now, the Raiders will receive a conditional third-round draft pick that could improve to a second-round selection. Now, how would that happen? Well, that becomes a second-round pick if Adams is a first or second team AP All-Pro, or he's on the active roster for the AFC Championship game or Super Bowl. The trade will reunite him with Aaron Rodgers, his quarterback for the first 8 seasons of his career when they were both with the Packers. It's a move to try to kickstart the Jets' offense. The team stumbled to a 2-4 start so far. Now, if you remember the Jets last night coming off a bad loss on Monday Night Football, this is their 3rd in a row. It was also a really tough week for the Jets. Robert Saleh was fired. Defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich is now the new interim coach. Nathaniel Hackett relieved of his play calling duties. The offensive coordinator no longer making play calls, but there is a new weapon on offense, Davante Adams to the Jets. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up right now. Go to the BetQL guest line. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Ike Reese. Ike, what's going on? How about Davante Adams?
Man, yeah, how about that? Thank God my fantasy team has been in disarray since he's been out with a phantom hamstring injury the last 2 or 3 weeks. So, yeah, I'm glad he's going to get back on the field. What's up, fellas?
Well, Aaron had nothing to do with this, though. He didn't work this.
Well, you and I know better than that now. So, yeah,
Well,
Aaron's like the de facto GM up there in New York right now. So, yeah, he's calling all the shots.
Well, we really want to talk to you about what's happening up there in your area. And
okay,
Nick Sirianni.
You sure you don't want to talk about the Jets more? You don't want to talk about
We're talking about another
we want to talk about
team.
somebody in green, but not the Jets. So Nick Sirianni decides he wants to start joining with the fans, and we know that's normally a mistake in Philly.
Yeah.
Did he
Not a
cross
good
the
look.
wrong line?
Yeah, not a good look. He may have had well intentions. And here, check this out, B and JP. Now we're getting. I don't know if it's factual or it's true, but a fan who has identified himself as the person that was going back and forth with Nick during this back and forth exchange. And according to this fan who called up to the morning show today on WIP, he's claiming that a lot of it was about run the football. They wanted Nick to run the football earlier in the game, and Nick sort of told him that, I hear you, we'll get to it, we're going to run, this, that, and the other. So he kind of came back later in the game with confirmation or validation that, I told you we'd run the ball, did you like that, or this, and that, and the other, something to that effect. So I'm not sure exactly what the exchange was with Nick. It certainly didn't look good. The optics weren't good. That's just not what you expect from your head coach, the face of your franchise. And there's never really any reason, I think, unless there's some sort of extreme case. But in reality, there's never really any reason the head coach or player should be going back and forth with their own fans in the stands.
Yeah,
so,
I never did it with my own fan, but I did it with the other team fans.
I think it's different
Yeah,
from
exactly. Hey, B, you know how we used to do. Now, yeah, we had no problem arguing with the opposing team fans. We had no problem with that.
But I also think it's different for a player than it is for the coach.
No, totally agree with that. No, totally agree with that. He has a higher level of responsibility as the head coach, as the guy who was supposed to be, quote unquote, the adult in the room and setting a great example for his players. Because the last thing he would want It's for his players to do that.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with you on that. It's really not the same. And he came out. I was happy that he walked it back and he apologized for it yesterday in his post-game press. I mean, not his post-game, his day after press conference. He apologized for it. And he reiterated that this morning on WIP when he came on his weekly morning show, that he realizes that that's just something that doesn't necessarily represent who he is and who the organization wants him to represent. It's not a good look. It's just not a good look. Any way you slice it, it's not a good look.
Agreed. Now, so here's where I'm kind of more curious. We're talking with our friend Ike Reese. You can hear him afternoons in Philly on WIP from 2 to 6. You can follow him on Twitter at Ike58Reese. So Sirianni comes into that game, shaves his head, fights with the fan. Post game, he brings his kids to the post game. You guys played in the league between the two of you for more than 20 years. I've been covering this. I've been in post game press conferences for over a decade. I've never seen anyone have their kids. And maybe after a Super Bowl win or something. How bizarre was that?
It is, and he's done it a couple times since he's been here as the head coach. And like you said, it's been I think it was after the NFC Championship game win over San Francisco. So sometimes it's obviously sort of understandable and acceptable. I want to be mindful and sensitive when talking about what someone does with their kids, right? So I want to be mindful of that, and so I don't want to overstep my boundary there. But we all know in this business, and me and B as former players, and even you as a guy who may have been in press conferences where you're asking questions, if whether you won the game or not, if there are narratives out there that could lead to tough questions and possibly tough answers, that's not the environment you want to have kids in, because I think it kind of disarms people from being able to do their job to a degree.
That's exactly what I thought.
So I totally understand why media members did not like it and felt it was sort of an underhanded way to sort of disarm them from being able to ask tough questions to Nick Sirianni, which he certainly has the obligation as the head coach to sort of answer. But he came on today and he did not back down from having his kids up there. He actually doubled down on that, and he talked about what it means to him to have his family up there, his kids, how they enjoy it, like all of that. So I just want to be respectful and not stepping on that. But I totally get where that rubbed people the wrong way by having the kids up there yesterday.
You know,
I totally
as soon as
understand
I
that.
saw it, I
Bizarre.
said, based off of the things that had transpired, he was trying to disarm him. I immediately thought that.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I'm not going to say that didn't cross my mind. I'm like, yeah, you put the kids up there. Yeah, you're probably not going to get a lot of tough questions today. So I definitely crossed my mind as well.
All right. So beyond, I think you'll like this. I'm looking at your Twitter feed, and you posted so WIP posted Kevin from Warminster, who called in and said, "Oh, it was me Sirianni was fighting with. It was actually good natured." Not sure I buy it, but I like it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't know if it's true or if it's not, but yeah. And I would say this. The only thing I would say to that, and Kevin, who called up to I don't know, sort of defend his interaction with Nick Sirianni, if it was him, I would have found that to be a reasonable explanation had Coach Sirianni said that after the game.
Yeah.
Like,
Agreed.
it wasn't necessarily a confrontational back and forth. It was me and the fan. He wanted me to run the ball a little more earlier in the game, and I told him that we were going to do it and we'll get to it. And I sort of went back to him after the game to sort of ask him, like, is that okay with you? Do you like that? So I think we could all look at that as sort of good-natured back and forth.
Yeah.
But he didn't explain that after the game. So it's hard for me to, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would have been a reasonable
He
explanation.
was too busy juggling his 3 kids at the podium. He couldn't get to the story. Talking with Ike Reese, 9-year NFL vet, 7 years playing for the Eagles. Ike, you'll like this.
That's a good line. That was actually a good line. Right? That was pretty good.
You remember when the Skins signed Ryan Fitzpatrick and he played for about a quarter and he hurt his hip?
Yeah.
We had a caller call in that say he actually hurt his hip the week before on a water slide.
On a water slide at
And
this park.
At a water park. And that took
Wow.
on its own little, and apparently Fitz hates that story exists. So these callers, you
You
never
would
know.
too.
Did he deny it? Did he deny? I'm assuming he denied the story, right?
I don't think he ever addressed it directly.
I think PFT
okay.
commenter asked him about it, and he just like ignored it and plowed right through. So
Hey, man.
who
when
knows,
you
man?
Saying nothing sometimes mean guilt.
So beyond,
Yes.
it's funny because normally I would say, separate this weekend's craziness with Sirianni from the big picture of the talent Philly has. And, they're a game back behind the Skins in the NFC East. Can you separate the craziness from everything Philly's got going?
I'm trying to. I know some people can't. Listen, this team is in a bad spot with a portion of this fan base. The portion of the fan base is not happy with how the team is playing. Even with the 3 wins, they haven't necessarily been quote unquote clean wins.
Mm-hmm.
They've always had to overcome some sort of adversity. And even though we didn't turn the ball over at all this past game, not blowing the Browns out has really caused consternation amongst the fan base as well. So it's a weird dynamic with the fans right now with this team. I don't think there are very many people that love the way that they're playing or love the prospects moving forward. And then there are some that are still hopeful and hanging on to some of that belief we had prior to the season that, at least from an offensive standpoint, this should be one of the best offenses in the league when you look at the type of talent they have on the offensive side of the football. Got to get Jalen to playing cleaner football, meaning he can't contribute to losses by turning the ball over.
Yeah.
And like I said, last week was the first game, I believe, in 9 straight games that he didn't turn the ball over. So that's a step in the right direction. I think there's still a lot of skepticism when you look at the team moving forward. And it's going to take a few more wins, before people are ready to stick our chest out right now and be boastful about the way the Eagles are playing. So I think we're kind of in this sort of mixed place as a fan base, as half in, half out, as far as what we believe the team could do. Prior to the season, we were talking NFC Championship game, Super Bowl. Like, that's what we were thinking prior to the season. I don't think you can get very many people that would throw that out there right now based on what they look like after 5 weeks.
But the combination of the way that they finished last season and also the way things are going now and people not being happy, is it any chance he could be in the hot seat?
Well, this is the other thing that drives people crazy, fellas, is that the fans have certainly put him on a hot seat. They want to. A lot of the fans want to get rid of him during the bye week. So
wow.
So as far as that go with the fans, that's where the team was 2-2. But the way they lost to Tampa, that had a lot of people upset. So I don't know if he's on the hot seat, or let's put it this way. I don't know how hot his seat is with the organization.
Okay.
I would say this. I think it's about the end result. Jeffrey Lurie has been an owner through his tenure. He's only fired one coach during the season, and that was with 1 game left to go, and that was Chip Kelly. So he usually lets his right. But he usually lets his coaches finish the season. I was a part of the 3-13 team in '98 with Ray Rhodes, and he let Coach finish out the entire season and then did what he was going to do at the end of the season. When Andy was in his last year, Andy was 4-12, and that was a terrible season. He waited to the end of the season to do it. So that's usually, even with Doug Peterson at the end of 2020, I think the team was 4-12 also.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they waited to the end of the season to do anything. So I think Nick, at the end result, will tell whether or not he's going to be here moving forward. This team has to be better at the end of the season than they are right now. And I would imagine he has to be in the postseason. It'd be hard for me to see him not making the postseason and then still being here moving forward. But it's a lot of football left to play. It's 12 games left to play.
Yeah.
He's going to have a chance to change all of this around over the next 12 weeks, him and his players.
Totally. It's so bizarre because Philly last year, the first 2/3 of the season was an absolute wagon, and then just the wheels fell off. And you said something really interesting there. Like I pulled up the numbers, and maybe I got this wrong. Through 5 games, Jalen Hurts has 9 turnovers. I got 4 picks and 5 fumbles.
Yeah,
it's
been bad.
Hard to win, man.
It's hard to win that way, and and that's why I think if Jalen starts to play a cleaner game and plays better, this team should be in position to win the majority of their games. Now, whether or not they do it, they still have to go out and do it. But it certainly doesn't help when your most important player isn't playing his best brand of football. So I thought Sunday was a good indicator that they're headed in the right direction. They seem to all be pulling in the same direction. And I tell you this, talking to some of the guys, yesterday we do some player shows over at Chickies and Pete's on Mondays, and it seems like the players are trying to use some of this to rally around and rally for each other, including the head coach, and maybe they're going to try to use this to sort of push forward. You know how we are as players, teammates. We can try to take anything and make it an adversary for us. Make it a rallying call. So it feels like that's the message that I'm getting from some of the players, that it's like, okay, we understand nobody's pleased or happy with how we're playing, but we know what we're capable of, and we're working to get towards that. And that's what it feels like they're trying to message out there. So, again, it's 12 weeks left to go. You listen, that squad down there you guys have, that's become a new problem to have to think about now. So it's like Washington is a team that we certainly are keeping an eye on, and but we got to take care of our own business here first before it even matters what we do against our division rivals. They got to beat the Giants coming up this week.
Yeah,
Sorry, but
3 of the next 4 on the road, too.
We talked earlier about Jahan Dotson. What is he doing?
Oh, man, I want to call you, bro. Return to sender. Return to sender. Oh, man. You know how you get a gift? And you're like, okay, I thought this was a good gift, man. Where is the return slip so I can send this gift back? No, in all seriousness, I shouldn't be hard on Jahan. But I will say this, B, you kept it real with us. You told us that, man, it's just something there that ain't clicking, and there's a sort of how bad do you want it and how great do you want to be factor that could be missing from the young man. I will say this. It's not as if he's got a ton of targets and he's dropping the ball or anything of that nature, so I can't look at that. But it's more or less like, man, when he does get a target, it's like, oh, I forgot Dawson was on the squad. Like, I forgot he was on the team. Like, I didn't even know he was here. So, to be honest, it hasn't made much of an impact at all. He did have, I think he had one clutch catch Sunday, but man, it has not been what we thought we were getting when they traded for a former first-round pick. That's really, what is it, his 3rd year? Still a young player.
Yep.
Yeah, still a young player. I really was expecting a little more out of him as a 3rd guy. I don't know why they haven't been able to sort of get him somehow involved in the offense. I just don't get it.
Ike, man, thank you for making time for us.
Brother, man.
So the Commanders-Eagles is Thursday night, 5 weeks from now. So we'll have to get you back.
November 14th, yes.
That's going to be a fun one, man.
And that's the first time I heard you call them the Commanders. You've been calling them the Skins since I've been on here with you.
Yeah, I'm trying.
He wavers.
I'm trying. It just, I grew up
We
here.
all
I
grew
used
up
to
in the
draw
same
the
era.
old
We
logo
know- we
on my
know.
notebooks. Like,
Yes, I'm with you. It's yes.
one thing that is interesting, though, like you mentioned, Jaden and this team really got things cooking. The name discussion has gone away because folks just care about the football.
Start winning.
How about that? Yeah. No, that's a good one you guys got down there, man.
Yeah, he can play, man.
Man, I felt he was the best quarterback in the draft coming out. So, and I said that on Twitter and everything. I just think he's polished. He's a guy that's got the roller coaster ride you get with the kid in Chicago who has so much talent. Sometimes he doesn't know what to do with it. This kid you guys have down there seems to be in complete control of everything, and at a young age, that is very impressive.
Yeah,
so,
it is.
We're going to have our work cut out for us up here over the next decade.
You trying to fatten frogs for snakes, man? We're not
Oh,
paying
of
that.
course I am.
We're
Of
not
course
buying
I
that.
am.
Hey, forget it. Hey, forget everything y'all just heard. People that's listening.
Ike, man, thank you for the time, dude.
All right, bro. Thank you, man.
All right, fellas. Thanks for having me,
Gotcha.
man. Yep. Good.
Ike Reese, you can listen to him afternoons on WIP in Philadelphia. That's Odyssey Station, right? We're like brothers.
I don't know.
I think so.
Used to be CBS.
Follow him at Ike58 Reese. When we come back, some idiot said DC is the worst sports town.
This sports update is brought to you by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. After putting together one of the best defensive seasons in Major League Baseball this year, Nationals rookie outfielder Jacob Young was named one of 3 finalists for the Rawlings Gold Glove Award in center field. The 2 other finalists are Brenton Doyle of the Rockies and Blake Perkins of the Brewers. Young looks to become just the 18th rookie in the 67-year history of the Rawlings Gold Glove Awards to be named a recipient and just the 7th to win as an outfielder. Young would also be the first Nationals outfielder and 3rd Nats player overall to win a Gold Glove, joining Ryan Zimmerman and Adam LaRoche. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre, CADRE.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
If you missed any of our interview with Ike Reese, you should listen to it because Ike's funny as hell. We asked him about Jahan Dotson. He said return to sender, which was just a hell of a line.
Oh boy.
There's a few things, a couple show announcements. We're going to open the phones at noon. A lot of Twitter GMs out there. A lot of ideas. We're not. Listen, we are here. We're willing to listen to your ideas. Okay. High noon. Phones
JP
open.
is willing to listen to your ideas.
Barcelona Nate joins us at 1:00. Pass rushers. Whatever you think of Max Crosby, Hassan Reddick is available. Like there are pass rushers available.
Yeah.
And the trade deadline has ramped up and up and up every year in the NFL. Since Adam Peters got here, he traded Jahan Dotson in August.
Yeah.
You just saw Devontae Adams get traded. The Devontae one is unique, I think, because he just wanted out of Vegas and he was only going to the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Go play with his boy.
Brian, are you familiar with the work of Nate Silver?
Nah.
So he is quite famous. He's got 3.5 million Twitter followers. He's an author. He's a political pundit. He is, I believe, the founder, perhaps, of this website 538, which tries to predict elections. He's a politics guy.
Okay.
And in turn, Landville, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure Nate Silver's most famous for loudly getting the Hillary Clinton Donald Trump election wrong. I think he said there was no way Trump could win. We all know how that happened. But I would argue, I don't know if Nate Silver lives here now, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised in that he makes his money sucking off the government teat that so many do.
Why did you corrected it? I don't know where you were going with that.
And I'm so sick and tired of these nerd carpetbaggers that live here and make money because of the influence and access and appropriations committees that this city offers that then just want to bag on the city.
Yeah.
Go back to I just
Go
looked
back to that. Where the hell
I just
you
looked
came
up,
from?
Nate Silver. You're from East Lansing, Michigan. Go back there.
Yeah, go there and see how good it'll be.
I mean,
Not very good place.
If you're here, nobody's making you be here. Get the hell out. Why am I mad at Nate Silver? You wonder?
Why?
Landville sent me this tweet from Nate Silver.
Should be mad at Landfill for sending you the tweet.
Nah, I'm mad at Nate Silver. I'm not mad at Landfill. If
He knew it was going to upset you.
If DC had cool sports teams, it would be a radically improved city. It's the worst sports town in America. Why are the DC sports franchises so weird? Wizards, Commanders, Nats, Caps, all of these brands are punching below their weight, except maybe the Caps. Wiz are in a rebuild. Nats have owners who won't spend $1. Commanders are probably the hottest ticket in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
And the Caps have the greatest goal scorer ever, perhaps.
Mhm.
These takes are so cliche and trite and lame. And
He's just talking about
the
past
hell
stuff.
out of here.
He's not talking about what's going on right now, presently.
It's just so
Nate
unoriginal.
Silver should pucker up.
It's just so unoriginal. I don't claim that DC is the best sports town in America. I don't claim that.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, you know what city impressed the hell out of me?
Well,
Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
the fact, it's one thing for that Bengals game to be rowdy like it was, but the Reds stink. And we were there on Sunday when the Reds had a game.
And
that place was packed with Reds
damn
fans.
town was dressed.
In Reds gear.
And they walk around all day with their little, they look like Halloween every day. Orange and black.
Yeah.
So you looked at me like, what the hell are you talking about?
I think Pittsburgh's a really good sports town.
Huge.
I think Boston's a really good sports town. Philly's a really good sports town.
Yep.
Like I'm aware of what are the good ones. As much as I don't
But we're
like
not
it.
the worst. That's a fact.
Dude, I mean, LA, Miami, Atlanta, like there are.
In LA and Miami, they can care less about the sports. You got so much going on. To be honest with you.
I listen, man. It's just why these people that live here and come here. Nobody's making you come here, dude. I don't know. Maybe you live in New York. I don't know where the hell you live. I don't care. You make a living profiteering off the business of politics.
Yeah.
So no one is making you operate in DC. And the thing that really pisses me off as a native of this city is that the whole area, how many people live in the DMV? 3 million? I don't know. 2 million, 1 million, 100 million, whatever it is. All the people here aren't profiteering off the government like you are.
Mm-hmm.
People here are DJs and run 7-Eleven and are insurance agents and accountants and real estate agents and architects, and they're just living their regular life. And because you have to operate in this stupid space where you make a lot of money off of the business of government, which is not supposed to be a business. It's supposed to be an act that helps people across the country. But no. You get to poke and criticize and do whatever you want, and that's how you make a living. So then you decide to dunk on the city and the people that live there. I'm freaking tired of it.
Tell them what you think.
Tired of it. Please stop. You're a bunch of losers.
One finger salute to you, Nate.
Now, in far better news, far better news. Jeff Walker locked his keys in his car, and in the next segment is going to call us live from the street as he attempts to break back into his car. He has a very long screwdriver. Let's get a picture for Twitter.
The screwdriver's not long. It's some kind of, I don't know what the hell that is. What is that?
It's a rod used to run wires through the ceiling.
So you're going to try to run it through the window?
Try. I'm going to.
Don't break your window, dog.
I'm not, bro.
So what do you got? You got a piece of cardboard.
I got a piece of cardboard, a flathead screwdriver, and this wire rod.
He was talking to what's my man? Roger Dodger. And I always think Roger's talking to himself sometimes. And Roger
Roger is talking to himself.
Roger was talking, and I didn't see nobody. Then Jeff came around the corner. I was like, oh, I thought he was in a full conversation.
How do you think Jeff's going to fare breaking into his own car? Let's make our predictions.
Well, it's his own car. He's not breaking into it. He's just going into his car.
Okay. Do you think he will accomplish the mission?
I think he will. The only problem is once he does it, then people going to say, well, damn, he did that so good. How often do you do stuff like this?
And then it's people in the stream talking about something. That's why you get AAA. I got AAA. They're having
and I had AAA to give to him as well.
They're having technical difficulties. I was on the phone waiting for someone to answer the phone for 30 minutes. And then as soon as they answered the phone, they started talking. The phone disconnected, which led me to this.
Landfill, how do you think it's going to go?
Business,
how do you think it's going to go for Jeff?
Not great. Not great.
Y'all got to have some faith in your
Can
boy.
I get
So you got to have.
Can I get 9-1 odds that Jeff breaks his own window? Remember when Jeff broke his hand getting in a fight with his car?
He put a pass rush move on the car door. He broke his hand.
All right, coming up next, Jeff Walker attempts to break into his own car.
Oh, Lord.
some time from that emotion. Floor. Ooh. Now, this is just a great song. Left Hand Up. It's a banger. Because you got to have faith. Now, I don't know if Landfill is playing this song because this is Boy George, correct? No, not Boy George. What's the dude's name?
George Michael.
George Michael, thank you. Landfill, maybe Jeff's just a huge George Michael fan. Or he's saying we have to have faith in Jeff's ability to break into his own car.
Because he don't have any. Landfill don't have any faith.
I don't think he does. B-Mitch does. I'm somewhere in the middle. Hello, Jeff. This is Radio History. You there?
What's up, bro? Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Are you in the car yet?
I have the screwdriver wedge. I have the goddamn cardboard in there.
Hey, before you insert yourself to your own car, I just want to say I appreciate you not calling in from a toilet this time and calling in trying to break into your own car.
Okay. I'll call in from the toilet again if I have to.
We don't want that.
You don't have to, bud.
We probably got somebody who could do some live play-by-play. We got Doc walking up right now.
Oh, Doc's there? Can you put Doc on the phone,
up,
please?
All right, I got you. Hold on. He walking up now. Doc, we want to talk to you. I locked my key in the door, dog.
Hey, Doc, is he trying to break into people's car?
Saying that, see if you can pull this off.
Doc, how much faith do you have in young Jeff Walker?
Experience. So we're dealing with a guy that's done this before.
How's it look out there, Doc? A little bit of inaudibleness here.
I believe Landfill didn't come out to assist. First one down,
Oh, winds of change are blowing. We're waiting. We're waiting with bated breath here to see if Jeff can pull it off.
It don't seem like it's happening.
It doesn't sound like they're in the car yet.
It does not sound like they're in the car yet.
I mean, if they could find a hammer, I could get in real easy.
Just break the window.
Sure.
Closer.
How's it going, Doc?
Doc on the phone.
We don't know if we got anybody now.
I have a perfect song for this.
What the hell is going on?
Perfect song. Perfect song for this.
What do we got, Doc? Doc, how's it going there, dude?
Doc, not listening.
Well, he is here, guys. I'm giving you correspondent DOC on location.
Is he getting close, Doc?
Are we really doing this?
Maybe we're not. Here's what we'll do. We're just gonna wait. If they come back, they come back. I think is.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell's going on out there. I wish we had sent one of these terrible live stream cameras out there.
Got it.
You got it?
Got it. You got it.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Victory for Jeff Walker.
Congrats, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, why are you so damn tired?
Yeah, why are you so tired?
Dog, holding that door open, holding that door open with the goddamn screwdriver hurt.
You mean the window?
No, you had to hold the door open. You don't go through the window. That's how you break the window.
What did you do?
He pried the door away from the thing.
Yeah, I pried the door away, slid the cardboard in the middle, took it down closer to the door, to the handle, put the wire thing in there.
To pop the lock?
Yeah, that might have bent the door, Jeff.
Yeah, I hit the automated locks. It opened it right up.
Oh, the little unlock lock button?
Yeah.
I tell you what, I'm impressed, Jeff. And I also got to ask.
I'm with Doc, though. Doc, look like he's done that before, right?
How are you so familiar with this act?
Nah, dog. One of my closest aunts used to work for AAA, so I know what tools she used. But I just know how to do it.
I don't know that I believe that answer, but that's fine. Congratulations, man. I'm really glad
I'm glad you didn't get arrested.
Yeah, dude. I think if a cop drove by and you were doing what you were doing, they'd have some questions for sure.
Now, is that
It's
so?
actually police outside. There's some police outside, the tow truck outside.
Well, couldn't those guys have helped you a little easier? Don't they have like a master key?
Nah,
Hey,
Jay.
look, dude.
They may have a Jimmy.
I had to tackle it myself.
They had a Jimmy. They could have got you out of there quicker, dog.
Nah, because then they probably would have tried to charge me outrageously.
Will you do me one more favor, Jeff? Because you're getting things done today. Tell Doc that if he's interested, he can be the first person to propose a hypothetical trade to Brian and I, because that sounds really up Doc's alley.
Yes.
All right. All right. Congratulations, Jeff. Broke into his own car, got his keys back. Well done, sir. When we return, phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Trade deadline is in the air. Commanders fans got itchy trade fingers. Devontae Adams just got traded. Adam Peters traded away Jahan Dotson, I don't know, 6 weeks ago-ish, maybe 2 months ago. Trade winds are a-blowing. Jeff's breaking into his car, and we're taking your calls next.
Let us know what's happening.
million still owed through the end of the year. Speaking of the Jets, Hassan Reddick has hired NFL agent Drew Rosenhaus after his previous representation had dropped him. His new agent said that his main goal is to resolve Reddick's contract dispute and keep the pass rusher in New York. The Jets, however, they're prepared for a different ending. They've granted him permission to seek a trade on behalf of the disgruntled player. This represents a change of heart from Jets brass, with general manager Joe Douglas previously saying that New York was not going to honor Reddick's original preseason trade request. But now, Hassan Reddick is allowed to look at trade options. And some Nats baseball news. Jacob Young was named a Gold Glove finalist for center field. Young led all Major League Baseball across all positions with 18 runs prevented, was tied for a Major League lead with 20 outs above average. Both were the most in a season by any outfielder since 2019. If he wins, Young would be the first Nationals outfielder and third National overall to win a Gold Glove, joining Ryan Zimmerman, who won at third base in 2009, and Adam LaRoche, who won at first base in 2012. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Shout out to Jeff. Broke into his car. Shout out to Doc. Gave us play-by-play of the whole thing. Shout out to Landfill. Get me all pissed off at Nate Silver. All right. A lot of folks want to talk trades. Trade deadline coming. Trade deadline is a little after Halloween, but it's going to start heating up all over. We know Adam Peters is going to be aggressive. He said in his opening presser, I want to be involved. I want to know what's going on. Doesn't mean I'm going to always do stuff, but he's making calls. He's checking, making a list and checking it twice, like Santa.
Do you think Adam is like us? Start the season off, okay, we're going to wait, we're going to build, we're going to stockpile, and all of a sudden, oh, man, we're there. We're close. We got to change course.
I don't know. I do think he has a long-term vision, but there are things that could align with both a long-term vision and winning, right? Like there are good young players out there that could be a part of the plan that you can get to a contract extension or whatever. Like multiple things can be true at once, and we are cognizant of that. So here's the opportunity for everybody. You got to trade? Let's hear it.
Suggest it.
It's got to get through me and B.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be the easy one.
Yeah.
But that's cool. Let's hear it. Let's start with our guy, DNC. I feel like DNC must have got a new job. He doesn't call anymore. Hello, Darren. How you been, bro?
Been feeling good, feeling great, man. How you doing, man? I appreciate y'all taking my call, man.
Hey, man, we missed you, buddy.
Hey, same here, brother. Same here, man. We got to link up and come back on the Breaking the Man show, man, because I was speaking with Late Lewis, with my lead host, DH, about, changing over this roster. And I brought it up again in the post-game show with my guy, Wale. If the Browns were going into a fire sale, I would send them draft capital for Denzel Ward first and foremost, but then there's another guy on the roster. But Denzel Ward, most importantly, to help with the secondary woes that we have. So I wouldn't mind sending them maybe a first, but I would start off with a second.
Denzel Ward on a god-awful Cleveland team. Ward's a baller. You're saying you send a second. Now I'm getting you the contract status of Denzel Ward, Brian, because there's more to the puzzle here. Ward signed a 5-year extension in 22. So this year you'd have to figure out the cap this year because that's a problem. Next year, he's $25 million on the cap. He's got 12.5 guaranteed. The guarantees expire after 26. So you can start to get out of that thing. Contractually, you could definitely do it. I'm going to give you some injury history on Denzel Ward. He's played all 6 games this season. This is in a stat that's not necessarily easy to compile, B. Denzel Ward has 10 passes defense this year. In 6 games, he's knocked away 10 passes.
All right.
1 quarterback hit, 11 tackles. You're not bringing in a tackler. You're bringing in a legit CB1 cover corner.
Yep.
2nd round pick for Denzel Ward, Brian Mitchell.
I will definitely make the call. And if they want to go with a second, I could probably make that move. Nothing else.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't go to 1.
No, you're not getting them 1.
Now, the only thing I'm saying is we're used to the 1st round pick being top 10, top 15. Depending how this thing tracks, you're talking about a 24th pick, a 26th pick. Does that impact your decision?
No.
So you won't go to 1, but you'll go to 2.
He can have 2.
All right. DNC, I think you got a deal, buddy.
Ding, 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 ding. With chicken dinner.
All right. Thank you, Darren. That was a good one. I don't know that it happens. Cleveland would be smart to do a fire sale because they're a train wreck and they're probably going to fire the coach and they're stuck with Deshaun Watson. And that contract is so onerous that maybe you want to clear some space. That started what I expected to be a completely irrational, insane segment. Started very sane.
Yeah. Now let's go insane.
Okay. Let's try Lou. Lou, what up?
Hey, what's going on?
What up, man?
APB. I'm interested in the guys that we have on the side, like on the street, J.C. Jackson, Devin White. There's some other guys that I could go on the list. I would entertain Myles Garrett for a 1st round pick. I wouldn't give up no 1st or 2nd for no Denzel Ward. If we're gonna do that, I mean, you got to go aggressive, get somebody else that's better than him. If you're gonna give up the 1st round, I just don't see him being, I don't know, a top shutdown corner. I just don't see it if it's worth it giving them a 1st or 2nd round. But you got guys, J.C. Jackson, who have more interceptions than we have in the past 5 seasons. He's on the sideline. Why are we not going after him? I mean, you talk about Benjamin St. Juste, he's trash. I mean, Forbes, I don't know, man. He's questionable. Yeah, but that's the guys I'm looking at. I'm looking at the guys that's not playing. I wouldn't give up no draft pick for no rental player. So, is that something you guys?
You just want them to sign guys that are currently available and not shop in the expensive aisle. Is that basically right?
Yeah,
I don't necessarily disagree with that, Lou. And thank you for the call, bud. Always good to hear from you, bud. Frankly, I think that's what they're going to do. I don't see them giving up a lot of assets in the 1st year. Here's another part of this. And Dan Quinn, Adam Peters, they don't strike me as self-preservation guys.
Mm-hmm.
They strike me as we're going to win guys.
There you go.
But in the off chance you were a self-preservationist, you don't want to go all in right away.
No, you don't.
Because then all the pressure's there right away.
You don't want to go all in, but then again, like there's also a flip side of this thing. Will the other people want to trade with you? We're saying what we want to give and offer. Would they be willing to accept
it? That is obviously part of it.
Major part of it.
Obviously. But like, you got to be calling. Yeah, always be closing. Let's go to Cairo is in Ashburn. What up, Cairo?
Hey there, what's going on?
Well, man.
My vote would be sending, I would say, a conditional 3rd to Carolina for J.C. Horn. I feel like just how he's been playing this season in terms of yards allowed per catch and just, how he locks up receivers. I just think he's a good fit for what we need. What we need desperately is a secondary. Not to say that what we have is terrible. I think St. Juste is probably our most mechanically sound corner, but he's just not good at covering number ones. So I just think he would really help us cover the number 1 receivers on opposing teams, and St. Juste could do a good job on the number 2 receivers.
I don't think you're wrong. And Carolina, because of that Bryce Young trade, certainly needs the help. They lack draft picks. Same as Cleveland, honestly, because they had to give up a ton to get Deshaun. I like, in theory, I like let's go get the good players from the really bad teams because they're a train wreck and maybe they just need to make a deal.
Mm-hmm.
J.C. Horn, I believe next year is the rookie option. So you don't have the long-term contract in place with Horn that you have with Ward. I would think whatever the compensation, the draft picks, second, I don't know. Would you want Horn versus Ward?
I want more control over the player when I get him. So if I'm going with a 1 year kind of a rental, and if Horn is going to be somebody, how much are you willing? Because if you go get Horn, you have to be thinking about an extension as well.
And dude, for me,
and how much is that going to cost?
Horn has also missed a lot of time.
Yeah.
Only played 3 games as a rookie. Only played 6 games last year. To me, Ward is the clear-cut guy because durability and the contract situation.
Yeah.
And I would probably pay more for that. All right. Landfill or Jeff, do either of you guys have a trade you'd like to propose?
I don't have a proposal, but I just want to say that I agree that definitely if they're going to be making a move, it's got to be for a guy who can be here for multiple years because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me for just like a 1 year rental.
Yeah.
It's not like they're just a guy away from contending or something. They could be maybe next year, maybe the year after that a player that they could acquire here could be a big part of that team. But I would not be pleased if they go out there and get some kind of rental.
Rental would be cheap, right? But it doesn't strike me as how these dudes operate. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but it'll be fascinating to watch how it shakes out.
Yep.
Cornelius is in DC.
Get your popcorn ready.
What up, Corn?
Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, JP? What's up, D-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
My man, I would like to go get Jalen Ramsey from Miami. Y'all not playing Forbes right now. I actually like Forbes. I would love to play him, but they're not playing him. So send Forbes. They ain't playing Jamin Davis. Send him on and throw a 3rd round pick in there and bring Jalen on in here.
Hang on.
I know
hang on,
Jalen
Big
got
Corn.
a little deep.
Hang on. You think they're getting a 3rd rounder for Jamin Davis at this point?
Yeah, Jamin and
No,
Forbes.
no. I'm saying send Jamin Davis and Forbes to Miami for Jalen Ramsey and throw a 3rd in there too, because Jalen Ramsey's still a dog.
So
what do you think about that?
You send Forbes, Jamin, and a 3rd and get back Ramsey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Miami hangs up the phone.
Oh, you don't think that's enough?
No. Do you?
Damn. I mean, come on. We got 2 first rounders and a 3rd. I mean,
here's the problem. We saw this with Shahan, right? The draft value of a player only lasts as long as there is tape on that player. So they were, when they came out of college, they were 1st round picks. But now they are not. And the NFL market is not going to pay based on their college tape and combine evaluation.
Mm-hmm. No, it's going to go based off of what they've done.
So what can we throw in there, man? we got to throw something else in there.
I like where your head's at, Corn. I do.
We need help in the secondary bad, man.
Yeah. Ramsey.
You're right.
Dude, if the conversation so far has been J.C. Horn, Denzel Ward, and now you're bringing Jalen Ramsey into it, that's a no for me, dog. He's on his 4th NFL team, at least his 3rd.
Yeah,
he's 30. He's missed time.
He destroys chemistry.
He did.
Yeah,
you do have contract run on this. He just signed a 3-year deal in September, only like 30 guaranteed. It was basically like a 1-year guaranteed deal with some money attached to it the following years. It's a no for me. I don't know where you're at, B.
I just think when you got a guy in that many teams that quick with that much talent, something wrong with him. I don't want I don't want nobody coming in the locker room that's going to destroy what they got built.
He won a Super Bowl with the Rams, and they still got rid of him. That's a no from me, dog. Now it's only fair because he's texted it to me 8 billion times. To get this Ahmet Buda Baker some run here.
I don't think the problem is the safeties.
The Cardinals.
I don't think the problem is the safeties
in the secondary.
Yeah, Buda plays safety, right?
Yes.
You don't have a problem with safety. Why you want to go get another safety? You need some cover corners.
I don't know. I think you're right that the corners have been worse than the safeties, but Buda's also better than what they've got. Like, you can get better too, and maybe that helps everybody else. Ahmet's thing is Buda Baker for a third. He's in the last year of his deal, so you got to get a contract extension.
That's another one. We want years on landfill.
Buda for a third.
He's on the radio. He can't shake his head.
We have so much visual communication on a purely audio medium. It's kind of funny. Buda Baker for a third, Jeffrey.
I don't know. I wouldn't mind it, but I'm not for it because, like you said, we want years, but that is also someone who would impact the secondary as soon as he comes in. So it's like a meh to me.
Ahmed has
fine without it.
Ahmed has another one. Charvarius Ward, corner for the Niners going into the last year of his deal. The Niners, I go back to the Ayuk thing. They're looking to win now. I don't think they're dealing guys, even though they're about to get real top heavy against the cap. I like Ward though. I mean, to me, this is like the opposite of Jalen Ramsey, who bounces around. Ward has been from the Chiefs to the Niners. He's got a ring. Those are winning organizations. We'll keep this going, right? We got nowhere to go. Okay, cool. Right. If you're on the phone, stay there. I'm gonna get one more in. JoJo in Hyattsville. What up, JoJo?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Hey, I just want to say you don't trade any of your top 3 picks for in-season trade. In-season trades never work out in the NFL. It's not the NBA. It's not baseball. It doesn't work out in the NFL for some reason. But I think you try to go get a logjam talent, like a Ryan Clark type guy. I'm not saying a safety. I agree we don't really need safety help. But somebody with some talent that's behind real talent. They've been seeing what a superstar does, and they have talent as well. I trust that Adam Peters might go get talent that we've never heard of, like people that we would know from the preseason, local fans would know, but nobody nationally would know.
I could certainly see that, dude. Like, actually, I mean, to your point, JoJo, they are absolutely going to bring some people in that, by and large, 95% of us have never heard of. That's going to happen. That'll happen today. I mean, there's probably going to be I'll check my email real quick. There will probably be a press release today about some roster moves. Like, things are going to happen. Now, what that means definitively for the trade market, I don't know. I think, honestly, Brian, I'm curious what you say to this. I wonder what the John Allen injury does to their mindset about being aggressive over these next 2 weeks. Listen, Allen's not playing in the contract this year, but he's still one of their 10 best players, and you just lost him for the year.
You lost for the year, but I think also now, if they decide, let's see what Mathis and Newton do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
And the other kid on the practice squad, if you can go with that, cool.
Well, it's kind of funny. I mean, preseason and training camp, everybody wanted Jamin cut. He makes the team. Now he's inactive. People are screaming, why isn't Jamin getting playing time? Yeah. People love having these contract conversations. Fans are obsessed with the salary cap, which is kind of bizarre. But everybody's wondered, hey, Allen has no guaranteed money next year. How will that impact? Is this John's last year? Now he's done, and that people want to talk about it, but they have no idea what's going to be on the other side of that page. Yeah. Also, not to get annoying, but if you look, the Panthers are a train wreck. They're 1-5. They've been way better since they put Dalton in. Yeah. They're capable of scoring.
True.
And specifically, they're running the ball pretty well. They've gone for at least $114 since they made that move. 2 weeks ago against the Bengals, they went for 155 on the ground. Now, I don't know that Carolina's going to be able to slow down Washington's offense, but Chuba Hubbard, is that right? Chuba Hubbard? I mean, he's got almost 500 yards rushing in 6 games. He's, averaging, this kid's averaging 5.5 a carry, B. His total yards from scrimmage.
And we have to be concerned about that.
His total yards from scrimmage, just think about this. The first 2 weeks when they started young, they were so bad that everything was affected, right? Like it was so bad that everything sucked. Since then is largely when the offense has ticked up. He's got 578 from scrimmage. He's got 578 yards from scrimmage, kind of in 4 games.
Rushing and receiving?
Yes.
All right.
3 touchdowns. Now, he's put the ball on the ground twice, so keep that in mind, too. Going to be an immediate test, I'd say, without Allen in. Phone lines remain open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Your calls. You want to be the GM? Hit us up.
I'm Earl Forsey. We are brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. So the Commanders are going to have to bounce back from the tough loss in Baltimore without one of their top players, defensive tackle Jonathan Allen, two-time Pro Bowler, done for the season. He was a guest, as he is each and every week, with the Junkies this morning on the Fan. He was on his way to surgery, a torn left pectoral muscle suffered in Sunday's loss to Baltimore, keeping him out now for the rest of the year. Even though the loss snapped a 4-game win streak, Commanders still first place in the NFC East heading into Sunday's game, hopefully a bounce-back game against Carolina. Big NFL news today, big trade. Raiders deal wide receiver Davante Adams to the Jets for a conditional third-round pick. Also a quarterback change, it looks like, in Pittsburgh. Russell Wilson getting set to start for the Steelers this weekend at quarterback for Pittsburgh. Baseball playoffs, ALCS continues tonight, Game 2. Yanks and Guardians in New York, pinstripes in front, 1-0. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's your turn. Lot of Twitter GMs. I asked Doc Walker if he had any hypothetical trades for us. He does not. We may, though, it depends if we can line up the sponsorship, get a paid guest on our program. We may be able to get Chris Russell's hypothetical trades at 12:45.
I give him some cheeses.
Yo, I just had some cheeses. They were hitting. Jupe is on the line. What up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, listen, a lot of people don't take into consideration, they hear big name star, but they don't take into consideration that chemistry factor. So I'm with Lou where I would just chill, but for the sake of the exercise, I got 2 trades, and hear me out. With the injury to Hutchinson in Detroit, I'm going to call him up. I'm like, look, I know you guys could use some backup. I'll trade you Jamin Davis and Emmanuel Forbes, see if I get a 5th or 6th round pick back. Then, if I get that, I'm going to flip that pick, go holler at Titans, trade that pick with Jameson Crowder, see if I get DeAndre Hopkins. Hopkins, I know he's older. I still believe he got something left in the tank. Plus, he played in Cliff's system before. He could be a veteran presence in that locker room to help boost our wide receiver core.
Jupe, you're my guy. Nobody hits the Ric Flair quite like you. You're trading Crowder for Hopkins?
Yeah, and that 5th or 6th round pick that I will get back from Detroit.
What are you sending to Detroit?
Jamin Davis and Emmanuel Forbes.
And that's for a 5th?
Yeah, 5th or 6th.
I love the I love the creativity.
I got it.
I don't know, man. You're sending Crowder, who's on the IR, by the way.
Oh, I forgot about that.
That was a roster move.
Crowder, who's on the IR, and a 5th for DeAndre Hopkins.
That was a roster move. He healthy.
Now, I will say that Tennessee team is a train wreck, and if they're thinking long-term down there, I don't know that Will Levis is the guy. I would argue he isn't, despite all of the good mayonnaise commercials.
He does some things that are unthinkable on the
football field. They have a really good rush defense. They have a good D-line. When you specifically in the receiver room for them, they spent some money on Tyler Boyd. They have the kid Treylon Burks that was a first-round pick that has just amounted to very little. I mean, maybe they'd be willing to move on DeAndre Hopkins. I know our guy Jaime has been texting me that they should trade for DeAndre Hopkins 100 times. B, tell me if you disagree. I'm not overly concerned about the receiver room.
I'm not.
Like,
not right now. I'm more concerned with getting some level of consistency on the other side of the ball.
Bro, secondary, yes. D-line, yes. Receiver, they have the 5th highest yardage offense in the NFL, and they're 2nd in points scored.
Yeah.
Now, from a straight passing perspective, they're 13th in yards.
Ooh.
Like, if I'm doing anything offensively, if this B-Rob thing lingers, maybe there's like I don't even think they'd want to go for a tight end because I think they think Senate evolves into something else. D-line, secondary.
Side of the ball.
D-line, secondary.
100%.
I kind of like at least what Jeff wrote down for this dude, Kelvin in DC. Kelvin, what's your move?
Hey, I want Adam Peters to be disciplined, stay on the same path that they on, the same path being, they're going to grow within, give short-term contracts if they get a contract along a short-term contract, and basically start making moves next season. Don't spend money wild, whether it be a smart move, quote-unquote smart move this season. Wait till next season, and I think the world will be their oyster. And lastly, I think like politically, PR-wise, Dan Quinn, that move up to wait till next season by saying, hey, we're in a rebuild or retooling, so they can go out and be competitive with the product that they have now. But next season, with the large, I forget what you call it, the budget that they're going to have, salary cap, they can really go into what you said, JP, the secondary, the D-line, and also bolster up that offensive line. But I think they should be disciplined and wait till next season.
Makes sense, brother.
Yo, I got no argument, Kelvin. I really don't.
I think that's probably the smartest call, because what has happened is we all went into the season expecting to rebuild, but they happen to be a little bit farther ahead. That's what it seems like. But let's be honest, it's only 6 games into the season as well. So everybody now, let's do this, let's do that. They've forgotten about building this thing. But I don't think Adam and Dan has.
Little breaking news on the Fan. You think it's real or one of my dumb things?
One of your dumb things.
It's not. Per Tom Pelissero, the Steelers plan to give Russell Wilson first-team reps at practice this week, putting him in line to make his season debut and start Sunday night against the Jets. They're 4-2. That offense has been pretty damn anemic. Would you make that move?
They're 4-2. Is something working?
Would you make that move?
Not right now. No. But then again, I'm not a coach. Mike Tomlin probably got a better hold on that team and knows exactly what needs to be done.
I do think even at this stage of his game, Russ is a better passer than Fields. But Fields is a human and Wilson is an alien. I think those things matter.
Well, I go with the alien because they don't know how to deal with the alien.
Offensively, the Steelers are 20th in points, 26th in yards. It just ain't a lot happening there. Now, before someone calls, Jeff, would you trade for Justin Fields?
Are you really asking me this question?
No, that was a joke.
Okay.
Our guy Bones is on the line.
What up, Bones?
Bones, talk to me.
Hey, my main man, B-Miss, JP Finley. Shout out to Jeff Walker. Hey, look, man, I think we ought to try to, make a trade or go after Hassan Reddick, because we need that motor on that outside of that defense, man. We need some pressure coming from that outside of that defense to help that secondary out, man, so that, they can be able to hold them guys a little longer out there in the secondary, man. We need some pressure coming off that edge, and Hassan Reddick, man, to me would be the choice to go after. I love you guys, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you, Bones. Let's have a Reddick conversation.
How much money was Reddick supposed to get from the Jets?
That he held out for.
Mm-hmm.
I will pull that up.
Because they basically had told him they were going to work his deal out. Then when they got him there, they didn't want to work his deal out. They lied to him.
This year, he stood to make 15 mil, 14 and a half. It's the last year of a 3-year, $45 million deal he signed with the Eagles. So
he's going to want a new deal.
Yes. I mean, the fact that he's not playing, he very much wants a new deal.
Yeah. How much is that deal going to cost?
He's like FDR. He wants a new deal. Here's what I have to say about Hassan Reddick. We said this earlier about Jalen Ramsey. Hassan Reddick has been on 3 NFL teams. He finally was quite good in Philly, but I think you could argue his performance early in his career when he's drafted by the Cardinals, 13th overall, really didn't get much done. It finally started to work for him. He does have 4 straight seasons, double-digit sacks. Last year in Arizona, then he signed with the Panthers. Then he goes to the Eagles. You're going to have to pay him, and you're going to have to give up something. But Reddick is a legit pass rusher.
Pass rushers get a different treatment.
Like receivers.
Yeah. In this day and age, if you can get to the quarterback consistently, I would deal with your BS.
Probably going to cost. I imagine the Jets are going to want a third because I think that's what they sent to the Eagles to get him.
Don't we have one?
Got an extra one.
Yeah. That right there, I'm willing to talk about because you know what we haven't had consistently over the last few years or whatever? Is a pass rush on the quarterback. So that one, I'm listening. I'm all ears. I'm like you.
Jeffrey, Hassan Reddick. You want him to call?
I don't. Is it problems behind that? Like, because why no team? What, like, it's not a lot of teams jumping to get him. So what's the backstory? And right now, what we got going on, I don't really want anyone that's going to be a problem for the locker room. I'm not saying he will be, but you know,
I'll take a problem for the locker room if I can get it that pass rush on the field. Let's be real.
Yeah, but we say that, but we also said that a lot of people said they didn't want Devontae Adams because he'll be a problem in the locker room.
Different position.
I also don't think Adams would be a problem in the locker room. I think Reddick might be, but he also might be a disruptive force. This is a guy with 4 straight seasons of double-digit sacks. Yeah. And listen, Crosby would be the goal. Crosby would be the dream. We don't know that Crosby's going to be available. Hassan Reddick is available. Like, Jeff, if you're at the club and there's a pretty good-looking girl at the bar, or you could dream of going on a date with Rihanna, who do you want to talk to? The girl that's at the bar, right?
You're going to probably do what you do, dream about Rihanna.
I was about to say, I might dream about Rihanna, bro. It's a possibility.
I'll let y'all deal with Rihanna.
You want the girl at the bar.
You want Brianna.
Bird in the hand. Bird in the hand, dude.
Bunch of people on the phones. I hear Rooster roaming around yelling. Nobody go anywhere. We booked Brewster for this segment, but he's just not here. We're going to go to the phones. Garfax is on the line. Garfax, what's your trade, dude?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Hello.
What up, bro?
Yeah, hey man, look, I'm kind of like I kind of lean the way you guys were saying in one of the previous callers. I think offensively, I think we're okay. I think we just got a couple of nick and nag type injuries on the offensive side of the ball, so I think we're all right there. And I think the upcoming schedule kind of gives us a break if there's such thing in the NFL. It's not like we're playing world beaters for the next few weeks. So defensively, bring the guys up from the practice squad. Hopefully, who knows, maybe it'll be a Wally Pip. Do y'all know Wally Pip? Does that name ring a bell?
Yeah. Lou Gehrig. Yeah. Thanks for the call, G.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, bud.
So hey, one more thing.
Okay.
A quick. All right.
We got to go. Brewster's here. His agent's on the line.
B-Mitch, we need your help. We need 5 pots of gumbo to the Saints, and we'll get 5 pots of gumbo, Chase Young, and a Heidecky for J-Dub.
Thanks, dude. Tell you what, we did not need to hold on for that. We almost had a great bit going. I briefly said that the Reddick trade was happening, and Rooster was on the phone and got very jumpy.
Got off.
But then the cluster buster came in and cluster
He was
busted.
actually talking to his son, JP. That is wrong on you.
All I said was Rooster's on the phone breaking the Reddick trade. I was joking because he seemed like he was locked in on a call.
And then I said, to here or to where? And you said here. Like I was like, holy
I saw
crap.
my opportunity.
Yes.
And what we do on this program is when we don't knock for opportunity, you kick doors down.
You bust chops for a living.
Yeah. Hello, Chris.
Hello, boys. How are you?
Landfill, I described Rooster's look today as looking extra homeless. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, you're asking Landfill then?
Jeff?
Yeah, you don't look too homeless. You look a little homeless, not too homeless.
Just semi-homeless.
JP
was pointing out there, this shirt is like 14 years old.
If he was standing on North Capitol,
He
you'd
has
give him a
on
buck.
2 blue shirts now. I think he changed his color, y'all.
Yo,
Carolina
he burned his burgundy shirt. Things
Hold
are
on.
going poorly.
You're wearing Carolina blue the week we play the Panthers?
Oh,
that's a good call.
All right, you and JP with these blues.
Yo,
man.
I have adjusted my wardrobe.
What does he have on right now? Look.
I do want to point out you were wearing
wear
your
a blue and gray shirt.
You were wearing your Cowboys gear in the Baltimore press box the other day.
I was wearing a blue blazer because the other team wears purple.
Uh-huh.
It was a blue blazer, and the other team wears purple.
I'm just saying what I've heard through the grapevine and what I witnessed with my own eyes.
Maybe I shouldn't have called you kind of homeless. We're having hypothetical trade discussion. There's probably nobody better for this than you.
Right. Well, Doc is. I mean, Doc, this is Doc's special.
Doc was really locked in when I pitched this.
Doc's going to love when I actually open the show at 2. I guess.
So what would be your hypothetical trade?
So listen, I don't know how the Jonathan Allen and Dorrance Armstrong situation is going to play out because clearly one is gone for the year. Dorrance might be gone for some time. Not sure how that's going to play out. So I think defensive end / defensive line now is a major concern, which it wasn't like a major concern until Sunday afternoon, right? But corner is still, I guess, the number one concern that I think most reasonable people have. All I know is this. You got a couple of guys. One guy coming in, right? J.C. Horn, Carolina. You got Greg Newsome, who was just here. I think it's Greg Newsome, right? He was just here with the Browns a couple of weeks ago. You got Xavier Howard, who's out as a free agent. I would prefer that method, but I don't know how much money a street free agent who's now missed 6 weeks of the season and you would presume is not going to be ready immediately, how much that guy like that is going to cost, especially a guy that was making like $18 million a year. So if you're going to significantly improve, I don't know if you're going to spend, like on a big acquisition, 2 years, 3 years, $45 million or whatever it is. I think it's more likely that you're going to trade for a young established player. And those are two of the guys that seemingly are certainly on bad teams and may be available.
What do you think the comp is?
If we're talking those two guys, I would say no more than a
let's start here because we talked about those guys. And I think do you have a preference between the two? Because you're not trading for 2 quarters.
Right. I would. J.C. Horn was a top 10 pick, wasn't he?
So Who's the other one in the
Newsom, right? I thought
I think-
J.C. Horn was a top 10 pick at one point.
He was definitely a first rounder. I thought
Okay.
it might be 13. But that might be
maybe, yeah.
because I just
I'd
looked him up.
Probably lean towards him, but
He's had a lot of injuries, dude.
I know he has. You're right.
He was He was the 8th overall pick.
Okay. And listen, that Carolina defense, I was just talking to what do you call him? The cluster buster?
Yep.
Look, the Carolina Panthers on offense that isn't the problem. They're not that bad. It's their defense, which has been ravaged. I mean, Chin and Louvu are here. They lost their best defensive lineman in Derek Brown after they had traded their other best defensive lineman in Brian Burns. So this should be an opportunity for the Commanders, to put up 30-plus points, you would think, pretty easily. But if you take away J.C. Horn, right, I guess it theoretically weakens them even more and exposes them even more.
I don't think you're getting it done before you
probably
play him
not.
this week.
Probably not.
Who's your preference, Horn or Newsom?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would lean towards Horn. I mean, I don't have a strong lean one. I mean, who do you guys like?
Ward,
but
it's
and
he
Denzel.
has years.
Oh well, all right. Are you getting Denzel Ward?
That was our hypothetical.
Okay.
Well, so we've had callers call in and pitch him.
Right.
And somebody said a second for Denzel Ward. And you got contractual control. He's already signed his big extension. Now he has had some head injuries, but by and large, he plays.
If
he
you
plays
can get
at
him,
a high level.
Yeah. I would probably lean towards
Newsom's also on the Browns, but you got no contractual control there.
Right. You got what, 2 third-round picks?
You got 2/3. Jahan.
Would you pay a second and a third if that's what Cleveland was holding out for?
For Ward?
I think that's a lot, right? For Denzel Ward?
Yeah, but you've got him for 4 years.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I guess if I asked second and third, I guess I would pay a second, right? I don't want to pay a second, but you got to give something to get something.
If you
if you can get Denzel Ward,
if you ask a guy to restructure, you got to be ready to cut him.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you think about Hassan Reddick?
No.
No. Why?
Sorry, but that guy's already demonstrated he cares nothing about anyone but himself, and I don't want to upset the apple cart here and bring in a completely self-absorbed player. He can absolutely. He's a great player.
They told they were going to restructure this deal, got him in, and then they tried not to. I would have held out on him too.
I
But I probably would be in camp by now because I ain't going to leave all my money out there.
Think about how bad this has to be, right? No matter what the Jets counter, they say they never promised anything for whatever it's worth, but just say they did. Think about how bad it had to be that his agency fired him. Not he fired his agency.
I saw that. But Rosenhaus also gobbled him up right away. It's not like he's on the street.
Yeah.
And it's not like he had to sign with some cut rate.
Maybe the agency was just worried about getting paid. They were worried about themselves.
CAA.
They're like, oh, you take this contract, man. Don't worry about nothing else. No.
Does CAA need to get paid that bad?
Hey, some people
I don't know if they do.
I got one.
But I see your point.
I got one, Bruce. Yeah. This is from Cody Betts, tech executive.
Yes.
Emmanuel Forbes, Jamin Davis, and a first rounder to Minnesota for Justin Jefferson.
Cody, he come with a stupidetical. Minnesota not getting rid of Justin Jefferson, no matter what the hell you offer them.
I think Cody's already prepared. What's that skit and bit you guys do? The real or fake thing?
Yeah.
I think Cody's already in that lab.
That's already fake.
I mean, of course you would make that trade if the Commanders could make that trade, but the Vikings are 5-0 at last check.
We had our guy Jupe, who's a great listener, great caller, said to send Crowder to Tennessee for DeAndre Hopkins.
As in Jamison
Crowder? I had
Crowder?
to tell him that Crowder was on IR. And there's one dude in the NFL you could trade for. Who to be? Because you know what's interesting?
I mean, it might be Justin Jefferson.
Well, it's no longer a quarterback. Think about that.
Yeah.
For the last 20 years, if you said that question.
A lot of crappy quarterbacks out there. Yeah, but it might be Justin Jefferson.
But your answer's not Mahomes or Lamar.
You feel comfortable with, with Jaden.
Yeah. You think you might have one of them. They haven't had one of them.
Yeah.
You do have a show, Roost.
I do.
I don't want to get you in too much trouble.
I do. Matt's already standing by.
Yeah. Essig loves when we do this.
Yes.
Doc will be excited that you're coming in, a lot of time to prep.
Can I steal the fantasy trade talk from you guys?
You're gonna anyway.
and then bounce it off the DOC.
Yeah, you're gonna
I mean,
anyway.
I mean, he thinks I annoy him and piss him off on purpose anyway. So
You probably do.
yeah, probably.
Be careful, man. You know, Doc, old dude, he carries stuff with him.
Chris Russell,
We're in a
ladies and
Dodger
gentlemen.
shirt today. Thank you,
When we
boys.
come back, Barstool Nate.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Commanders hoping to bounce back this week. They will take on one of the worst teams in football, hosting the Carolina Panthers. It's a 4:05 kickoff Sunday in Landover. They'll have to do it shorthanded, though. Dan Quinn's defense is going to be without two-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle Jonathan Allen, out for the season now with a torn left pec.
It's a big blow for us. John Allen's honestly been the staple player, here in the play style and the attitude. So, we're really bummed for him, as the man and the ball player, and we'll certainly miss him.
Now, this weekend, Commanders, still people believing in them. They are a 7.5-point favorite against the Panthers. That's one of the biggest spreads this weekend in the NFL. Even with the loss, Commanders are 4-2, still in front in the NFC East. Right now they would be the third seed in the NFC. That would mean a playoff matchup potentially at this point with top pick Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears, who they will face soon here later in the season. Football news today around the rest of the league. Raiders deal star receiver Davante Adams to the Jets for a conditional third-round pick. Looks like a quarterback change is on the way in Pittsburgh. Steelers plan to go with Russell Wilson as their starting QB Sunday Night Football against the New York Jets. And the Capitals back on the ice tonight. Caps are home, hoping to bounce back from a season-opening loss, hosting the Vegas Golden Knights, 7 p.m. for that one here on The Fan. This October, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your free estimate, no pressure estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I always love hearing that song because it means we get to hear the deep, Barry White-esque voice of Little Nate X, our friend Eric Nathan. You might know him as Barstool Nate or Little Nate X or Eric. Hello, Nate Dogg. How you doing?
Hell of an intro, man. Hell of an intro. You really nailed that one.
Yeah. What's up, dude?
Nothing. Just living the life. October 15th, New York City. How's everything down in D.C.?
Things are good here, dude. Nate. They're winning games. It's a different world, man.
Yeah, everybody's happy. Even after a loss, it's kind of like a pretty chill vibe in Washington Commander fandom world. It's kind of cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, so, let's start there. What'd you think of the Ravens game? What did we learn?
We learned that this is not. We have 1,000,000% confirmation now that this is not the same team of the last 5 years. We watched a very early in a rebuild Commanders team go nose to nose, fist to fist with the Baltimore Ravens, with a 2-time MVP, with just one of the best organizations, with Derrick Henry as the running back, with a defense that, it's still the Ravens defense, and kind of took them down to the wire. If not for this phantom pass interference call that the Ravens ended up taking, down for a touchdown, the Commanders could have won this game. There are multiple simulations out there where this team is now sitting at 5-1 after going on the road to beat Baltimore. I'm not going to say it's a moral victory or whatever, buzzwords people like to throw around, but it was not a bad game. I think it proved that this team is out there to compete every single week, no matter who it is. In previous seasons, we lose this game 30-3 or 35-7 or whatever. And this team doesn't give up. This team still fights. This team battles. This team just has a bunch of dogs that, even if they're not the most talented guys, they are fighting to every whistle. It's so encouraging to see.
And how much of that do you think we just did this, we did an hour worth of hypothetical trade talks, right? Because now this Davante Adams trade happens. everybody on Twitter is sending me their ideas to trade for Max Crosby or Nick Bosa or whoever it is, right?
Right, sure.
And a lot of it is just silly and not going to happen. But, I mean, Adam Peters has already made a trade this season. Like, they are going to be active and looking. But one thing that was incredible is at the end, I said, okay, you could trade for anybody in the league. Who is it? And none of us thought quarterback. Like, any other year, the answer would be Mahomes, Lamar. But now, between who knows what the ceiling is, not saying he's the best, but who knows where else the Jaden Daniels rocket ship's going to go. And it's a rookie contract. Like, if you need that, add it on.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, even in the games that we've lost, his first game ever playing at NFL speed looked fine. And then against the Ravens, played great. I mean, no running game to be spoken of this last Sunday, which was pretty different from the rest of the season. And I think we really saw how much a good running game really opens up this offense and really, really helps Jaden. But yeah, like our biggest need obviously is corner. I feel bad for St. Juste. He's getting dragged left and right, and he's doing everything he can out there. You know, when you're kind of left on an island and you're not a true number one corner and you're asked to do everything that like Sauce Gardner is doing, it's usually not going to work out in your favor. Corner is a hard enough position, never mind when you're just, not a true number one. And I feel bad for him. Like he's definitely competing. He's definitely doing everything he can. But this goes back to what we've talked about a few times is, the team can be as prepared as possible and everybody ready to go, ready to play on Sunday. A lack of talent at some point is just going to catch up to you. And we obviously just need more help at corner. And it's not St. Juste's fault that a first round corner is sitting in street clothes on the bench. It's not his fault that 5 first round picks from the last 5 years were inactive or traded away on Sunday. So this defense is doing everything they can. They show sparks of greatness, and then they show that, oh, yeah, this is year 1 of a rebuild or year 2 of a rebuild, and there's a lot of work left to be done.
What do you suggest happened with St. Juste since you say you expected to do stuff that a number one do? He's the number one, they would think.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not his fault that he's thrown into a job that he's not qualified for. Like, you can't just make him have number one talent just because he's slotted at number one corner on the depth chart. It doesn't work that way. What would I say? You just got to keep running him out there and, adjust the defense scheme to give him a little bit of help. Because
I think a big problem in that game, because Zay Flowers was clearly running wide open, and the collective fan base sees that, and it's like, and then you get a pair of penalties on BSJ that are brutal. One of them was legit at the goal line. The other one on 3rd and 6, pretty damn bad call.
Dude just slipped.
But, dude, a lot of Zay Flowers running wide open is because they were playing to stop the run and had a single high safety and just were committing to the box. And, like, I think we don't recognize how much Derrick Henry and Lamar's running capabilities impacted that specific game plan and, in turn, why there was so much open grass.
Yeah, the Ravens are a juggernaut, man. Like, there's no other way to put that. I think I said they're my preseason AFC Super Bowl team. I think from what we've seen out of them, they are such a complete team. Their offense, like you just said, when you have Derrick Henry running at 1,000,000 miles per hour, pummeling everybody in his track, and then Lamar is playing at an MVP level again, it's really, really, really difficult to scheme against that team. And I think Washington we did about as well as you can. But at some point, just to circle back, if you're just outmatched, man to man, talent for talent, it's really, really difficult to stop MVPs and Zay Flowers, 4.3 speed at wide receiver, and Derrick Henry, who is a tractor out there. It's just really, really difficult.
Right. And not that anybody is like, oh, man, don't try, because you should try and eventually be as good as them or be better than them or whatever. But to circle back to your earlier point, this is 6 games into
He's already with him.
Dude, oh, yeah, so
damn.
McAfee's on, Rodgers is on, Devontae Adams
He knew that
on.
was happening last night.
Bro, he flew into New York last night and then just had to get the physical done this morning.
Yeah.
What I'll never comprehend, if the Jets had him flying in, why not get it done yesterday so he could play?
Yeah, why not do
Because
it
he was
when they
on
fire the
injury.
coach?
He's on the injury list.
Inactive, yeah.
Yeah, inactive. He can't.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're the Raiders, how big of an FU is all of this?
Right, the Raiders going to come back now and call what's called tampering.
Well, apparently, you'll be shocked to know that apparently Mike Williams is available in the trade market. The receiver that Rodgers completely threw under the bus last night.
Wow.
What is the vibe up there with the Jets stuff, dude?
I am not a firm believer in letting a 40-year-old on the wrong side of his career dictate the future of the franchise. I find it almost bizarre that they're giving Aaron Rodgers the keys to the New York Jets football team. It's like, I get it. He's Aaron Rodgers, like, one of the best quarterbacks we'll ever see, blah, 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 blah. But it's not like he's setting the world on fire right now. And they are just letting him decide the coaches. They're letting him make trades. They're letting him bring in wide receivers when they're 2-4, and they just don't look that good. I get that Aaron Rodgers is probably telling them, bring in Devontae, everything turns around, we make the playoffs. You can make that promise, but I find it super weird that they're just bending the knee to him as a franchise. Like, just the entire team now does whatever Aaron Rodgers says. I think it's super weird.
I think it's crazy as hell, man.
Dude,
Yeah.
I did want to ask you, I think you blogged it. I know somebody at your place blogged it.
What's that?
The video of this Ravens fan, like, beating up a Skins fan wandering the streets of Baltimore late at night. And I've just heard from a lot of people that were up there that the Ravens crowd was, like, really hostile.
I didn't think they were hostile.
You were in a suite.
Oh, when I walked all around, dude. Even when I walked outside in the street,
cocktail.
They weren't hostile. Everybody I met up there, they weren't. But I'm sure there are some hostile people up there, and there's some hostile people everywhere. But most people were calm as hell.
Have you seen the video from the
the
bars afterwards?
No.
It was not calm as hell. It was this dude walking around saying, "Oh, there's another one," and running up and, like, cold cocking this guy just because he's wearing a McLaurin jersey.
You got some idiots that do stuff like that in most cities.
I've heard from multiple people that were there. A lot of them had fun and it was cool, but from others, it was pretty chippy.
I can expect that.
Did you blog that video?
No, so I saw it like everybody else did. If someone listening hasn't seen it, basically there's this guy, I don't know, his name's already out there, has a long rap sheet of just being kind of a scumbag, not kind of a scumbag, an absolute terrible person. And he was clearly drunk or whatever after the game, and he just is looking for people to punch. And he's wearing a Lamar Jackson jersey, and he finds Commanders fans, and he just knocks them out cold. He's lost his job. He's hopefully going to jail. It's like, hopefully he gets everything and more that's coming to him. It's a ridiculous video. I hope this guy suffers and goes to jail for 10 years. It's ridiculous.
I'll show it to me. The guy's a jerk.
Yeah.
I might need to just whip his ass.
Yes. Last week.
Yeah, he's lucky I wasn't on the street. That's what I'll say. He's lucky.
Oh, Lord.
Nate's grinding, man. He's like, what are you benching now? 225?
At least, yeah. I should be at the combine next year. Like, I might get a couple reps up.
Make the case that the NFL should flex Bears Commanders.
So Bears Commanders is week 8.
Yeah,
and
not
the
this
current
week.
game, the current Sunday Night Football game is 49ers Cowboys. And I'm sorry, JP, I cannot make the argument against for flexing it. I would rather see the Dallas Cowboys get embarrassed in prime time every single week until I die. If that means not seeing the Commanders in prime time, that's perfectly fine with me because the Cowboys are, I know the Browns exist. I know a couple other teams exist, but the Cowboys to me are the laughing stock of the league right now because Jerry Jones is so delusional and so crazy that I just love everything he's doing. He's handing out monster bags to all these players. He still has Mike McCarthy coaching the team, which is so funny to me because Mike McCarthy is such a bad head coach. And nothing's ever going to change as long as Jerry Jones owns that team. There is nothing I want more than the Cowboys to stay in primetime and get absolutely spanked in front of a national audience.
All right. That's fine. Now, last week I said I was going to do this. I'm going to do it. Give me a Caps preview. They've lost their first game. They got another game tonight. I believe they're playing Vegas, maybe. They traded for this dude that makes a ton of money from the Kings. Get me up to speed.
So, the Caps are 0-1. I know that we all watched the game. They played okay. It's a big team. There's a team of big boys, not necessarily the fastest team, but they are big. A better roster up and down from last season where we made the playoffs. So if you do not expect the Caps to make the playoffs again this year, you are sadly mistaken. I know the haters and losers in Philly are going to cry in their Cheerios once again when they don't make the playoffs and we do. But 81 games to go. I have no real issues with this Caps team. We have 42 goals for Ovi and start the countdown. Hopefully
That's what he needs.
42. 42 to hold the record. 41 to tie. So I'm
looking forward to that.
We scored the other night.
Still heavy in football season, but start paying attention to the Caps because before you know it, this is just going to be another good season for another good team. I will be at the game Saturday in New Jersey. If you guys want to come up for the game, I would love to have you.
I will not, but thank you. Damn, dude.
So JP wasn't coming up there, Nate.
You going up to Jersey for Caps Devils?
I never say I'm going up there.
Yeah. How is that any different than me?
You always inviting him, and y'all invite each other back and forth. Y'all invite me.
He just invited you.
No.
I'd rather have you than JP.
I don't hang out with Nate.
2 years ago, he scored exactly 42.
We'll take exactly 42 this year.
You think it happens this year, Nate Dogg?
I do not. I think it happens in October of next season.
Wow.
I think he gets very, very close, and then we are just on goal watch for the first month of next season where he gets it. That is my official prediction.
Are you on Panda watch?
Bro, the saddest thing about living in New York is we don't get the panda hype up here. I'd say that's the number one worst thing about New York City is we just don't have pandas running around like they do down in DC. But there's nothing more exciting as a kid growing up down there than going to see the Pandas. And, I just turned 36 on October 10th, and I hate to say it, kind of want to come down and see Pandas. Like, there's just something about Pandas, man.
Are you ready for a take I wasn't prepared to hear when I woke up this morning?
I'm ready.
B-Mitch is anti-zoo.
I never said anything like that. I just told him I don't go to the zoo.
Nah, you kind of said you were anti-zoo.
I never said that.
Landfill?
You like to put words in people's mouths.
You definitely said you don't want to go to the zoo and you're not interested in the
I don't want to
pandas.
go. I'm not interested in it. Going look at some damn animal.
Animals rule, dude. You don't want to go see the giraffes
Yeah,
and the elephants?
I'm noticing that we do take care of animals more than we do people. So yeah, I'm noticing that. I'm noticing that.
All right, Nate, we got to go. Good luck seeing the Pandas.
Thank you so much. Miss you guys.
All right, bro.
Let's go around the NFL. What are the odds Cleveland actually benches Deshaun Watson?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $5 when you bet $5, you get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Listen, you could go with Alvin Kamara over rushing yards, Bo Nix over 1.5 passing touchdowns.
You got to get Neighbors healthy.
Yes, that's two very serious things right there.
I don't think they are either. I just thought it was like, where do people even come up with that concept?
People really think football, you just add one person and it completely changes. You got to have a damn team. You got to just plug some right in there and just say, oh, we're going to get 100% better. You got to have a team, dog.
Obviously. What do you think is going on in Cleveland that they're not able to bench Deshaun Watson or Stefanski?
The owner is like, nah, I'm paying his money. He playing.
Do you think there's any way it really is just Stefanski thinks he's the best quarterback for the team?
Probably. You can make yourself believe everything if you know the people paying your check to saying that.
They are 30th in points scored, 32nd in yards gained, 30th in passing yards, 27th in passing touchdowns, and 8th in interceptions.
I'm telling you, in the game,
he's averaging 170 a game. Brian, this is astonishing. Holy moly. We talk about sacks aren't only a reflection on the quarterback, on the O-line. A lot of it is about the quarterback, too.
Mm-hmm.
They've played 6 games. How many times do you think Deshaun Watson's been sacked?
I'm going to go about averaging 5 to 6 per game. I'm going to say 30 to 36.
31 times, lost 178 yards. I mean, damn.
That's bad. But he has to be getting word from up top that no, we're not benching him.
How depressing is that to the rest of the locker room? Because by all accounts, Jameis is a locker room guy.
When they came to play us here, I met Jameis that night before. And when I watch him working out pregame, I was like, he's going to end up in this game tonight. He was working out too hard not to be a guy who was expecting to play. You know what I mean?
Well, he's got to know that he's got a shot at this point.
Well, he sure was putting in work to make sure if he had a shot, he was going to be ready for it. I promise you that.
I mean, there have got to be people in that locker room. The receivers are known to be easily
People handle the quarterbacks a little differently, dog. Especially when they know the quarterback is the person who the owner likes the most. When the owner likes the quarterback,
that owner seems pretty volatile. At what point is he going to be like, yo, this guy sucks?
Well, remember, he made the decision to bring him in there. A lot of people don't like to admit when they did something wrong.
Sure. We've seen that here for sure. I did have somebody reach out to me because I like tweeted some things about how it's very clear ownership is driving that bus. I'm not sure I agree, but somebody close to the Cleveland organization texted me. He's like, dude, I don't think that was all ownership. Andrew Berry is the GM, whatever, his executive VP of football ops. He's the one that made the trade, and he's still there.
The owner,
I think that tells you something too.
Andrew Berry don't make a trade without the owner's support.
Of course.
So the owner had to support it. So that's probably why he's still there, because they were lockstep and hand in hand going into that thing.
Man, Andrew Berry, it might be a rent don't buy situation for the remainder of your Cleveland tenure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go quick. Are they cooked? Panthers are cooked, but they're coming to town. Does that make it weird?
I'm not gonna say they cook. I try not to get into that.
Next week you'll say it, right?
If they lose to us, then they cook.
New England's 1-5. Just switch quarterbacks.
Don't know.
You're abstaining? Very abstinent?
I think New England is done.
Browns 1-5.
Yeah.
Bengals.
That team look lost when they came here.
Bengals 2-4. It kind of had to gut out a win against the Giants.
No, Bengals. I'm not counting them out yet.
I'm not counting them out yet. Titans 1-4.
Yeah, I don't believe in Levi's.
Will Levi's, not very good. Good looking, eats a lot of mayonnaise, gets commercials.
Person that just eat mayonnaise by itself, something is wrong with that person.
I think he puts it in his coffee.
I
think that's where all this
something
started.
is definitely wrong with that person.
And he eats
Coffee-
bananas raw.
Coffee and mayonnaise can't taste good.
Bro, he eats bananas with the
That's just stupid.
peel on.
He's just doing stupid stuff. He's trying to get attention. Somebody needs to go lay him down. He's screaming out for help.
Would you go to Mason Rudolph if you were Brian Callahan? Callahan Auto.
Probably not.
Mason Rudolph grew up a Skins fan.
Don't care.
I interviewed him at the Senior Bowl many moons ago.
Mm-hmm.
Jags 1-5. Cooked.
Yeah.
You think Doug Peterson gets canned down there? You know him? You've got to know him, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I know him. Seems about time. See, the thing about
I thought he had that thing going in the right direction, too.
when head coaches get let go, I don't feel too bad because they get their whole check. The assistant coaches and players, they don't get their whole thing. Head coaches get that whole contract, no matter if they're there or not. I don't feel too bad for them all the time.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, I would say. Raiders are 2-4. Minus 54-point differential.
They're gonna be a little feisty throughout the year. Not completely cooked, but they're very close.
Yeah, man. Antonio Pierce was able to come in and like kind of get that thing operational last year.
Mm-hmm.
But that quarterback situation is just gonna be really hard to win. I think Minshew is the type of dude that's a really good backup. I don't know. This Aiden O'Connell dude was okay last year. I don't know what talent they have. You trade away Adams. I'm not a big believer in their run games. Amir White, Alexander Madison, Amir Abdullah's my age. Like I feel like he was at Nebraska the same time I was at Maryland. I don't know. I kind of think the Raiders are cooked. You're right that they will be pushed hard, but it might not matter.
May not matter.
Cowboys are 3-3, 0-3 at home. Just got their doors blown in, going on a bye week. Jerry's trying to fire radio hosts. Are the Cowboys cooked? 3-3.
Okay. I'm not gonna say that they're cooked yet.
Okay, me either. Eagles, with all the drama, they're 3-2. They're not cooked, right?
Not yet.
Too much talent.
No, too much.
Giants are 2-4. And Danny Dimes,
I don't like the Giants.
Continues to make just asinine throws and asinine decisions.
He's not gonna stop that. That's about where they're gonna be. They damn near cooked.
We're putting the Panthers on the "Are they cooked" hiatus for a week
until after we play them. But when you get a little too hyped, man, the universe have a way of making you come back down.
Who's more cooked, Rams or Cardinals?
Rams.
You think?
Yeah.
Rams are 1-4 and had their bye. Cardinals are 2-4.
Rams seem lost, man.
A lot of injuries, yeah.
Seem lost.
Who wins the West? Niners and Seahawks are both 3-3. How the West
I
was
still
won.
believe the Niners are the better team.
Hard to disagree with that.
Yeah.
Next,
if you agree with me more often, you'd be a much smarter person.
Next head coach to be fired.
Going to be Doug.
I can give you what the odds makers say.
Doug or Sirianni.
According to sportsbetting.com or whatever, Doug Peterson is next head coach to be fired. Then McCarthy, then Stefanski. This is crazy. Peterson, McCarthy, Stefanski with the Browns, AP, Antonio Pierce with the Raiders, fourth on this list.
Didn't they just hire him?
Yeah, but they kept him as an interim the whole year. So I can't imagine contractually it screws them up too bad. I don't know, but
didn't they sign him to a deal and they made him the coach?
yes, but I don't know what kind of length or dollars are attached to it. I don't know. Dennis Allen with the Saints. I get that he's kind of a zero, but you kept him and then you start. I don't know. I wouldn't have kept him in the first place. Taylor, Dable, Sirianni's pretty far down the list. Dable and Sirianni are both 12-1.
Wow. But Sirianni had one more argument with the fan, and it's going to be on and popping. I'm telling you that.
How about this? I don't think it'll happen. But Mike McDaniel and Sean McVay on the list at 50-1.
Listen, Jay. Bill Belichick is no longer working in the NFL.
Anybody can get fired.
These owners, they don't care. They listen, man. When it starts to look bad, or they start to look, they gonna get rid of you, and they have every right to.
When we come back, got to make some bets. Scranton Data coming up next. Of all the bits, Landfill, that might be my favorite. I'm not sure, but it's very well done. I get these I get a whole lot of people sending me stats and stuff because they want me to post about it. Zebra Sports is the actual technology that runs next gen stats for the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool. Like you always see them on game day. You see them after the games. They're the ones they're kind of dressed like refs, and it says Zebra Sports on there because they have computer chips in the ball and all these crazy things. Week 6, only one tight end across the NFL averaged over 4 yards of separation and over 10 air yards per target.
Who's that?
Zach Ertz.
Mm-hmm.
Only tight end in week 6 to average 10 or more air yards per target. The first time I really got to talk to Ertz this summer, really liked his demeanor, and I think you would applaud his how should I say it? There's a word I want to use that I can't say on the air. He had a intense desire to tell those that told him he was done.
His bravado.
Bleep you. He openly talked about it. Chip on his shoulder, wanting to prove to the NFL he had plenty left. So far this season, he's got 228 yards, averaging 11 a catch. Has been definitely a key cog for Jaden Daniels. And I just like when a guy wants to show the world kind of what's happening and is proven correct.
Yeah.
At least through 6 games.
Injuries happen. You have years that don't look like the better years you had. But it doesn't mean you're done.
Right.
Well, a lot of people, they see that. They understand if you're injured at home, you can't do the stuff you normally do. When a player gets injured, people think they're still supposed to be the guy they were when they 100% healthy. Not a fact. Can't happen.
Right. Ertz right now is top 10 in the NFL in receiving yards for tight ends. Now, Brock Bowers is that dude. He's at almost 400 receiving yards for tight ends, which is pretty remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
Ertz hadn't gotten in the end zone yet. You'd like that to change. Kittle leads NFL tight ends in touchdowns with 5. Landini, what do you say? Let's make some bets. All right.
Gather around.
All righty. I don't remember what I took. I think I took the over in the Yanks-Guardians game, and it did not get home. Remember what you had?
I lost the baseball game. I think I took the Dodgers, and the Mets handled them.
Mets,
and then I also did have Bills, so main line.
Well,
yeah, I won, so I'm a winner.
Landini's a winner.
That puts me in first place.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you. I'm taking the Yankees money line tonight.
Garrett Cole on the bump. What do you got, B?
Tonight, I got one baseball game, don't I?
Got one baseball. Caps are playing tonight.
Okay. Let me look at the Caps. It's coming. I was way out of position, man.
Landy, what do you got the Caps total at? 5.5?
5.5.
I'm going over in the Caps game. CAPS. Caps.
Yeah. Give me the over in the Caps game, and I'm going to go check out baseball. I'm always swinging for the fences. I'll take the Yankees tonight again.
The Yankees win. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Ike Reese and Barstool Nate for joining us. We had a lot of great calls, a lot of great conversation, a lot of Twitter general managers out there. We'll see if anything happens, man. It's going to be fun to watch coming down the stretch here of the trade deadline. Grant and Danny headed your way next. Made it as far, your beer.
Tuesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you up to 6:30 in and around DC today. We've got Caps tickets for you to win right at 4 o'clock. Ahead of the Beltway Blitz, if you want to see them take on Montreal on Halloween, you better be listening to this show. And we got a great program planned for you. Trey Wingo of ESPN fame at 3. Austin Eckler, running back with the Commanders, weekly appointment. Brought to you by IT Cadre. He joins us at 5 o'clock. Hello, Daniel.
What's up, Jeeps? The axiom not all heroes wear capes is a thing that gets thrown around a lot of times. I got to give a quick shout out to Lisa and Brian. So their son had a birthday party. It was originally scheduled for Saturday, right? And everyone's like, well, that's fine. Well, we'll do that. We'll go to the birthday party. It's great for the kids to have a birthday party. Then they went, wait a minute. Monday's an off day for some people, not everybody. A lot of parents are working. A lot of parents are sort of not working. Kids are out of school. What do? They had the birthday party on Monday. So old Randy Douye shuttles the little guy off to the birthday party, drops him. The wife comes home from her work and is able to pick him up. They ran these kids ragged. There's a picture, I'll show it to you, where this trio of dudes, these little boys who played soccer and some basketball and like street hockey, shot each other with Nerf guns. They took a limo to a place where a laser tag spot. They got home and played more sports. There's a picture of the four of them just passed out on the ground, basically. Ran them ragged, exhausted. A public service was done right there. Heroes. Heroes is the word.
A limousine.
A limo.
To play laser tag.
Yeah.
That is the greatest elementary school age birthday party idea I've ever heard in my life.
Is that the coolest thing you've ever heard?
I mean, that's pretty unbelievable.
So my little guy was kind of going, I run a special car. We're like, okay, it was a bus, buddy. He's like, no, it had a name. Like, yes, it did. Like, what was the name? Was it a party bus? He's like, no. He's like, it was a car, but it was really long. I was like, a limousine? He goes, yeah. It was weird. It was brown inside. Like that was his extent of his appreciation. He didn't really get the limo part of it. But dude, that's going to be a story.
I think the first time I ever got into a limousine might have been senior prom.
Was like prom style? Yeah.
That's a pretty strong birthday. Well done by them. If we're starting the show with shout outs, if that's what we're doing,
give a shout out.
I'm going to shout out the fall.
Here we go.
It is officially fall.
Here we go, fall.
We've claimed fall for a couple of weeks.
Yep.
We have welcomed and said thank you to fall for showing up for a little while.
There we go, fall.
But today I walked outside and it was like 60 degrees.
Yeah, it was.
I thought about running back in the house and throwing on a hoodie. The fall has arrived. And for that, I thank the greatest season that we have. It is a Survivor Tuesday on Grant and Danny. So we should direct you to Facebook, facebook.com/Grant and Danny, where you can vote a player off the island and vote a player immune today. Danny, update us on who is still available to be selected for immunity this week and who is still left on the island.
Young Mr. Jaden Daniels on offense. Brian Robinson Jr., Austin Eckler, Terry McLaurin, Brandon Coleman, and Sam Cosby are your offensive players. On defense, Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu defending immunity, weekly champion, Benjamin St. Juste, Quan Martin, Jeremy Chin, and the greatest kicker to ever live, Austin Seibert.
So you're kicking one of those names just mentioned off the island. It can't be Frankie Louvu, who does have immunity, but that means you cannot vote him immune, although I thought he was much quieter in this game.
Not much impact.
Than he has been the last couple of weeks. So you're booting somebody, sending them home. You are giving somebody immunity into next week. Go vote. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Massive NFL news today. The New York Jets have traded for Davante Adams. Aaron Rodgers didn't like Robert Saleh that much. He got fired. Aaron Rodgers threw his wide receivers under the bus last night. He's had an ongoing issue with that offense and some of the players in the receiver room, it seems like, and just his trust of them. And now they're bringing in Davante Adams. But Aaron Rodgers most certainly does not run the Jets. He was unhappy in Green Bay and left the Packers because he didn't have enough personnel control, supposedly. And now he is with the Jets, where it seems like he has a lot more control. Enter guys like over the last couple of years, like Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard, and you name it, they show up, right?
Yeah, so the point where it was like
Hackett's his play caller and OC until yesterday when the duties got ripped away.
Yeah, it got to the point where it's like, Aaron, Randall Cobb now runs a 5-flat 40. We can't keep him on the roster. It's like, fine, Lazard Adams, please. Like, it's now absurd.
I still don't get how they never signed David Bakhtiari. I just have to imagine he's not physically available and capable. But the point of the dude's story is Davante Adams and Aaron Rodgers are linking back up in New York. Maybe a day too late. The Jets needed him last night. They played the Bills tough. I give them credit, Danny. That was a good football game in prime time. But the Bills are a first place 4-2 team. The Jets are 2-4. And for the moment, Buffalo's got a tiebreaker. That is a damaging loss.
Yeah, what a swing game, right?
The first game of new head coach Jeff Ulbrich, the interim tag. And I thought Todd Downing, the new OC calling the plays, did a really good job, actually, getting the run game going. Rodgers was more comfortable, it seemed like, in the pocket than he'd been. He threw for 294. Some of those yards on a Hail Mary at the end of the half, but it was a pretty solid Rodgers performance.
Number one, the greatest Hail Mary thrower in the history of the planet, Aaron Rodgers. It's unbelievable.
What do you think he does differently or better?
I don't know.
I had some guy on Twitter come at me. They're like, a Hail Mary is luck. Why are you giving him credit for being so good at it? Well, guy, because he does it more often than everyone else and hits it at a higher rate than everyone else. So it's probably not just a coincidence. I think he has the ability. Russell Wilson does this too. So I don't know if we could check and see what his Hail Mary resume looks like. To do the moonball bit, where it's like 60 yards in distance, but also he hits it really high. His launch angle is super high,
Right.
and the ball still gets over the fence.
Yeah, I mean, Wilson famously has the last week of the replacement refs, that controversial touchdown in the back of the end zone, right? Where he did that one. I just topped my head. But I don't know. But that's unbelievable. So the Jets win this game if they could make a couple field goals. The wind's not swirling the way that it was, right? Or, they have a good chance to, certainly, because I know Tyler Bass missed a field goal too. But that was a great football game that was also bad at the same time. Like, that was wildly entertaining, but there were mistakes and there were penalties, and but there were a bunch of big plays as well. That was a huge win for Buffalo. Adverse environment with a little bit of a dead cat bounce, replacing the coach right there. Damaging loss, certainly, for the Jets. You understand what the Jets are, though. They've got Aaron Rodgers now. It's not 25-year-old Aaron Rodgers. It's not 31-year-old Aaron Rodgers. He's almost my age, basically, right? So you're pot committed to having a season right now. You can't let it slip away any further. Losing that game last night may have lit a fire.
I think it certainly did. It's now time to win or your season's over, to your point. Davante Adams can still play. There's a big difference between him having now been labeled a malcontent, where with the Raiders, he helped get Josh McDaniels fired. He helped advocate to bench Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, this is the expected kind of outside looking in or suspected, basically, input that he gave. And some of it, I think we can base some knowledge on, because that Netflix wide receiver show didn't paint him in a very good light, but he was pretty candid about not being big on McDaniels or Garoppolo. But here he is now, annoyed by and with Antonio Pierce, and so they're at odds, and he hasn't been playing, and he's got this bum hamstring, but he's supposed to play already on Sunday. So apparently that hamstring is feeling a lot better.
Flights help it. If you fly across the country, it helps.
Yeah, I think the Jets clearly have some doctors on staff that the Raiders don't have, because they were magically able to get that hamstring feeling a lot better.
They scienced it, yeah.
If they really think that he's going to be able to play this weekend. So that's pretty amazing. But the Jets have the Steelers on Sunday Night Football, which will be a tough game. Then they've got the Patriots, a game you can win. The Texans, they'll be heavy underdogs. Cardinals and Colts, games you can win. They just don't have any more margin for error. They've got to rip off probably 4 wins in their next 5 to have a shot going into the stretch run of the season. And Davante Adams will help them do that. I thought Garrett Wilson was fantastic last night.
That guy's awesome.
So to have him on one side, he's coming off 8 for $107 and a score on 10 targets. And Davante Adams on the other side with Aaron Rodgers playing better. I mean, the 2 of his last, I'd say, 4 games have been really good. And they finally ran the ball. I don't know if that's now that they figured something out or if that was just a one-off against the Bills, but Downing gave Breece Hall 18 carries. He went for $113, had a long of 42 in the game. That was by far the best they've looked running the football. But the bigger news is not that they hung with the Bills. Buffalo gets a win, 2 touchdowns, no picks for Josh Allen, who's had a pretty clean season so far and has been great in their 4 wins. The bigger news is Davante Adams has been acquired. And it sounds like he is not the only wide receiver in the NFL on the move. We've got some breaking news coming into us right now. This is according to Jordan Schultz. The Browns are trading wide receiver Amari Cooper to the Buffalo Bills. Another big-time wide receiver on the move. We do not yet have compensation on this deal, but the Browns are trading Amari Cooper away. The Bills, who are 4-2 and a contender in the AFC, are bringing in a legit weapon for Josh Allen. All breaking news on the Fan, brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access. Download the BetQL app. Visit BetQL.com.
I've always been an Amari Cooper guy. He doesn't have the greatest. He's not one of those dudes that after every first down has like a big choreographed dance, or doesn't seem like he's that excited. It's just this very technical, solid route runner, good hands. Just seemed like he was miserable though in Cleveland. From the outside looking in, I have no idea. And from Cleveland's perspective, this makes sense. It's lost. I mean, this ship is sinking. Get what you can get while you can get it. And again, it makes sense for Buffalo too. They've kind of said, hey, maybe we'll be able to replace Stephon Diggs' production with committee, Curtis Samuel and Shakir and Hollins and Keon Coleman. The answer is maybe we can't. We probably need an easier button, someone that's going to draw some attention, make some big catches for us. Makes sense for them too.
I have said for years, I don't understand why the NFL trade deadline is not more like the other sports. Why there wasn't more activity, why there aren't more players of note being shipped away. I mean, here we are still almost 2 weeks away from the deadline, and you've got a couple of blockbuster wide receivers moves. I think that's awesome for the sport. We've seen it trending this way the last couple of years. That's my first takeaway. Next would be, I love this trade for the Buffalo Bills. Love it. They need a wide receiver one. Keon Coleman might eventually be really good. Their second-round pick this past year. He is not there yet. He's just not ready. He doesn't get open enough, doesn't get enough targets or catches. But that tells you that he's not coming free. Mac Hollins is big. He's physical. He can help in the red zone. We saw that last night. But he's a down the depth chart guy. Khalil Shakir is more of a gadget guy. I'd say the same about Curtis Samuel. Get them in space. They can work the middle of the field underneath stuff on screens. But you don't have a third down war daddy. You don't have I need 7, get me 8. Physical, box them out, run routes, middle of the field, digs, in routes, the crosser, turn it upfield, run into some bodies and pick up the yards needed. And I think you get that now in Amari Cooper if you're the Buffalo Bills. Josh Allen's having a very good season without a legit wide receiver one at this point. 10 touchdowns, no picks, but he's having to do a lot of extra work with his feet that isn't sustainable. And I think they want to get better throwing the football. This will help them do that. The difference between this and the Adams deal, in my opinion, Danny, the Jets are 2-4 and probably not going anywhere quickly. The Bills are 4-2, a threat to Kansas City and one of the best teams in the conference. And they just got a legitimate weapon and a really good football player.
Yeah, this is what you do, right? If you're the team that's going to be in the postseason, think about for baseball. You're the first place team. Yeah, we could use a bullpen arm, or we could use a fifth starter or a corner outfield bat, and you pilfer from the losing team that's not going anywhere. Much less common in the NFL, but it's a good trade for all parties. Honestly, again, Cleveland is done. They're stuck. It's Watson. The ship is on fire. It's sinking. It's been split in half. No chance. So you start moving some of these parts, get some cap savings. Next year, Cooper, I think, has a $23 million cap hit, give or take. Bills don't care about next year. Don't care about 2 years from now. They got a window. The window may not be as wide open as it was a couple seasons ago, but they're still pretty damn good in a very winnable division.
Shouldn't the Browns, if they're selling off and admitting defeat and calling this season what it is, shouldn't they rip the Band-Aid off?
Yes.
I mean, there is such a thing as a sunk cost fallacy, right? People are familiar with this concept. The idea is, in a sunk cost fallacy, well, we already spent the money, so we got to use it. In fact, you've said on this show that you're this guy. Not that you're Mr. SCF or something, but basically, if I buy my kid something, you're going to use it.
Yep.
If I spend the money, we are going to get that thing. We're going to ride that bike until the wheels fall off, basically. The Browns made a terrible decision.
Yes, they did.
Blame whoever you want. Ownership, GM, staff. I don't care. It doesn't really matter how or why we got here with Deshaun Watson. He is incapable. He is incompetent. That offense is broken. And the longer you play him, it will not get better. This is now 3 years of banging your head against the wall, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. And the only argument to continue to play him is he's under contract for 2 more years with gigantic guaranteed cap numbers, 70+ million each of the next couple seasons in terms of his actual cap numbers. So we don't have a choice. Sure you do. Your choice is don't allow the terrible, awful decision to continue to fester. Rip the Band-Aid off. Keep paying the money you have to in dead money, whatever it takes. Or if you want to keep him on your roster and just tell him not to show up to work or be the third quarterback if he's willing to do that, then be my guest. But they have to end this charade immediately. And if they're admitting today that it's over, that the competitive portion of their season is done with, which is what you're doing when you trade Amari Cooper.
Yep.
Now is the time to do this.
100% agree. They've got some really good pieces. I mean, that's kind of my intrigue for the Browns this year was they were an 11-win team last year, right? With Joe Flacco. I think I've got that number right, but they've been competitive. Their roster is good. it's legit good, or it was really good with Cooper. Now without him, but there are pieces that a lot of teams would be interested in. See Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett, Jack Conklin, David Njoku, Dalvin Tomlinson. They got pieces on that roster that other teams would be intrigued by. Now, there's something to be said for who are your guys that you're going to build around, but there's also something to be said for we could really restock here as we get out from under this Watson thing. And by the way, a $200 million dead cap hit were they to cut him. First of all, can you imagine?
No.
Second of all, if this is the start of something, then there's some teams I can think of, maybe a couple, one pretty local that might be calling or should be calling and just inquiring. What's the asking price? Too much, thank you, or that sounds good to me. Something intriguing.
Here's your trade details on the big swap between the Browns and the Bills. Amari Cooper from Cleveland to Buffalo. The Browns are getting back a 3rd and a 7th round pick for Amari Cooper. The Bills get a 6th round pick. So basically a late round pick swap with a 3rd.
Basically a 3rd, yeah.
By the way, if you're keeping score at home, Davante Adams got a 3, could end up being a 2. Amari Cooper nets a 3 with a late round pick swap. Didn't Jahan Dotson get Washington a 3? And oh, by the way, that 3 is going to end up being a higher 3 than either of those other teams probably, because it's Miami's 3, which right now is slotted in the middle of the top 10. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Adam Peters, talk that S. Adam Peters, take a bow. Comb your hair just so. Look in the mirror at that jawline. What do you see?
I see a handsome man who made a right decision.
I think I do too.
Don't you see that?
Not a bad decision by Adam Peters. Speaking of the Commanders, a lot of breaking news coming in. We just got some news on one of their upcoming games getting flexed. I think this will excite fans. We'll give you the details on this as soon as we return right here on Grant and Danny. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. You are listening to The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, 4 hours from now. Coming up at 4, we're giving away Caps tickets. Trey Wingo in a half hour. Looking forward to talking to him. Austin Eckler is on the show today at 5 o'clock. Make sure you're locked in at that time. Here's your news we teased going to break. The Commanders and the Bears play in Week 8. Suddenly, that matchup is looking up. Chicago's won 3 in a row. Caleb Williams has played very, very well during that stretch. Both of these two teams feel like they're playoff bound, led by the top 2 picks in the draft. Caleb Williams 1-1 to Chicago, and of course, Jaden Daniels 1-2 here to Washington. The 1 o'clock kick in Landover, Maryland has been flexed to 4:25, and it'll be the nationally televised CBS game now. They are switching the A crew of Jim Nantz and Tony Romo onto that broadcast. So the Commanders, for the second time already this season, are seeing a game fought over and moved around to accommodate a larger national audience. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and jagglemen, I believe that's the, is that from one of the movies my kids watches? Maybe Sing. The Caitlin Clark effect. No, the Jaden Daniels effect. This is the Jaden Daniels effect.
We thought this might be a possibility when we looked at the schedule upon its release, right? As you look at, quarterbacks 1 and 2, there's intrigue there. If both teams were decent, there was a possibility that could go to Sunday night or some other kind of big spectacle and showcase, and sure enough, it's materialized that way. Only bad news is that it's a Romo game now, whereas before it would have been listenable. But here we are. It's a big deal, man. And what happens when you're in desire, when you're in demand, is things like this keep happening. When you're the darling, the attention is going to come hot and heavy. So I expect more of these things as the season progresses.
I want to go back to the point we were making right before the break about the wide receiver trades. There have been 2 pretty massive trades in the NFL today. Davante Adams goes from the Raiders to the Jets, and Amari Cooper is headed from the Cleveland Browns to the Buffalo Bills. He will almost certainly play in the playoffs, and Adams will do everything he can with Aaron Rodgers to ensure that the Jets also make it out of the AFC East. Last night did a little damage to their hopes, but it's still very early. But both of those players net what is the equivalent of a 3rd-round pick. If Adams has a monster remainder of the season, it's possible that ends up being a 2. And there's a pick swap element to get the 3 of the Amari Cooper deal, just like there was for Jahan Dotson. But I don't think we can underscore enough how big the Adam Peters trade of Dotson was. And I don't care that he hasn't really done anything in Philadelphia. New offense, new scheme, he had a couple of games where everyone was hurt, where he had a great opportunity, but none of that is relevant to me. I'm not covering that team. I don't know what the specific situation is. What I do care about, Danny, is they got basically equal value for Dotson as future Hall of Famer Davante Adams, and I don't know, maybe future Hall of Famer Amari Cooper. And every trade's a little different in terms of term and how much a guy makes and what money you're taking on and what's left on the contract. So it is not quite apples to apples.
Right. I think that's fair.
So everyone can save their lectures on why it's different. The point is, what'd you get back? Everyone's saying 3rd rounder, and one of these guys is not like the other. I think that's a massive win and a really good look for Adam Peters today. He'll get a text from, Mitch Rales and Josh Harrison company at some point saying, nice job.
Right. I mean, so nobody's suggesting that Jahan Dotson and Davante Adams are the same value. That's not the point, right? Obviously, as you see, there's context. A huge salary demand for a player lowers the amount that he would be worth. If it's just an open bidding and there's no contract involved, what was Davante Adams worth? Probably a 1st rounder, maybe multiple, but that's not what's happening. Of course, you have to tick on the salary and everything else. But just the way of the point, I think it's a very good one, is at the time, my view, and I think a lot of people were going, we're not really sure about this receiving room. It wasn't worth finding out a little bit. Maybe Dotson could pick it up over the next few seasons when you've got him and under control and there's no issue. And are we sure? Are we sure? That's a pretty bold move. And you fast forward, what is it now? 7 weeks since then. And you go, yeah, that was the right call. That was, and it's not one of those, well, in a certain light, nope, correct call. Door is shut. Let's move on to the next place. Like 100% right. Absolutely. They were right. Anybody that doubted them, I think it's reasonable to ask questions, but they knew what they were doing and they had it figured out in this regard. So the Dotson in a 5th with a third coming back, they had a plan, and it was a good one.
Everything's looking up for the locals.
Yeah.
Games getting flexed to accommodate bigger audiences.
Mhm.
Everyone wants a piece of Jaden Daniels right now, and the move that they made before the start of the season, which, by the way, has not really hurt them.
Not at all.
And again, Dotson not even mattering what he's done in Philly, but we were talking yesterday, it'd be nice to have a weapon. It'd be nice to have another player. I don't really think there's been a point this year at all where the wide receiver position has been an issue. Again, want versus need. You could even say in the big picture, if you want to be a great passing offense, they need more help at wide receiver. That's not what they are. They're not a great passing
That's right.
offense. They do a pretty good job being efficient. They're a run first, run second, let our quarterback make a play with his feet kind of offense, and they get in where they fit in vertically and horizontally in the passing game for the most part. But Terry McLaurin is on his way to a career high in touchdowns. Noah Brown has done a pretty good job on the outside. When they've needed Luke McCaffrey, targeted 11 times, 11 catches. When they've needed De'Ami Brown, they've been there. If you had a horse, a star, if you had Justin Jefferson, you could redesign the whole offense and get them involved, and maybe it'd look different. You don't really have that, but I don't think it's been an issue. They were the number one scoring offense in the league going into this past week, and they didn't lose this game because they couldn't move the ball or score.
Yep, 100%. And I thought it would be a weakness. I thought it would be a huge issue. I was wrong. They are leading the league in points scored, 5th in the league in yards per play, even after a good defensive performance by Baltimore this past week against them. So it's absolutely not an issue. The only thing I care about, a lot of people care about types of plays, like the Neanderthals that want to yell about establishing the run or run the dang ball like it's some secret formula. I don't care what you do. I only care about effectiveness. So there are a lot of different ways to skin a cat. Look at what the Ravens do versus what, say, I don't know, the Patriots with Brady and Randy Moss did, where they didn't even bother to hand the ball off. They just threw it 60 times a game. There's different ways to skin the cat. When you're effective, just be effective. How you do it is great. So they confidently said, we don't need the skill set that this guy brings, or lack thereof in this case. They have not missed his production in any way. And each week, what would be happening is, if the offense was scuffling as it was last year, or at times the year before, you're going, well, why aren't you getting this guy involved, this guy involved? There are no questions about who's involved and who's not. Do you know why? They're first in the league in points, 5th in yards per play, and the offense is good. So, ta-da, right? You don't need John Dotson. What you could use is the 3rd-round pick that's coming in the future. So it's exciting.
Yeah, happy about that. All right, let's get to the fact then that the Commanders, for the first time all season today, at least in one place, I haven't looked at all the books, but I got an email from Bet Online, and Washington has been installed, Danny, as the favorites to win the NFC East at that sports book today for the first time this season. If you look at the numbers, it's not by a lot. They're plus 125, a little better than even money, but you are getting what you put down and then some. I believe the Eagles were second. I'd have to pull it up at right around plus 150. So right behind Washington. And then there's a little gap between the Cowboys and then a big gap between the Giants. But first time, Danny, all season that the odds makers are saying Washington is going to win the NFC East. And it comes after a loss to Baltimore. It tells you a lot about what they thought about what they saw in Charm City from the Commanders.
Yeah, each week, each thing you turn in becomes more validating the larger sample that you get. In other words, do we know now they're plenty good enough to beat up on bad teams? Yeah, we've got some pretty good data that says that. Can they compete with some of the really good ones? Yeah. After Tampa Bay, it's hard to, it was hard to say that, right? Because they got throttled by Tampa. Now, that's week one. Weird stuff happened in week one for a lot of teams, not just them. So I don't want to say you throw it out, but I think you count, if you're weighing the sample, that one weighs a lot less than, say, the last 3 weeks to me. But and I think maybe it seems they view it the same. Right now, they're top 10 in almost every power rankings you're going to find. Right now, they look better than their competitors in the division. You got Jerry Jones on radio in Dallas threatening to get hosts fired because they asked him, hey, what happened this offseason? In Philadelphia, Nick Sirianni shaved his head like he's Britney Spears mid-meltdown, and he's screaming at fans. And he brings his kids to the presser so no one asks him questions. That's who they're competing against. Things are smelling a little rosy here in Washington right now. We're not used to that.
I would take this situation over the other situations. And you don't even have to think twice about it. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I do think this is a nice chance, though, to open up the phones for the first time today to take the temperature of our listening audience at 1-800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067 with this question. Do you agree that right now the Commanders should be considered the favorites to win the NFC East? I am going to say yes. I have felt this way for a couple of weeks. That's not to pretend like I expected any of this. I didn't. But after the way they played the Bengals and then beating the Cardinals how they did, it became fairly apparent this is a really good offense, that this quarterback is different and unique and special. And I just thought the division wasn't very good. So you could really start talking about not that they might or could win the division, but that they probably have a really good chance to, and maybe even use the wood should. Now, a couple of weeks more intel later, with the Cowboys getting embarrassed by the Lions and the Eagles, who just can't seem to get out of their own way. You beat the Browns by 4 off of a bye with Watson laying another egg in a game where Cleveland only scored a touchdown via special teams on a block kick.
Mm-hmm.
And you couldn't run away from them and hide. You couldn't put the game away. There's just something not quite right there. It has smelled bad. It's like you get in the car and you're like, what did we leave in the car? Something's not right in this car right now. That's what the Eagles' entire building has been smelling like since week 10 last year, basically. I can't put any faith in them.
Yeah.
I do believe Washington should be considered the favorites in the NFC East because they have the quarterback playing best. Right now, this moment, they are the best of those teams. They have the best resume, I guess is what I should say, through 6 weeks of football. And on top of all of that, Danny, their schedule is pretty good moving forward. It's not a terrible schedule. They've got the Panthers this weekend, the Bears after that, then the Giants, then the Steelers, who don't even know who their starting quarterback is right now. Maybe the most beatable 4-2 team in recent history. They play the Eagles. We're supposed to be worried about that. That's their next kind of quote-unquote difficult game against a really good team. The Cowboys, they play them twice, Philly twice. Again, we're saying that they're not scary. The Titans are bad. The Saints might blow out their coach. I don't know who's good that's left on their schedule. The best teams left on their schedule, in my opinion, are a Bears team that's beaten no one, a Falcons team that is just okay. They don't play the Chiefs. They just played the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see those teams on their schedule.
So before this week, before Sunday at 1:00, I said the Eagles are still the most likely team to win the division. One, because I said, okay, once Brown comes back, once Smith comes back, Lane Johnson comes back, it'll take them a second to kind of get, in comfortable with Kellen Moore, and they'll have enough time. They'll do some self-scouting during the bye week. They'll hit the ground running. They're going to win the following set of games, and we're going to look up. They'll have a great record. Cleveland, Giants, Bengals, Jaguars. That's what they had coming out of the break. Okay, coming out of their bye week, right? So I'm going, they'll be 6-2. And even if they're not that good, that's tough to overcome. So they're going to have a great chance to have a really, really good record. Now that I saw them against Cleveland, I'm going, I don't care who they play. They're middling. Maybe they'll get better. Maybe something will all kind of coalesce. They'll get us against the world mentality, and they'll start beating people again. I'm telling you, they are unimpressive. And I've kind of, I don't say I've given up hope because I love them losing and I hope all their fans are miserable forever. But I just sort of thought there's enough track record here. I know they swooned last year, but there's still a 10-1 team from a year ago. There's still a team that had a great chance to win the Super Bowl with that same core, this same coach. We're just abandoning them way too early. I'm off the ship. It just didn't look right. It still doesn't look right for them for whatever reason. They can't. Their best win was that fluky week 1 win against Green Bay. Since then, it's been eh. And what about scares you?
We can ask Trey Wingo about this at the top of the hour. He's joining us in 20 minutes, right at 3:00. But let's hit the calls on this next. 800-636-1067. The Commanders are showing up in books today for the first time as favorites to win the NFC East. Should they be considered the favorite to win the division? Are you ready to say that as we approach week 7? This is the Fan.
And we probably recognize, the biggest truth, we're not where we want to be yet from that. And so before you can do a lot more, you got to get that part under. And you need fights like yesterday, man. I'd love to tell you they came in good when you're being able to pull some guys in the fourth quarter, but you need to be in these hard matches that suck and you're pissed at the end because you didn't make the play that you needed to make.
I was going to ask Darius, was that from Sunday or Monday? Was that Dan Quinn audio? But then I realized how truthful he was being.
So it couldn't be Wednesday.
That sounded like To Tell the Truth Monday to me.
That's Monday.
That had to be his press conference yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was just being so truthful. He was keeping it real. He was giving you the real, Danny.
My face hurts. Does your face hurt?
Well, you got hit with all that
I
truth.
got hit with all the truth right in my face. Smacked me in the face with that truth. I'm like, ow, bro.
Stings the nostrils a
Lie
little bit.
a little bit at least. Turn it down some.
So, Darius, I don't even need to know anymore. I already know that was from Monday because that was a lot of truth being told right there. I am humbled by that truth. I don't know about you guys. On a To Tell the Truth Monday. The good guys are 4-2. They've got the Panthers coming to town. Great chance to get to 5-2. Their game next week against the Bears is being flexed to 425 to accommodate a national audience. We're asking you, should the Commanders be the favorites in the NFC East? They are showing up now in some books as the favorites to win the division for the first time. BetOnline put out their odds via email to people all over the country that are in sports broadcasting today, and they show Washington now narrowly ahead of Philly as the most likely team to win the East, and I think that's how it should be. That's not just reactionary to this weekend. It's a 6-week sample, and the Commanders have been the best team, and at the most important positions, on the field, on the sideline, in the front office, they've been better. Let's go to John, who's in Centerville on Grant and Danny. How are you, John?
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. Yeah, I think we got a lot going for us. I think we smell blood in the water. Dallas, Philly, I think the expectations are there for them to win the division. There's going to be a lot of pressure going into those games. You said last week Lamar has a crazy record against the NFC because they don't see him a lot. I think one advantage for us, Quinn's seen Dallas, he's seen Philly, but no one's seen Jaden. So I think we can at least snap one from each of them, and that might be enough to get it done.
I like the math there. I mean, that's what we talked about through the first 5 weeks of the season. You drop one this week, obviously, but by going 4-1, you give yourself some opportunity to hit a bogey or to par a hole or to lose a game or two, right? As you kind of go through it. When you are 3-6, as they were in, say, 2012, you got no margin for error. You can't lose a single one of those games. And those magical runs were just that. But we talked about this a million times. When was the last time they were good from the beginning, middle, end of the season? Just a regular good football team. And that's what this looks like, right? They haven't had that since, again, probably 1999, where they started off well, played well in the middle, and then weirdly played well in the end. And we're just pretty good, and we're a playoff team.
10-6, by the way, that year.
And that's all we're talking about.
13-3.
And that's all we're talking about. To me, this is, yes, it's Washington. They jumped up a weight class and show you that they're better. But to me, it's more about the rest of the division, honestly. This is why I'd go, now they're the favorite. Because if there's too many bodies to crawl over, it might be more difficult. But Philly ain't great, neither is Dallas.
Let's go to Sean in Falls Church on G&D. What's up, Sean?
Hey, guys. I appreciate you taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Thank you. So, yeah, I would say that Philly has the personnel, but they just can't figure it out. I would say Dallas thinks that they have the person, or Jerry more so thinks that he has the personnel, but he just is never going to figure it out. I think if Cleveland has that fire sale that they should be having, I think if they take Nick Chubb and throw it into Dallas, I think that's a different situation. I don't think that's going to happen. But if that does happen, whatever, I still think that the Commanders have what it takes and the personnel and the drive to take care of business. Again, the Giants, yes, of course, they're there and they always play tough and they actually are probably playing above their weight class, but they're not going to figure it out.
Right, it's a low ceiling team, yeah.
I would say this too, and thank you for the call, buddy. We appreciate you. I think his caveat's important. I could see the Eagles making a trade. Howie's always very aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
They're supposed to win this season. That this is their window, so to speak, with Hurts having been paid. I could see them going out and adding talent that might change the picture in the NFC East. I could even see the Cowboys with Jerry feeling the heat literally today on the radio, getting crushed for their offseason. Now, their cap situation makes it really difficult, and frankly, I don't know how they'd be able to pull it off. but there's a want for them possibly to go get a running back to go help themselves. I'm not sure that Adam Peters and Washington are going to try to make moves or want to go add talent and fix problems because they're ahead of schedule and they might be waiting for this coming off season where they have the second most money in the NFL to surround the quarterback with talent in a more thorough free agency period. And that we don't know. So we're just basing it on right now, this moment. But clearly, if the GMs get aggressive, it could change some things. Kendall Crofton, you're on the Fan. How are you?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's our division to lose, obviously, for the points that you guys and everyone has made. Dallas, I don't care if you can go get they're terrible at this point. The Eagles, too, and then the Giants are the Giants. So that's one aspect of the equation. But the other aspect is that our offense with Jaden at the helm has proven to me that even if you take one of their main drivers away, which the Ravens did, Jaden can still just torch you from the pocket. And so our offense is a real offense. And so when you talk about we haven't been just a good team, first half of the middle of the season and that in the end, I think with this offense, even though the defense is suspect as all get out, I think that we can beat anybody with this offense. And so with that being said, I think we're going to just continue to just chop our own wood and not even look over there at Dallas and the Eagles and New York, and we're going to win this division.
I'm here for that. Kendall, I'm going to
yeah.
steal a phrase that you just said. It is Washington's division to lose. Forget all of the expectations and being ahead of schedule, and they're just in their first year of this coach. None of that matters right now. They're going to be 5-2 if they don't lose to a terrible team at home this weekend. And at that point, with their remaining schedule and everybody else's, plus the resume, it would be a letdown not to win the division. It is now in your hands. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to. And to use his terminology, it's their division to lose. I think that's the right way to put it. Let's talk to Trey Wingo about this and other NFL items. The former host of NFL Live on ESPN for many years joins us on Grant and Danny, top of the hour at 4 o'clock. Beltway Blitz time today. We're giving away Caps tickets. That's an hour and 5 minutes from right now. The football team's got a bright future. We know that. It is probably time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of this show is going to take good care of you in doing that. They're the law firm, Kandori and Murad. They'll help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their entire estate planning attorney group today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. We'll give away Caps tickets in 1 hour. By the way, they play tonight against the Vegas Golden Knights.
Oh, hello there.
Trying to get their first win of the season. Ovi trying to get goal number 1. He needs 41 to chase down Wayne Gretzky this season. We'll preview that game before we get out of here. But right now, let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app. Visit betql.com. We welcome onto the show a guy that we love chatting with. It's been a couple of football seasons since we had him on, though. Trey Wingo of the DraftKings Network joins us now. Trey, it's Grant and Danny in D.C. Good to have you back on. How you been?
Oh, Grant, Danny, always good to be with you guys. Good to be with the people in the district area. Shout out to the 7 car. How we doing, guys?
We are good, my friend. It's rarefied air around here. We're not used to this. We're sort of confused how to act in the picture. We don't do it with our hands. Like, it was one in my pocket. Am I like stroking my chin at this point? We're good. It feels like it's real, right?
Absolutely. And just think about how quickly things have changed here, right? Not only did we finally get rid of the stench of Daniel Snyder with competent leadership and ownership, then we get we hit on the right quarterback, and I thought you brought in the right head coach. You know, I did a lot of stuff for DraftKings Network on the pregame power up, which is Monday and Thursday night, 6 o'clock Eastern. A lot of radio interviews asking me about which team do you think can go from worst to first this year, and I said I really like the idea that it could be the Commanders, because historically nobody repeats in this division, and the Cowboys have proven that to be the case. They lost 7,000 to 2 again on Sunday, and so they're out. The Eagles have their coach who'd rather chirp with his home fans instead of focusing on a much-needed win. The Giants are awful, so why not the Commanders? And I think I'm feeling pretty good about my assessment of them right now.
Trey Wingo on G&D talking about the first place 4-2 Commanders. All that's standing between them and 5-2 is the Carolina Panthers now. What do you make?
Book it. 5-2. Book it.
It feels like it, right? What do you make of the Daniels rookie campaign to this point?
Well, listen, I got to tell you, I've known Jaden a long time. I remember when he was a freshman starting at Arizona State for my good friend Herm Edwards. And Herm was like, this kid's got something. Now he has to develop and has to learn. But he has that quality that you want in all of these guys that are great. And that's why he started as a freshman at Arizona State and got a couple of huge wins for them, including some big ones on the road. And then when it all fell apart, went to LSU and won the Heisman. My only concern was he was a little slight. And, so far that has not proven to be the case. But, he got to the best 4-game start in terms of completion percentage since the AFL-NFL merger of 1970. That's how good he's been. And obviously, a game a couple of weeks ago, he wasn't statistically great, but he still made all the throws. And they just ran into a pretty good Baltimore Ravens team that I think, when it's all said and done, is probably going to be the biggest challenge to the Chiefs out of the AFC. So I really like Jaden. I think he can make every throw, but more importantly, he has the composure. He has that thing that you want natural leaders to have, and people feed off of that.
Trey Wingo with us here on G&D. So let's go into their place at the table, right? So if this division is down, which I think we all kind of agree it is, I kind of was holding out hope. It's not real hope because I hate Philadelphia. I hope they lose every game they ever play forever. But just in terms of predictions, I thought, okay, maybe this group will get their act together. But for the NFC, Minnesota, great start. Detroit's good. Green Bay has showed pretty well. Tampa is good. They already beat Washington. San Francisco is reeling. Where does Washington stand in the NFC to you? I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, but how many teams, I guess, would you say, you know what, I think they're better than Washington?
Well, here's what I would say about the NFC in general. You're asking me, who do I think is legitimate at this point in the season? I feel really good about Detroit. Detroit has the things we're talking about. They have a culture. They know who they are. They have an identity. They feed off their coach. They respect their coach. The players respect what he's trying to do. So I would absolutely at this point put Detroit at number 1. Now, I would say to you, 1 through 53 roster-wise, San Francisco probably has the best roster in all of the NFL, but they've just been beset with injuries, and they have some issues they've got to work out. We don't know what's going on with Christian McCaffrey.
And then I would put, look, Minnesota's been a great story, but I'm not completely sold on Minnesota. I would lump in Washington with Minnesota, Green Bay, and Philadelphia in that next level. There's something not right in Philadelphia. I said it before the season. People thought I was crazy. Sirianni has got to grow up. When they won the Monday night game last year, he's got to stop acting like a 12-year-old. When they won the game Monday night in Kansas City last year, he walked off the field saying, "Kansas City fans, see ya. I don't have to hear your crap anymore." No, bro, winning a regular season Monday night game is not the same as blowing a 10-point lead in the Super Bowl. So let's bring you back to reality. And then during that Super Bowl, remember, Super Bowl 57, he's out there, pretending on a long delay like a first down, and his quarterback, who's 10 years his junior, had to say, "Hey, put your arm down, calm down, act like an adult." So I think there are real issues in Philadelphia. So I don't know what to make of them. I would put the Commanders right in the mix, right behind those top two teams.
What about the NFC South, where Tampa Bay and Atlanta are both 4-2? It seems like New Orleans is taking on water right now. But the Falcons beat the Bucs and have the tiebreaker for the moment. They got outplayed in that game if you look at some of the metrics. Like they won in overtime on an amazing walk-off. Who wins that division, and who do you think's better?
It's hard for me to buy into Atlanta because of, history. But they're playing pretty well, and I don't know what Kirk's going to be in the postseason. I'll just be honest with you about that. I think I like Tampa a little bit more. I like the redemption story of Baker a lot. A lot of these guys aren't Jaden Daniels or C.J. Stroud or Patrick Mahomes when they're drafted, right? Sometimes it takes a little while for the recipe to bake, and you got to marinate a little while. Same thing with Sam Darnold and the thing he's doing in Minnesota. So Baker has found a home on his fourth team, and Swaggy Baker is the best version of Baker. They asked him after the game last week, "Did you see the Texas fans or the Texas players planting your jersey after the Texas OU game and then putting the flag on it?" And his response was, "Well, I'm a kid from Austin who beat Texas twice the last two times I played them, so I guess I'm living rent-free in their head." That's the Baker that Tampa Bay needs, and he's been that guy this year. So I would lean towards Tampa Bay in that situation.
Trey, we just saw Baltimore here probably play their best game of the season as they, they're ascending offensively. They're awesome. Defensively, I thought they played pretty well. They're not great there yet, but, it's not what we're used to seeing with the Ravens. But give me your assessment of them and what's their ceiling.
I think that there are three teams in the league that know exactly who they are. And those three teams to me are the Chiefs, the Lions, and the Ravens. There's an identity. There's a culture. They know exactly who they are and what they can be. Like the Ravens want to play bully ball, get a lead on you, and then wear you out, right? Now, here's the entire list of teams in the history of the NFL that have started the season outrushing their first six opponents by at least 100 yards. The 2024 Ravens, that's it. They know who they are. And it took them a while. Like the first two games, they really weren't using Derrick Henry that much. In the opening game loss to Kansas City and the loss at home to the Raiders, which looks like it's such a head scratcher now. But I do believe that they are – the problem for the Ravens, guys, is that we've seen this before in the regular season, right? And it's kind of the same thing for Buffalo. And they just made a big trade to get Amari Cooper. But they can do all these things in the regular season, and people will be like, yeah, but show me in the postseason, right? Because that's what it's going to be. I mean, Lamar's won 2 MVPs. They've had home field advantage on several occasions, and they haven't, in the Lamar Jackson era, been able to get through that thing. The Ravens with Lamar as their starter in the postseason are 2-4. So all these things are going great in the regular season. We're going to have to see it when it matters most, and that's my concern for Baltimore.
Trey Wingo, DraftKings Network, with us here on Grant and Danny. Did the Jets wait too long to get Davante Adams? They're now 2-4, lost to the Bills last night. Or do you think they still got a chance to rally in the AFC East?
Well, listen, a couple of things. First of all, I think that 9-8 might get you the 7th seed, right? So they're 2-4. So if they're going to go 9-8, they've got to go 7-4 down the stretch, and they've got some winnable games. But this move for Davante Adams, I think, makes them a little better, but I think it creates as many problems as it solves. Okay, let's be honest. They're not the New York Jets. They're the New York Aaron. This MFer can do whatever he wants. They have given him the entire franchise to him. And it's in a kind of embarrassing way, right? Because he's going to be 41 this year. And is he coming back next year? And they have 28 players on an expiring contract. And they've just taken Davante Adams. And to make the deal happen, they absorbed all the salary. The Raiders don't have to pay him anything. So they are all in on Aaron Rodgers being their savior. And Aaron Rodgers is as much of the problem as anybody else on the Jets, okay? That's just 2 straight games in a row. He's thrown a game-sealing interception. The one thing you could say about Aaron his entire career, he was interception averse to a fault almost. And now he's been the reason, or one of the reasons, they have lost 2 straight games. They've lost 3 in a row, but he's one of the reasons. Actually, you could make it. He was awful in the game against Denver too, right? So here's the thing that I find hilarious about the Jets. By the way, the 30 for 30 on the 2024 Jets is going to be must-see TV because they have ceded everything to this guy who's going to be 41. The Jets last year, through 6 games, had scored 113 points and were 3-3 with Zach Wilson. Hall of Famer, first ballot, no doubt. Aaron Rodgers comes in. The Jets have scored exactly the same points and have a worse record. This is what happens when you give one guy control of the entire franchise. And they can say whatever they want about Aaron Rodgers didn't have any input on the firing of Robert Saleh. Woody Johnson has never fired a head coach midseason before. He fired him a week ago today, last Tuesday, and Monday night he acknowledged he had a conversation with Aaron Rodgers, but they didn't talk about the firing of Robert Saleh. You guys ever see the movie JFK with Kevin Costner?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, when Joe Pesci's character is trying to explain why he was doing all these things, and Kevin Costner's character says, "I'm sorry, but I simply find your story not believable." Like, I don't believe any of that. And Joe Pesci says, "Which part?" And he says, "All of it." I don't buy anything the Jets are selling. Now, Davante and Aaron will have a rhythm. They'll have chemistry, but at what cost? Because now you're taking Garrett Wilson, who was the offensive rookie of the year last year in the AFC, and knocking him down a peg. And he was that with Zach Wilson. You have an asset that you want to hang on to in Garrett, and now you've knocked him down the peg, and you're wondering, okay, well, what happens to me? Look, Davante will make Aaron Rodgers feel better, but I have absolutely no idea if it's going to be enough to make the Jets better than what they are, which is, let's be honest, kind of a joke.
Trey Wingo with us here on G&D. What about their opponents last night, Buffalo? They make a move for Amari Cooper, sort of on the heels of this Davante Adams thing. They're in first place, and they just upgraded a little bit.
Yeah, they needed to do that. I mean, you go back and look at the last 2 games before last night, against the Ravens where they got blown out of the building. Josh was 16 of 29 for under 200 yards. The week before, he was 9 of 30. Like 9 of 30, guys. That's hard to do if you're not playing the 85 Bears or the 2000 Ravens, you should never see 9 of 30 from a quarterback the level of Josh Allen. So they had to do something because they have a whole new cast. I do think they'll figure it out. They'll find some rhythm. Their defense isn't nearly as good as it was last year. But, the thing about Josh, which I really like, is that he has now gone 8 straight games without an interception. That's the longest stretch of his career. And we're talking about a guy, since he became the starter, nobody had more turnovers, fumbles, or interceptions than Josh Allen. So I think this is a really smart move by them. I think it's their division to win. Miami says Tua's coming back, but when he comes back, will they be too far down to even matter? So I do think Buffalo still is the team to beat in the AFC East.
Trey Wingo on Grant and Danny. Information is always fantastic. Trey, we appreciate you. Thank you, buddy.
All right, man. And don't forget, check out the pregame Power Up Monday and Thursday, 6 o'clock Eastern on DraftKings Network.
We will check it out. DraftKings Network making Trey Wingo possible for us here on The Fan. You remember him from his days on ESPN hosting NFL Live. Good to spin around the NFL with him. You agree with me, though, that we're trending in the right direction from an entertainment standpoint for the NFL trade deadline? Forever, it was just talking about the sport like it was basketball. I think this guy could end up there. It'd be a great fit for this team is this wide receiver. And what if this defensive end who's getting all these sacks on a bad team ends up with this one hole getting filled for this one team that needs a pass rusher? It never worked like that for years and years and years. But we're getting closer and closer. And I've always asked everyone behind the scenes on the show, why can't it be like basketball, like hockey, where trades that just make sense happen? Team that needs a receiver gets the receiver. Teams that are bad sell off. There was never really a good answer. It's happening, though, and today we've seen 2 blockbuster receiver deals.
Yeah, it's almost like a cultural thing, and I don't have a better word than culture, but you know what I mean? Like it's just not done in the NFL. It never was. A lot of stuff wasn't done in the NFL. You know, if somebody was in a coma from 1985 till right now, and they'd wake up and they watch an NFL game, they go, "What the hell is this?" First of all, why can I see it so clearly? Second of all, why is everyone in shotgun all the time? Third of all, why is the quarterback running? And why can't you hit that receiver? And what the hell is what's a 2-point conversion? I mean, everything is different. And it took a while, but it sort of became that last bit of kind of common sense. That wall got knocked down a little bit to a degree. So you're right. It's teams that I think because football was built, I had so many theories as to why this was this way. But one of them to me was football was built, coached, played, sort of passed down as like the ultimate macho Oklahoma drill, bull in the ring kind of sport. You know, they used to say, get your belt rung. That's a concussion, dude. He needs to go see a neurologist. But because of that, admitting that you're not good, even when everybody can see that you're not good, was just the non-starter. We compete right now. We compete. You had to do that. You had to talk about getting low and firing off and beating the man. The low man wins and wrestle your guy in the dirt and eat his kneecap. You couldn't ever just go, actually, it's pretty unreasonable. We could benefit a lot more. We're already going to be bad with him, so why don't we get better without him? You see what I'm saying? Let's get future assets. And no one would do it. Now it's always made so much practical sense. I think now that wall has been broken down.
One more name to keep in mind that could be traded imminently is Hassan Reddick, who has changed agents.
Yes.
In the last couple of days. He now is represented by Rosenhaus Sports and Drew Rosenhaus. He got fired.
Yeah, I was going to say his agency fired him, which is interesting.
Just said, you're dragging us down.
Uh-huh.
We look worse because of you.
Yeah, we like having players that want to play football.
So they moved on from him. And now he still isn't reporting to the Jets, but he has been given permission to seek a trade. So if you need a pass rusher, you need someone coming off the edge, and Washington does, but no thank you on that front. I mean, if you haven't shown up for work and you're not interested in just going and proving yourself, I'm not interested in you. But there's probably going to be a team, I would think, that takes the bait there and tries to bring him aboard. Other NFL news to tend to today includes in Pittsburgh, where it sounds like a quarterback change is in the works for a 4-2 team. Justin Fields could be benched for Russell Wilson. We'll get into that. I also want to talk about what happened for the Washington Nationals 5 years ago today. You are listening to Grant and Danny. In a half hour, we'll give away tickets to the Capitals on Halloween night. They're playing Montreal. You got to be listening right here on the Fan if you want those tickets. Remember, Austin Eckler gives us trusted insight today. Our trusted insider presented by IT Cadre. That's at 5 o'clock in 90 minutes right here on the Fan. 5 years ago today, October 15th, 2019, on this radio program, the NFL backseat, the Commanders, who were then called the Redskins still, irrelevant on this radio program on that day. Danny, we were spending 4+ hours in midday in 2019 talking about the Washington Nationals punching their ticket to the World Series.
Dude, the World Series. I looked at not even apropos of anything. I looked at that video the other night, just going through my old Instagram. It's up in the press box. There's actually the auxiliary room, the spillover, because it was so packed, with reporters. And
I was going to say, so the press box is level 5.
Uh-huh.
It's really level 89. It's the highest place
205
that's ever been. Like if you were at the top of the Empire State Building next to Nationals Park, you'd be even with the press box.
Mm-hmm.
But right above the press box is where they call the games from. That's the Charlie and Dave booth and the Bob Carpenter booth. We had a little auxiliary booth where we were staged and set up to do a lot of our broadcasting that day that we watched the game from.
Yeah, sort of turned sideways and like my neck hurt afterwards. I didn't care. That first inning when they're up 3-0, 3 games down against St. Louis, Patrick Corbin throwing as hard as he ever has, just dealing, struck out like I think double digits through 5 innings, kind of maybe burned a little bit too bright and ran out of gas at one point, but they scored 1 million runs and it was just this party. It was this coronation. And I videoed that last out, that fly out to center field and the pandemonium, watching Ryan Zimmerman and Anthony Rendon meet right at the pitcher's mound and then embrace and sort of scanning around and watching these guys that had gone through the worst start you can imagine for a World Series contender who had ripped off every win that you had to win and including comebacks down 7 runs against the Mets in the 9th inning and everything under the sun, had just won the National League Championship Series. They didn't exist. I wanted them to exist when I was a kid. That's all I wanted. A team that I could go to games in my home city. And they're going to the World Series, dude. I'll never forget it.
Game 4 of the 2019 LCS, as they pulled off the sweep at home, was actually on the 14th. So this would have been 5 years ago last night. Today was the day that we celebrated all over town that there would be a World Series game played in Washington, D.C. And in fact, the way the schedule worked out, there were 3 of them in a row, games 3, 4, and 5, played here in D.C. We won't talk about the results.
It's not important.
Of any of those games.
That's not important.
Because Washington was 4-0 in Houston, and they won the World Series, and that's what matters. But this was the clinching moment with Victor Robles in center field making the catch, garnering the out to send the Nats to the World Series.
In the air, center field. This should do it. Robles will squeeze it, and there it is. The Washington Nationals are National League champions. There will be a World Series in D.C.
What a time to be alive. It feels simultaneously like a week and 38 years ago. I don't know how both can be true. I'm going to lean towards 38 years ago right now, though. That feels like a long, long time ago as a baseball fan.
Yeah, I'll go through it. That first inning where they scored, 7 runs, I think, ultimately. Trey Turner, Phillies. Adam Eaton, retired. Anthony Rendon, worst contract in sports possibly for the Angels. Juan Soto, Yankee. Howie Kendrick, retired. Ryan Zimmerman does some occasional broadcasting for the team. Victor Robles in center field plays for Seattle.
By the way, stunk here for years and years and years, and then they got rid of him and he immediately became an all-star with the Mariners.
Yeah, Jan Gomes gets a base hit in that inning. Patrick Corbin.
Gomes is here.
Jan Gomes is here. Patrick Corbin, sack punt. They don't have pitchers hit anymore. Trey Turner, Philadelphia. Adam Eaton, inning ends with a bullet line out to shortstop. That was that first inning. Like, everything is so different then.
The best. Brian Anderson on the call, Turner Sports. Danny sleeps on Brian Anderson. Ryan sleeps on Brian Anderson, and especially you. Darius.
Especially Darius?
Especially you.
Don't you dare do that. How dare you?
How good is Brian Anderson?
far as I'm concerned, he's the greatest.
He's
Like,
really
I
good.
love that. I love those sounds.
Yeah.
A World Series is happening in Washington, dude.
Bring those back. But that was 5 years ago last night. I posted a video if you want to go check it out at Grant H. Paulson of that moment. And that was like almost every other memory from the end of any of those games, clinchers. Dan Hudson on the hill, who, speaking of how much the world has changed, he's still pitching.
Still pitching.
Crazy. My buddy played with him at Old Dominion. They were both freshmen together. He's just an old guy like me. He's a year older than me, my boy Joe. And so Joe texted me like 2 nights ago, watching Dan Hudson slam the door in game 1. He's like, Huddy! Exclamation point.
Still
I'm like,
around, man.
Can you believe 3 Tommy Johns or whatever it is later, just gassing it up at 97? Dan Hudson's still doing work.
So much about that, just real quick, pitching wise. How about Anibal Sanchez? Like a perfect game deep
Danny
into the
is
ball.
diving so deep into this box score, he just can't help himself.
I can't stop, dude. And remember,
What happened in the 2-1 count in the 4th?
Well, I'll tell you. Speaking of Dan Hudson, by the way, remember he wasn't at the first game, birth of his child. So Sean Doolittle closes, no problem.
You know what you sleep on about that? Was Jeff Passan, who's the greatest baseball writer in America, and probably, if I'm being honest, the best sports writer in America with ESPN. Do you know why I'm bringing him up?
That Jeff Passan guy?
No, Jeff Passan went to the hospital with Huddy and his wife. So like I don't know how he got wind of it or how good writers do stuff like this, but he found out that Dan Hudson was going to miss the beginning of the series because he was having a baby. And it became, I don't want to say a controversy of like, really, dude? The NLCS, you're like, you're going to miss these games for the, okay. I guess you only have a baby a couple times, but whatever. But anyway, then Passan has this story about the flights to and from and driving to the hospital. And he was like in the hospital with the couple. Do you remember that?
I do now that you mention it. Yeah. He's like, okay, squeeze this. Here's some ice chips. He's like helping out,
Exactly. It's wild.
Then Scherzer in the twilight, in the shadows against Adam Wainwright. He was ridiculous. And then here's a break for St. Louis. Strasburg shoving. Like they had no chance. As soon as they got out of that division series, man, they turned into that buzzsaw. God, awesome. So great.
Before we get back to football,
I know.
While we are just,
I'm just so happy about
we're
it.
bathing in a little baseball. And before you dive deeper into the box score with like what happened in the 2-2 pitch in the 4th inning, Juan Soto last night, my guy. Little bomb in the ALCS.
Yeah, it was really cool.
I hate using the he's an ex, and it's like seeing the girl because it's such an obvious kind of cliched way to describe the feelings. But I am super conflicted with Juan Soto because, first off, I love him so much. All I want is good things for him. So for him to go win another World Series would make me so happy. I know he's a Yankee, but I just want good things for the guy with the best smile who's just a mensch and a good dude and a great player. But also, there is something to the one that got away when you just know she's perfect. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like she gives to charity and she was so nice and she made you better and she was a great student and she was a wonderful, mom and whatever else it was, right? And she's living her best life. She's so happy.
She don't need you.
And she's still the best. Like she does everything better than everyone else.
Uh-huh.
That's what it's like watching Juan Soto knowing we were happy once. Now you're better off without me.
Yeah.
That's the tough part, is that you're better off without me. It's just a humbling
You got those
feeling.
wings out and you're soaring a little bit, aren't you?
It's like to tell the truth Monday or Friday or whatever
Tuesdays,
day that is.
yeah.
A little bit. Like, because I know that I know you don't need me to be happy.
Right.
I need you to be happy, but you don't need me.
That's right.
This was ALCS bomb for Juan Soto last night. Like he was still wearing a Nats jersey, turns on it, that uppercut swing. He does the like toe clicking bit that he does, rounding third. Miss you. Love you.
Cobb deals a 2-1. Soto, a high drive, right center field. Wynn beating it up, and it's going to defy the wind. A home run by Soto. Towering drive, piercing that wind coming in. Juan Soto puts the Yankees on the board in the 3rd inning.
You don't know who that was on the call.
Brian Anderson?
You sleep on Brian Anderson.
Number 1, they're going to the World Series.
Ryan sleeps on Brian Anderson.
Number 2, they're either going to play the other dumb New York team.
And especially Darris sleeps on Brian
Or
Anderson.
the Dodgers. Like, this is not a great playoff scenario. By the way, that's not much fun to
Yankees,
hate watch these teams.
Mets, Dodgers.
Yeah, it's like, are the overdogs available? Let's bring them up.
Come on, Guardians.
Here we go.
Come on, Cleveland.
Jose Ramirez and Stephen Kwan and maybe a little Lane Thomas.
Juan Soto, man.
Juan Soto, dude.
You want him to win.
No. Plays the Yankees. My hatred for the Yankees overwhelms any joy I get. Juan Soto has a World Series. He's going to make $1 trillion in free agency.
Your hatred for the Yankees outweighs your love for Juan Soto.
Yes. I have a dark heart when it comes to sports. Like, I love Trey Turner. Never did anything wrong. Plays the Phillies now. I hope he goes over 7,000.
Respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Turner's cute and fun. That's a neat little thing. He ain't Juan Soto.
I'm not saying he is. I'm saying Trey Turner. Like, if you go to a team that I hate, that's enough. That's it. That's the end of your success for me.
I think what I need is your love for Juan Soto to supplant your hatred for a team that doesn't matter in another league.
Can never do it.
That's where I'm at here.
Can never do it. They are the darkness. They built the Death Star, then after it got blown up, they learned from their mistakes and they built another one.
And they don't win anymore, so who cares?
They win plenty.
They've won once since 1999, I think.
They win
2000.
97 games a year, and they just sort of if one signing doesn't work, doesn't matter. We'll just sign somebody else.
They're just irrelevant.
They're pretty relevant. They're going to the World Series.
They're in the American League. They won in 09.
Mm-hmm.
Was barely out of high school.
Now, if you can make
before
all
that,
of those,
they hadn't won since I was in elementary school.
Now, here's the deal I'll make with you, in all sincerity. If you can give me back those 4 years where all the backwards hat Yankee bandwagon dude bros that yelled all the time at me and everyone else that was like just trying to live their lives, you can give me back that time, I'll get on board with you.
That's what I love
Do you
about
have
the
that?
Yankees. There is a Cowboys element to them
Oh, yeah.
that doesn't really get talked about, where they never actually win anything meaningful. Now, again, 2009, they won a championship, so that's kind of the difference between them and the Cowboys in that regard. But they are Kardashian-esque. You know, they are famous for being famous in a lot of ways.
Yeah, they had that run, of course, in the 90s after Derek Jeter flied out to right, and the person who should not be named robbed the fly ball from Tony Tarasco.
Oh, Jeffrey Mayer.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
So never forget, Jeter flew out to right, and they won that series
Oh, I
because of
haven't
it.
forgotten.
Well, but you're cheering for him now, so you embrace
I'm
them.
cheering for Juan Soto.
Hey, big Yankee fan over there. You and Ryan can do a podcast. So, what was the point of that? I lost my train. That's not important.
You were just.
I hate the Yankees. That's
I think you were busy besmirching my character.
No, I just hate the Yankees, but you love them. So go Yanks, right?
biggest Yankees fan you know.
Look, I hope Juan gets it.
Yeah.
Who else gets it though? They wear pinstripes
I'm
and they can't
getting
have mustaches.
Taste of Clary's medicine. Steelers quarterback situation, and then give you a double play next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. You're listening to The Fan.
15 minutes. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. The Steelers are reportedly giving Russell Wilson first-team reps today. Sounds like they could be trending towards starting him in their Sunday night game against the Jets. New York's very good defensively. It got off to a slow start last night, but over the last, frankly, 3 years, really since they hired Robert Saleh, they've been the best defense in the National Football League. So it'll be a tough assignment either way. Here's where I'm at on the Steelers quarterback situation. I don't think either one is good. I think we know at this point that Justin Fields is a bad passer, and we know that Russell Wilson is washed. I just think that Fields gives you more good because he can run and make plays and because the defense has to account for him running. He helps your running game because of that. He helps you with making plays out of the pocket. So because of that, I would just lean toward him, and I'm surprised they're going with Russell Wilson, but Tomlin seems to be making the decision to at least give Wilson a shot.
Yeah, it's strange to me. If you're 2-4, make the switch. I don't get why now. I know the offense hasn't put up great numbers and points and things, but do you expect that to switch with Russell Wilson at the helm? I certainly don't. To me, you already said it. I'm basically going, my defense is so good. I'll try to ground and pound and hope my guy makes one explosive, awesome play. That's what Fields is good for, right? You're down in, down out, drop back and be a surgeon. He's not going to do that. But again, neither is Wilson. I'm going to have one highlight play where he runs, from one side of the field to the other side of the field, throws off his back foot, hits somebody downfield, maybe get a touchdown. That's their best chance of winning is defense, special teams, and one magical play from a playmaking quarterback. Well, that's who's playing. I don't get this one.
Yeah, your boy doesn't get it either, and I'm not going to get it, I don't think. We'll see. Maybe they feel like Wilson's a better fit in that offense. They'll be able to give him more just protecting the football and not making mistakes. But even though I've never been a Fields guy, I just think he presents more problems for a defensive coordinator. And if I'm a DC, I'd rather play Wilson because I know he's not very good, but I know exactly where he's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Fields isn't very good, but I never know where he's going to be. It just seems like that's harder to prepare for. Let's get to your double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Do this one quick. GP, I know you got a nice one waiting in the wings. A lot of folks have sent us this video. I'm at Funny Dandy. Grant's at Grant H. Paulson. I'm sure you saw this. The Ravens fan post-game on the street that apparently is quite literally looking for someone to beat up. Like that seems to be the agenda, where he's trying to find somebody to fight wearing a Washington jersey. Two guys are kind of standing there, either getting an Uber or doing, who knows what's happening, but it's incredibly graphic. The guy rolls up, beats them both up. He's a big, strong dude, obviously. And it now sounds as if there is punishment coming. They've identified the person and, there is repercussions to be had, certainly. But this is like scary stuff here. I don't know another way around that, where you're kind of going, just trying to leave, trying to go home, or maybe I'm going somewhere else to a restaurant, who knows? And this dude just rolls up because you're wearing a different colored shirt and says, now's the time for me to probably beat both of these guys up. It is like a jaw-dropping video I've watched 1,000 times.
Yeah, he's a despicable human being, and I hope he goes to prison. That's number one. Number two, we are in an era where idiots, for some reason, being shown on video, hitting people, punching people, hurting people, like goes viral. And like everybody wants to see that, whether it's World Star Hip Hop or some of these sites and accounts where it's like, follow me, I've got all the fights at the stadiums. How about, no, I won't be following you. I don't know why. This is where we are, where people want to give attention to these losers. But yeah, that's where we are. The good news is, based on this guy looking at the camera after he cold cocked what was a very inebriated, clearly, Commanders fan, like walking down the street Sunday night, got out of a bar. He just gets punched in the jaw, dropped. The other guy gets kicked and thrown against a wall and thrown to the ground and beat up. This guy like looks into some camera and says, I don't lose. And based on that split second, people were able to identify him. They en masse, and I normally hate cancel culture and let's get this guy fired and ruin his life. This guy seems like he sucks. So in this case, I'm not going to stop anybody. I'm not going to participate, but I'm certainly not stopping anybody. So they went to his company. They found out who the guy was. By the end of the day, all of the web pages at different schools that he belonged to and lacrosse teams he played for were gone. You couldn't find them. And the company said he no longer worked there. He'd been fired. And I hope he gets arrested. I haven't heard an update, but
yeah, it looks like assault. I'm not an expert,
be
but yeah,
arrested and hopefully go to jail. The fewer of these people walking around, the better.
Yes.
You.
This is just a menace.
You may have redeemable qualities. I can't pretend based on the video snapshot of your life to know everything about you. But someone who would walk around and just to do it, just punch someone in the face, potentially break their jaw, ruin their next couple of months, beat a couple people up, you're a loser. And I have no patience or tolerance for you whatsoever. So nothing but bad things, ideally, in the near future for whoever that guy is.
I think that's on the way.
And I don't know. I don't care if you're a Ravens fan or a Commanders fan or whose jersey you were wearing it as. This is not like a DC Baltimore thing.
Yeah, I'm not doing like, gut, you see what Ravens fans do? Not at all. Just this was what happens to be.
This is you're a deplorable human being and one of the all-time jackasses I've ever seen before. And you can kick every rock. So that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Yeah, well said.
People
Rubber
keep
stamp.
sending it to me like, what do you think about this? I'm like,
I think it's very bad.
I'm not engaging on this.
Right.
I don't want to give this person 1 ounce of attention.
Right. So I'm not saying his name. I'm not trying to give anybody credit
I'm
for
not
anything.
judging
But yeah,
you,
no,
but
totally.
now that we're talking about it, like that guy sucks the most. I mean, he is just. I don't know what else to say. Like there are really bad people, and I want those people to not get to do bad things anymore.
Yeah.
However, we got to do that. Right. This is completely inappropriate.
Yeah, we're at lose your privileges 30 for this guy. You know what I mean? Like that's what time it is to me.
It is time for my double play. Got a wacky bit for you. Danny might not love this one. So, based on some friends over at Fox 5, I believe my kids are going to be in a Commanders fashion show tomorrow on local television.
Very different double plays today, by the way.
Yes.
Contrasting.
I'm going to be watching them tomorrow in the 9 o'clock hour, I think, on Fox 5. My wife and kids are, I believe this is the plan. They're going to be in a fashion show with their Commanders gear. I think somebody had heard that my son got a Jaden Daniels jersey because he asked for a Daniels jersey after we were like a no Commanders gear household. My daughter's got her Commanders cheerleader outfit now, and they're like all getting in on it. So yeah, so they wanted like a family involved in the fashion show, I guess. So my kids will be, I don't know how it's going to work, if they walk or if they stand there or if they talk or what they do, but they'll be in a fashion show for the Commanders gear that they have.
First of all, unbelievable. Second of all, I have so many questions. I mean, there are. Listen, your kids are wonderful. I love your kids.
Thank you.
There's so many kids though. Like there are a lot of kids that probably have like a Jaden Daniels t-shirt or something. The idea was, what we should do? We should go get these Paulson kids.
Well,
I love that.
I mean, I don't know how many segments you've booked before, but it's not always easy to find
I
that
see.
kind of thing. That's number one.
I haven't
Number
booked many
two,
segments, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think basically they just heard me say that he had a jersey, and like we're one of the that represent the people that are buying gear, I guess. I don't really know. So yeah, they're going to be in
There's
a
a fashion show tomorrow, and your kids are in it.
Commander's fashion show, man. Times are
You think like
changing.
with like music with like a
That I don't know. I can't help you with that. I'm guessing it's less actual fashion show and more skits and bits on TV.
more like they're talking, and then it like cuts to the kids that are probably like
Right.
a little bit shy
Here's
because
some
there's bright
people
lights
wearing
and stuff.
Recently purchased Commanders
Yeah.
gear. Like my son's in a Jaden Daniels jersey.
Fashion show though. He's
I
got
think-
to do the web bit. He's got to web the camera.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
So for behind the scenes, if people don't know,
He's shy though.
I know, but like if like somehow you got to get it out of him, where it's like this
Yeah.
is how you cure the shyness. Because Grant's boy Truman loves some Spidey, and the shtick whenever he sees us, whether it's on FaceTime or in person, he webs me. He pretends to web Darius, and he webs the hell out of Ryan.
He really
Like,
webs Ryan.
It's like so like he's Spider-Man. He's like web. It just shoots the web. Now there's no actual web, but like the act of shooting the web would be a great bit.
He is Spidey. I'll try to get him to figure that out.
Yeah, shoot that camera with the web.
Wacky bits all around.
Love it.
The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. We'll give away those Capitals tickets right here on the Fan. Austin Eckler today at 5 o'clock on G&D. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Washington Capitals. Thursday, the 31st of October, Halloween, next week. That's at Capital One Arena. They're taking on Montreal. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contests. Beltway Blitz coming up in just a moment. Good time to remind you that we're excited about the start of the football season like you are, but we do know that a lot of folks around us have probably lost a friend or family member recently. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondori and Murad can guide you through the difficult probate administration process. They'll help bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate if need be. Schedule a free consultation with their probate and estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time for our Beltway Blitz on the Caps, the NFL, and the Commanders. So let's get started. Our buddy, the voice of the Capitals, John Walton. John, it is great to talk to you again, buddy. Hopefully you are feeling well, doing well. It's been awesome to hear you in the booth. How are you?
I'm doing well. Very good to be with you. And yeah, hockey's good for the soul and good for all that heals you. So definitely glad to be back at it.
Well, we are pulling for you.
Yeah,
We're
man.
behind you, my guy. Let's talk some puck. Tonight's the night for the Caps to try to get 2 points and get their first win of the season in Game 2. What do we need to know about the matchup?
Well, I think when you look at where this homestand is at, I mean, these are 3 tough teams. You look at it at the beginning of the year, and you say, oh, it's great. You got 3 home games to start. You know, you've got New Jersey, a team that is thought to be a playoff team. You got Vegas, who's thought to be a playoff team, and Dallas, who is a Stanley Cup contender, if not favorite coming out of the West. So very tough stretch. And I think coming off a loss, you want to be able to try and generate a little bit more offense at 5-on-5. I thought the special teams were actually pretty good. You got the power play goal from Carlson, and it only took 10 seconds to do it. It was the Caps were 1 for 3 against the Devils. Penalty kill, shutting down Jack Hughes. That's not easy to do, and they did it pretty well. So I think the 5-on-5 stuff's where I'm looking at tonight, guys. Special teams, I would take what they did the other night, and I'd run with it.
John, this is my own weird early season complaint. I feel like this is always the case with the Capitals. I think there's a couple teams that have played 5 games. Maybe they're just the Devils have. Some teams have played 4. This is only the Capitals' second game. It always feels like it's herky-jerky to start the season. Is that just me whining, or am I 100% correct with my tinfoil hat on?
It's weirder this year, I'll give you that, because the team that you played on opening night started in Prague, played 2 games, came home for their home opener, and was playing their 4th. So that was a competitive disadvantage. That was not great, but sometimes those things happen. Anytime that the games start in Europe ahead of the regular schedule, there's going to be a couple of teams out there. I think it was a little more acute this year because it was the team that the Caps had to face here on Saturday night, and you're trying to get your legs underneath you, and the adrenaline only carries you so far. I thought after the first 10 minutes, Jersey would look like a team that had played 3 or 4 games, and the Caps were still trying to find their footing a little bit. So hopefully now if they're getting in a rhythm, it'll be a little different.
I'm also baking in just some time to get everybody on the same page here. I mean, there's been a ton of turnover this offseason, and it's unfortunate that they had so much money laying around because Oshie and Backstrom are likely done at this point. But this was the most active and aggressive they've been over an offseason, really in the Rock the Red era, frankly. So I can't imagine they're just going to hit the ground sprinting right away.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's something to that. I mean, it was nice to see Pierre-Luc Dubois get his first point as a Capital on Saturday against the Devils. A little bit of movement tonight where Andrew Mangiapane was on the top line with Ovechkin and Strome. He slides down to play with Henrik Lapierre, and a guy who I guess is a new face, but he's not, and Jacob Vrana is going to make his season debut tonight. So I think when you've got a lot of guys, it's a shame Matt Roy got hurt in the game here in the second period Saturday. Kind of a Brooks Orpik type, real physical defenseman, had missed 1 game in the last 2 years with LA, and he's going to miss tonight's game here in Game 2 of the season. So hopefully he's not going to miss too much time. But Dylan McElrath comes in for him. But yeah, on the 4th line, Brendan Duhaime and Taylor Radish alongside Nick Dowd. And, as you go across the roster and take a look at these guys, I mean, Jacob Chikrin playing with John Carlson. So, yeah, I think there's something to that. I mean, there's only so much you can do in the preseason, and a lot of these guys on a line together would play. But, you didn't have everybody all out at the same time during the preseason. That really only happened last Saturday. So, yeah, I think there's definitely something to that.
John, with the new faces kind of getting folded in here, what are some signs where we go, okay, now it's clicking? Like, you know what I mean? Obviously, you win games. It's easy for rubes like me to say, but what are some of the in-game signs or some moments where we go, you know what, now they're comfortable with one another?
You know what I really liked, Danny, the other night was a lot of times last year the Capitals seemed to be stuck in neutral in their own zone. They had trouble breaking pucks out. They had trouble going from zone to zone. And I thought they weren't really all that bad the other night at trying to figure that out and get into the offensive zone. I think what they need a little bit more of, the third line had a rough go the other night. They were a -9 and they didn't play that much. So Sonny Milano is going to be a healthy scratch tonight. He was the victim there. But a little bit of a blending of the lines tonight. You want to be able to crash in and really create some havoc on the defense and force them to turn over the puck, get in on the forecheck, and then start to get some of those grade A chances. And I don't know that we really saw much of that the other night. A little, but not enough. It's tough against Vegas because their guys are big back there, and you've got to be able to move them around, and pressuring them is not easy. So if you're watching the game tonight and you're saying, okay, what do you need to see happen? I need to see forwards getting in quickly to pressure those D back inside the Vegas zone, force them to turn the puck over, and then get quick chances in front. Do that tonight. I think you're going to have a pretty good chance of winning the hockey game.
John, good to talk to you, buddy. Have a great call tonight.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
See you, buddy.
All right, be well. There's John Walton, who will be broadcasting here on The Fan as the Caps play the Golden Knights coming up in about 3 hours. Let's keep the blitz moving. Nate Davis covers the National Football League for USA Today, joins us now. Nate, why don't we begin with last night's game? The Jets lose. They needed it. Now they've traded for Davante Adams. Where are you at on their chances to get back in the hunt?
Yeah, I mean, as you know, I think the Jets have the talent, Grant. I mean, the whole has been less than the sum of the parts so far. I thought this was a move they needed to make. Adams said his hamstring is ready to go now. He might play Sunday night, but I mean they're all in, so they may as well be all in. I think this makes Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazar even better players, and gives Aaron Rodgers a guy that he trusts, and he can operate on that field with virtually no practice. And I mean, you look at the last 2 weeks. Rodgers basically trusted Mike Williams in high leverage moments of both those games against the Vikings and Bills, and those passes wound up picked off, and Mike Williams didn't look like he was up. He was up to the situation. So we'll see what happens. I mean, the schedule for the Jets is manageable, but they have to go out and get the result at this point. No excuses left.
What'd you make of the Bills getting Cooper?
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were playing Counter-Strike there, and I think that was a move that's probably going to serve them well. And again, I think it lets Keon Coleman develop, maybe at a little bit better pace, puts Khalil Shakir in that wide receiver 2 role. That's probably going to serve him well. And you get a guy who's, in Adams' case, the Jets can decide whether or not they're going to hang on to him beyond this year. For Cooper, the Bills pay a little less than the Jets did, but I mean, this is probably a 12-game rental. 11-game rental for his part, but I think he solves a lot of problems there. I mean, he's used to playing in that weather. Certainly a veteran who runs great routes and has speed. And don't want to say he was checked out in Cleveland, but clearly you could see a lack of focus at time on the field with him. So I think that's a win-win for Amari and the Bills. Not so much the Browns.
Speaking of the Bills, I mean, where do they rank in the AFC? What's your power rankings look like in the conference at this point behind 5-0 Kansas City? Who's got the best chance to knock them off as they go for a three-peat?
In the AFC? Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about you guys last week. I mean, I think the Ravens are the scariest team right now. I think Grant, this was something you and I debated a little bit last week, and Danny too. I think the Ravens might legitimately be the number 2 team in the league right now, if you believe the Chiefs are number 1, at least based on their resume. But I think that the Ravens are only getting better every week with the way that Derrick Henry continues to get integrated in that offense, and now you're seeing Mark Andrews get worked back in, Zay Flowers. I think the Ravens could ultimately be the team to beat. After them, I think the Bills and the Texans are probably sort of neck and neck, and then you got a bunch of teams like the Jets and Steelers and others that Chargers that have a chance to get in the playoffs and maybe make some noise. But they got a ways to go, I think, before they kind of hit their full potential in those cases.
Sounds like the Steelers are going with Wilson. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I can't figure it out, Danny. I mean, they just lost another offensive lineman, center Zach Frazier. Russell Wilson obviously has had a problem getting sacked for years. I don't know why you'd put him out there in that situation against a somewhat desperate Jets team, but one that can certainly wreck your offensive line. I think they brought Russell Wilson there to play. I guess they're going to give him an opportunity to play or give both guys to play on Sunday night, but I just don't know why you'd go away from what Justin Fields has provided in a 4-2 start, particularly given the component of his game where I think he can protect himself a lot better than Russell with fresh legs, and also just gives you that component on the goal line where he can convert red zone opportunities where Russ doesn't have that.
I think I'm the only person that cares about this. I will admit that before I ask the question. But Nate, Tom Brady has been approved as a minority owner of the Raiders. So that's moving forward. We're about to be done there. Yet he's going to be calling games every week. Now, supposedly he's going to have to forego some access. Maybe he won't get to do some of the meetings on Fridays or be at practices or whatever to kind of even the playing field. I just think that owners shouldn't be allowed to call games of other teams or their own team. I just think it's a weird precedent to set. What do you think?
I can see your argument, Grant. I think stipulations had already been made about whatever access he would get to Raiders games. I don't know really how many Raiders games he's going to be working anytime
But to me, Nate, it's not just Raiders games. If he's calling a Chargers Broncos game, why should he get access to those organizations?
Yeah, I get it, Grant. I don't know. I mean, Tom Brady's obviously meant a lot to this league. Those considerations have been taken into account. He is a minority owner. I don't know how many other minority owners that we could name across the league and how much sway they have. But I mean, it's also Tom Brady, and we know he's the most competitive, probably the most competitive guy out there. It's probably what made him such a great quarterback. And he, you would expect that he would probably filter stuff back to his quote unquote team. But I haven't done a deep dive on that one. We're letting Jared Bell deal with that one today. But this certainly has been considered by the NFL, and it sounds like they're going to sign off on it.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
see you,
Nate.
my friend.
See you, buddy.
Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Okay, Kevin Sheehan joins us to talk about the local foosball, gentlemen. Kevin, Grant and I both, I don't want to speak for him, but neither of us really felt down after the loss this past Sunday. Would have rather won the game, obviously. But to us now, we're both sitting here going, the division ain't that good. Washington may be the best team. So I don't want to say no harm done, but as close to that as it can be. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, they're the favorite now, guys, pretty much across the board to win the division. And, that's a combination of, they've got the best quarterback and the best coach right now in the division. That's probably not even debatable. And the other teams are kind of falling apart. So that makes sense. In the larger landscape of the NFC, you've got San Francisco, you've got Detroit, you've got maybe an NFC North runner-up. Grant's into the Falcons and how lethal they've become offensively. Look, they're good. Sunday, I thought they could win the game going in. They're just too limited defensively right now to really bang it out with the better offensive teams. And that's a limiting factor. But, let's just enjoy it because it's been a while. It feels good to be 4-2. It feels good to be relevant early in a season. With this Bears game getting shifted to the better window with Nance and Romo, they're good. They're good. They're not great. They're good. The quarterback's great.
I think they're really good. We might find that out in the weeks ahead, but it's kind of where I'm leaning at this point. Defensively, they're certainly not, but offense matters way more in this league. What do you make of Sunday? You are Kevin Smell Test Sheehan after all. There's spots where you'll say, I don't love this, or this one worries me a little bit, and you're often right on those. I mean, do you fear this matchup that everyone's just kind of putting in Sharpie as a decided victory already?
Well, let me just tell you, it's the wrong time to ask me because it was the biggest bloodbath for kind of contrarian bettors ever. The public had the best day
rough
they've
week
had,
on
I
the
think,
smell
in like
test?
Dude, I was going to ask about the smell test this week. It was not good. It didn't smell good. Yes.
The worst Sunday I've ever had, but it goes hand in hand. It was the worst Sunday the sports books have had, and they, some people say in over a decade. But I watched Carolina. You did too, Grant. We were scouting the next
among
opponent.
other games, we were scouting the Panthers. That
Late
was our
night
job.
text with emojis.
Yes.
Yeah, we're scouting the next opponent, and I think they're capable offensively. Andy Dalton will put some up for grabs, but I think Hubbard can run the football. Johnson, their rookie Leggett. We can't stop anybody decent. Cleveland and Arizona just weren't real tests, especially when the Cardinals decided for some inexplicable reason not to run their quarterback in that game. So I'm a little bit concerned about, can Carolina move the ball up and down the field? Can they keep it a game? But it's certainly a should-win game. I think the second one this year, we haven't had many of those.
Kevin, not including, late second or really third day picks, 5th, 6th, 7th round conditional picks, pick swaps, things like that to make the football team better. Should this team be spending big pick resources, like high leverage stuff, to improve the team this year because of the circumstances that they're in?
If they do, Danny, I want it to be defensively. I want them to at least get to the point where they're an average defensive team with maybe a really good pass rusher or a much better corner, where they've got a chance to grow into an average defensive team. Because history says, well, you're right, Grant, it's an offensive league. You can't be terrible on defense with a rookie quarterback and go far in the postseason. And I don't think they should treat this year as just icing on the cake. These opportunities sometimes, seem like they'll be there in the future. But sometimes you look back and say we should have taken advantage of the moment. And it's a moment right now. I just don't know who to go get because we don't know the people. And we know that right now this organization is focused on the right kind of people. They're trying to build a culture. They're trying to build this, identity. I mean, on Tell the Truth Mondays, there's a lot of identity talk. So is Hassan Reddick a possibility? He would be great on the field, I think, but how would he fit in with the rest of the group? But if Adam Peters and Dan Quinn decide, look, we can win 11 or 12 games and host a playoff game or two, if we can just get a little bit better defensively, we've got the cap space, we've got some dry powder in the form of draft picks, I wouldn't have any issue if they went for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Sheehan. Kevin, thank you, buddy. Good
Thank you,
catching
bud.
up.
All right, boys.
Let's get back on track with that smell test, it sounds like, this week. I didn't realize it was a rough
Oh, it was
week.
a rough one. I was going to bring it up with him, not to Joan, but normally it's a smart way to do things, right?
Yeah.
But he was going on in a show. He's like, let me say this. This was the worst smell test I've ever had. It's like a dirty diaper that's been left in the sun.
This week was really predictable in the NFL. I'm in this pool where you do straight up picks, not against the spread.
Uh-huh.
I went 14-0 this week. And in fact, this never, ever, ever happens. This is going to be the Danny Rouillet breakdown of my my pickup basketball game with my box score.
Yep.
Because nobody cares about your bets or your fantasy team.
Uh-huh.
So I told Darius and Ryan this yesterday. I avoided you with it because you hate this shtick. But going into the game last night, for the tiebreaker in this pool with hundreds of people,
Okay.
I needed multiple. This is how you know this was just a week where everyone knew it was going to happen. There were like 5 of us who were all 13-0 going into Bills Jets. I needed the Bills to win, and I needed the total of the game to be exactly 43 points. Thanks for Greg Zuerlein missing 2 field goals.
Look at this.
The Bills won, and it was exactly 43 points. So I win the pool this week. But if it was 41 or 44, I would have missed.
You wouldn't have
completely.
won. But so that was the tiebreaker
Exactly.
for 14. I got you. Wow.
The exact points on Monday Night Football.
So you won the Jordan pool this week.
So this week, the Jordan went in my favor as your boy went 14-0 with the exact number in Monday Night Football on the nose as the tiebreaker. I'll never have another week like it. And I'm still splitting the pot with another guy who did the exact same thing. I get an email from the guy this morning. I'm like, oh, I'm getting all the money. He's like, actually, first time ever we're going to split the pot. Both of you guys had the same tiebreaker.
14-0 with the same tiebreaker. What are we
are you
doing?
gonna do?
What a weird week.
But it's not crazy to me
Mhm.
that the odds makers took a bath because it's not like I knew anything. I just went through and went, they'll win, they'll win. It was a very predictable week. There weren't a lot of surprises, is my whole point. I think most people this week probably straight up had a really good week betting football, and the odds makers don't want that very much. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We do have Austin Eckler on the show in about 40 minutes. Can't wait to talk to him next. Isn't it nice to not having an embarrassing owner in DC. The Cowboys, the Jets, the Panthers coming to town. Can't relate to them at this point. That's next on The Fan. Austin Eckler is on the show in a half hour. It is a Survivor Tuesday. You can go vote right now at facebook.com/Grant and Danny to kick a commander off the island and to give a commander immunity. There will only be one player left remaining, Danny, after 17 games and 18 weeks of football, who will be the surviving commander in 2024. I think odds on right now, favorite's got to be Jaden Daniels.
He's pretty popular among the fan base, you'd say.
But I would say, oddly, I don't think he's leading in immunity. I'm pretty sure Brian Robinson's had it maybe 3 times. Certainly had it a couple times.
Yeah, he's had twice, I think. Frankie Louvu this past week, who was unbelievable. Not this past game that they just played, but 2 games ago, which is what he's got immunity based off of. Does that make sense? He was unbelievable.
Daniels could be in line for immunity this week, I guess.
You would think so. He's up there. Terry McLaurin deserves it after
That's
a couple
good
tutties.
point.
That's a good one too.
I might vote Terry. I thought, especially because he dropped a touchdown and lost a fumble last week, to come back the way he did and make 2 really, really difficult catches in big spots. One moved the chains when they went and got points on like a 3rd and 5 on the sideline. Perfect ball placement from Daniels, but a better catch by McLaurin. And then the carbon copy of that was that touchdown.
Yep.
Where they were on the same page, and Terry went to the ground and made the catch basically on the chalk in a tight window throw. He was really, really good just across the board in this game.
Absolutely.
How about the hit he took from Kyle Hamilton and hung onto the ball down along the sideline, that hole shot?
Yep.
They kind of made it look like they were going to throw short on a screen, and then they get the defender to bite up. Terry runs behind him. You drop the ball into space, and Hamilton came and blew him up. They originally threw a flag and then picked it up. It was clean, but that was
but it was violent.
That was a Feel It Wednesday kind of hit.
Absolutely.
Man.
Yeah. Get yourself to the training. Get some work done the next day. Get to the training room.
Like, why am I coughing up blood? That's not supposed to happen.
That certainly hurts. Why does it hurt on both sides?
You heard Jerry Jones today, didn't you?
I certainly did.
On Dallas radio. I was thinking about this. David Tepper's coming to the nation's capital to watch his Panthers against the Commanders. He has become the laughingstock owner in the NFL. Is like pouring drinks on people or whatever he did to get in trouble a couple years ago. There was that video that came out where he like made a guy turn his head around. He was at a restaurant. Remember that?
Of course, yeah.
He just seems like a lot to deal with, David Tepper. So you got him in Carolina. That's the opponent this week. You got the Jets and Woody Johnson, who Bill Belichick was making fun of last night on the Manning cast. Thought that was great. Basically was just joning on what a bad owner he is. But their offense stinks. Their defense is great. They fired their defensive-minded head coach and their culture builder. Was kind of done the things you brought him in to do, and you sided with the quarterback who you've empowered to run the entire building. We know about those kind of situations coming up around here. And then, of course, there is the Dallas Cowboys in the division, where their owner is also their GM.
And in a hoot.
Their owner runs the entire show. He's doing the interviews. He makes all the decisions. And I don't know what it would be like to have an owner in the NFL that gave you no chance, that you hated, but I'm glad my team doesn't have that situation.
What would it be like to have that kind of a problem? What would it be like to have that sort of issue?
Couldn't be me.
Where I just don't even remember what it's like. But can you imagine? If you haven't heard the Jerry Jones audio, by the way, I mean, good heavens.
We should play it.
Good heavens.
So what do you have here, Darius? Is this the long clip or one of the shorter ones?
This version.
Okay, so we could jump in as
it's a few minutes,
Danny. So feel free if you want to go through this with us. But this is Jerry Jones on our sister station in Dallas, and I laugh because he's on every Tuesday morning, like he's John Allen.
Yeah.
To do his own breakdown of the game.
Like, we'll have Austin Eckler today. Compare and contrast. We've got Eckler coming up at 5.
We'll go over his 11 touches at the running back position.
Yeah.
One of our favorite players.
He's awesome.
But Austin Eckler. Jerry Jones does the hits in Dallas. He's the one. And he was not very happy about being questioned about how bad his roster is.
Seems like Listen, let me tell you what I'll do. Let me tell you what I'll do about it. I will let us sit down and look at the decisions we've made over the last several years. Okay? I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me. To talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to
So y'all
ask
get
why.
a job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
So
Jerry,
pause
we're just
that right
we're,
there. I think that's one of the things that people took great issue with.
Yeah.
Now, he's not, in my opinion, suggesting he'll have the guy fired, which I've heard people say, because I don't know that he has any influence in Odyssey. I think what he's saying is, I'll go do this on another show. Right? If you're going to be combative and not ask me nice questions and not play along and say the things I want you to say and not see it my way, I'll go on the midday show if they're going to do that, or I'll find another show. We see this in politics all the time. I'm going to sit down and talk to the people that see it my way.
Yeah, by the way, that ain't good either.
I agree. but I think that's what he's saying. I don't think he's saying, like, I'm going to have you fired. Because, again, he's not the PD. He's not running the Odyssey branch in Dallas. But I think he's saying, I won't do this anymore if you're going to be mean to me and not basically put me over, which makes him a gigantic sourpuss. And, you already knew this, but a guy that just is a silly goose.
The tantruming is so good. I mean, again, our buddy Sean Sharif can't even get the question out. Like, hey, I just wanted to ask you about the offseason, and now some of these things are rearing their ugly head, right? So they had an offseason. Think about Washington's, and like I had questions, and they've been answered. I was wrong. They were right. People down there had questions, and all those questions were valid. Hey, we're under-talented at some spots. We can't stop anybody. We didn't spend any money. We're falling behind in the division here. Things aren't going great. What's happening? And they've been blown out twice at home. And he's going, I'll find somebody else to ask me some prearranged questions that I write down on cocktail napkins, and you can just ask me those verbatim. What?
I did not send you those questions. Look at the ones I sent you.
It's not the ones that we agreed upon.
You can keep going here, but Jerry Jones, this is this morning on 105.3, The Fan in Dallas, our sister station.
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're trying to figure out why the team is.
I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. You're not going to figure out what the team is doing right or wrong. If you are, or any 5 or 10 like you, you need to come to this meeting I'm going to today. There are 32 teams here. You're geniuses.
Jerry,
okay. Y'all really think you're going to sit here with a microphone and tell me all of the things that I've done wrong and without going over the rights?
Well,
now, listen, we both know we're talking to a lot of great fans and a lot of great listeners. And I am very sorry for what happened out there Sunday. I'm sick about what happened Sunday. Now, I'm not talking to these yahoos on the end of this phone. I'm talking to you, the fans that are listening this morning. And we can spend a lot of time going over zigging and zagging. One of the stupidest things I've ever done that anybody has ever analyzed is by the Cowboys. It was an idiot that did that. So idiot things can turn into good decisions. Okay? Smart things can turn into bad decisions. The facts are that when you make one, you don't really know whether it's going to be good or not at the time. So let's just go ahead. I'm trying to answer your questions, man. You want some conversation this morning? You're getting it.
Yeah, that cleared everything up for me. Now I get it. Sometimes a good decision is bad if you turn right and understand that you're supposed to go left, but you end up at a flower shop. What do you do? What are you babbling about? You boob. That is so great. So again, the idea that before I made an irresponsible fiscal decision and I own the Cowboys and it's worth more than 97 countries in the world. So sometimes a bad decision could be good. Therefore, the bad decisions I made this offseason could actually be good. You don't know. You couldn't know.
If you're a fan of the Commanders, you should just hope he owns this team in perpetuity.
Just leave him in there.
He is now a disqualifying presence. You cannot win with him operating that team. You cannot. There was a time where you could have. Obviously, they proved it. And maybe he was just a better football executive or maybe more willing to empower people around him or had better other people that could say no or maybe he was more with it. I have no idea. At this point, though, he is a disqualifying presence in terms of real contention, it would appear. I mean, it was just a very strange interaction the entire morning. This was another clip from the interview with Sean and RJ down there in Dallas.
Jerry, there's been a lot of talk about execution. I think you've mentioned it here already. If the execution has become a problem to the extent that you get losses like the ones against New Orleans and Detroit, why are those players still the right ones for your team?
Well, first of all, where are you going to go to get any players? Seriously, where are you going to go to get any players for the next week against San Francisco? Now, number one, I've seen these players. I've seen every one of them execute like you want the plays to be executed and do their job within the role. That didn't happen the other day, and we paid the consequences for us. But I've seen the players do it. I know we have outstanding personnel, very outstanding personnel. We just made our quarterback the highest paid player in the NFL. We've just topped the receiver list charts. So we made our bed relative to how we're going to approach with our key people with the team. We were shorthanded out there on defense, but everybody gets shorthanded. That's really not an excuse in the NFL. Your depth should step up there, and you should be able, if you can, to compensate to some degree. You can't compensate for the gap, so to speak, that we had between the way our offense played and the way we were supposed to play. And I want to give Detroit a lot of credit for that. They came after us and got after us, and they put guys on top of every offensive lineman you had, and they came at it and put the kind of pressure that gave Dak a lot of problems.
I also love, by the way, there's Jerry Jones in Dallas on 105.3. At one point at the end of the conversation, he says, another problem we had is Detroit's really good. Like, what a terrible answer that is.
That's another issue we ran into as a good team. Now, that's not going to happen to us again.
He literally was like, hopefully in the weeks ahead, Dak has a better chance against other teams. It's like, no, dude. You guys are you're the division champs last year.
Well, that's an issue. There's a good team sometimes.
You're going to play them occasionally, Jerry. Grant and Danny on the Fan. How good does it feel to have a good ownership situation and to get to just laugh at everyone else with the bad owners around the league? Austin Eckler, top of the hour. The Commanders will be welcoming the Panthers to town on Sunday, and they are heavy favorites in that game, as you'd imagine. The line actually opened in an area where you just don't see it around these parts. And before the public even got their hands on the line, Danny, they were 7.5, 8-point favorites in places. We'll see what the game ends up kicking off at as we get closer and closer. But we're now at a point where I think people assume and expect that when Washington plays a bad team, they're going to beat them handily. When they play a really good team, they're going to be in the game. It could go either way. Baltimore is the example. But they got a chance to win those games too. But against the Panthers, I think they can end any conversation once and for all about what are they, how good are they, what's the rest of the season going to look like. As 7.5-point favorites, they go out and win by 10 or 13 or do what they did to the Browns again at home. It's just over at that point. They're really good. Like, we should stop having any conversations about what are they, what are we. No. They're really good. Let's focus on whatever the next thing to talk about is.
I got a couple chirp texts from my Giants fan buddy who's like, yeah, they haven't beaten anybody good. And I said, well, that may be true. But this is still a departure from what was. And what that means is they have graduated to the point where it's what you just said. We now assume, rightly, by the way, that when an inferior team comes to town, they're going to catch these hands. They're going to be defeated.
Catch these
right?
hands.
That's what's going to happen.
That's a good bit.
Like, we are going to, I say we, like the Washington is going to win that football game, and they'll probably do it decidedly. Are they good enough to really go like if they had a 5-game stretch with Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Houston, and pick your other really good team, would they go 5-0? No. Would they go 4-1? Probably not. Maybe 2-3 though, and that's kind of the point. That it used to be, you never know what you're going to get week to week. This might be the game where nobody shows up. Ron Rivera sits there with his arms folded and doesn't talk to the team at halftime. The following week, they might play some team well. They might play someone good, like they would beat Philadelphia even when they were 13-4 or something like that. And you didn't know. Now there's at least some feeling of consistency where all you have to do in this league, and it sounds easy to do, it's not, it's hard to do, is evidenced by the fact that Washington hasn't had an 11-win season since 1991. But all you have to do is if you beat teams that aren't very good, you're going to end up with 9 or 10 wins. That's the league most years, right? Now, the really good teams split against some of the juggernauts, right? You beat a Baltimore, you beat Kansas City, you beat one of these really good teams. You maybe got a shot at something special. I don't think they're there yet, and I'm okay with that, by the way. Now, in 3 years, if we're looking at our watch still doing this, all right, that's different. But the fact that they can have a game where not one person listening right now thinks that Carolina is going to win, even that right there is a blessing. That's not where we were.
It's territory we're not familiar with. I'm just looking at basically teams that are respected as much as Washington. And the way I'm doing that is this week, the only other team that's a 7.5-point favorite or more is the Bills over the Titans.
Yep.
Buffalo at home is an 8.5-point favorite over a bad Tennessee team. And their quarterback, who turns the ball over too much, is playing his way right now out of that starting lineup, Will Levis. Like, long term, he's proving I'm not the answer. You could have a benching there just like you did with Bryce Young and Carolina. So those are the two teams that are dogs of 7.5 or more points this week. If you look at next week, the teams that are favored by as much as Washington, it's the Ravens, it's the Lions, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, that's the type of respect we're talking about right now for Washington. And I think a part of it is how good their offense is. They're going to move the ball and they're going to score. It's hard, even if you're a defense-first awesome team, if you're really, really good, to cover bigger numbers. But when you have the ability to score 35 every time you play, when against a bad team you can hang 40, then all of a sudden covering 7.5 is a little easier to do.
Well, I'll take my chances in a track meet. Like, Carolina can score. They can move the football, especially once Dalton is taken over. I'm not telling you this is the 99 Rams, but they're a lot better than they were with Bryce Young, dubious honor.
Andy Dalton is a pro. He is a serviceable, decent quarterback who's made Deontay Johnson a good receiver again.
Mm-hmm.
You have a chance to catch the football and do your job with him out there. You didn't with Bryce Young. Although there was a hilarious clip. I don't know if you saw this. Did you see the clip of, it'll be in my audio vault this week, but of Mark Sanchez calling the Falcons-Panthers game this week?
No, I didn't.
So it's so good. They show Bryce Young on the sideline, and he's like, and there's Bryce Young. You know, he's learning from Andy Dalton, and it's just really good to be right behind a pro. And he snaps the ball, and Dalton throws to the sideline. Terrible pass. Pick six.
In that moment,
The guy slides to the ground because of the clock, but it should have been a pick six. But literally, what Sanchez is going, he goes, he gets to sit behind Dalton, who's a real pro, who's going to show him, oh boy. And it's like right there.
What's he going to show him?
It's a pick six. It was just funny timing.
That's good. But, I like a couple of pieces that Carolina has. They're not good. I'm not telling you they are. Defensively, they're rotten and awful. So if you get into a game like that where they're a poor man's Cincinnati, basically, is the way I'd think of it, right? Like Cincinnati, that offense is good. Joe Burrow's going to throw for 1,000,000 yards, 1,000,000 touchdowns, but they couldn't stop a light breeze. Carolina's a worse version of that. So if you get into a game with a team that can't stop anybody, let's go Washington. I'll take that. Now, you get into one where a team like Baltimore that, you don't really want to go punch for punch with them, you may not say, hey, they could cover that spread, but you're right. A team that's going to score in the 30s has a chance to cover bigger spreads.
Let's talk to Austin Eckler. We will do that next on Grant and Danny. There's a lot to ask him about. I can't wait to talk to him about the flea flicker screen pass that he was a part of. But they lost for the first time in 5 weeks. What's the mood been like around the team? How do they move on without a leader like John Allen? We will get to all of those things with Eckler next on Grant and Danny. It is time as we welcome you back on Grant and Danny to get some trusted insight from our trusted insider. Presented by IT Cadre. IT Cadre makes this segment possible where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Austin Eckler is on the line with us for his weekly Tuesday appointment. Make sure you listen every Tuesday at 5. Austin, it is awesome to talk to you again, man. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm doing well. Looking forward to being back on.
Yeah, man. How do you guys view Sunday? You're such a pro. You've seen every up and every down. Like for us as fans, we're watching what feels like two good teams going at it, and you guys came up a little short, but nothing to be discouraged about from our perspective. How do you guys feel?
We were paid to win games, so we're definitely feeling it. It sucks, but there is some good stuff within the lining there. Absolutely. I mean, got to give the Baltimore Ravens some credit. They are one of the best teams in the league, and we were right there. We feel like we definitely could have made plays to win that game. So as far as that goes, I mean, that's good, but inevitably not good because we didn't win the game. So I guess take it for what it's worth. It's a good game, but we got to win games. So I don't really necessarily say we feel good about it, but it's not a terrible feeling, so to say.
4-2, chance to get to 5-2 back at home against Carolina. We'll talk about the Panthers coming up in just a few minutes with you, Austin. But specific to the Ravens game, not a complaint, more of an observation. You guys did way less running the ball, even trying to, than you have all season long. I know B-Rob was out. I wonder if that's why, or was that the game plan seemingly all week? The Ravens are the number one run-stuffing team in the league. The numbers eventually bared out that they did a really good job, but you did have some success on a couple early carries. Did you know going into the game, just collectively, it would be a lot more passing and a lot less running than has been the case?
Yeah, I think every game has a life of its own, and every game plan also does as well, depending on how the game is going. And, you go into the game facing a good run defense, okay? We know that that's something they're going to hold their hat on. We don't want to continue to beat ourselves into a wall. If that's not working for us, let's get to something else and hopefully find some success in other things that we've been doing, moving Jaden around, letting him use his legs, throwing the ball down the field, maybe running on the perimeter, some QB keepers, things like that. And so when we go into a game plan, yes, we have different things that we think are going to work, but then there's also things that you get to and be able to adjust away from. Okay, run game's not working. What can we supplement? Do we go more to the screen game? We were hitting on some screens, some quick throws, things like that to kind of complement the run game, some less risky throws, more higher percentage completions, things like that. And, we didn't do enough ultimately to make it work and make enough plays to actually, get the job done. But game plans are like fluid. They're like water. So you never really know how it's going to continue. It's not ever going to be perfect. So you kind of got to adjust on the fly.
You mentioned the screen game, Austin, and Austin Eckler with us here on Grant and Danny. Grant and I were both raving about this. I have never seen a flea flicker screen. Like when that's first brought up, it's like it's almost like an old school, so I'm like, hear me out. You know what I mean? Like, here's the idea. We're gonna do a flea flicker screen. It sounds like the craziest idea ever. What a thing of beauty that was. Go through that play.
Yeah. That was really creative. Absolutely. So shout out to Cliff for finding that one, or whoever found that one on the staff. The football is a copycat league. I mean, I feel like at this point, every type of play has been run. It's really rare you find a new play. So someone ran that at some point. It might have even been in college. Like they pulled up some clip. I forgot what team it was, but they ran the flea flicker screen, and we're like, all right, we got this up this week. And sure enough, we were practicing it all week. Actually, the first time we practiced it, I got stepped on by an offensive lineman because I went too fast across the formation, and I got to realize, okay, this is going to be a long screen because we got to hand it off. Jeremy's got to run a couple steps, throw the ball back, and then we got to get Jaden to throw it to me, and then we have to run down the field, and we can't have any linemen down the field. And so went through it a couple of times. You never get the right timing with screens just because it's really hard to simulate like game-style reps. But we broke it down. We ran it, I think, 3 times during practice that week. I'm like, all right, we got a good feel for it. We'll be really patient, do a 3 count. And sure enough, ended up working out. Actually, we were accounting for a blitzer coming off the edge. So kind of improvised where I tried to block Roquan over there. And then I kind of got stunned back. And then Jeremy didn't even look at the pitch when he threw it back.
Yeah.
No look, throws it back. And then he goes to block 0, and then Jaden grabs it, slings it to me, and then we gash him for like 30 yards. So it was pretty epic.
Biotish out in front. That was one of my favorite plays I've seen in years.
So cool.
It was just so creative. And I'm not suggesting like Cliff came up with it, in his dreams or something. To your point, I'm sure he saw or somebody saw it run somewhere. But you answered my next question, which is, so that's not something that has been in the playbook since camp. Like that was something this week that basically you guys heard about, saw for the first time, and quote unquote installed.
Oh yeah. I think I told you guys this like earlier on, one of our earlier interviews, and, for the listeners that are listening to it, maybe it's the first time you're hearing me, but we have not an entire new playbook every week, but there's probably 30% of new plays that are specifically for this week. We have our bread and butter that we can, run in our sleep that we've been doing since training camp and OTAs, but then it's like, okay, this is the game plan for this week, and here's what we're going to call these things. And so there's always a new turnover every week.
Which makes what you guys do so
that
much more impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, you almost need to be like a Mensa resident to play in the National Football League with all the different terminology. So a play like that, it doesn't need 10 words. It's the scat left, R72, 6 diver 9, microphone glass.
Right.
Like, do you like Philly special? Do you just have like Washington special, or are there 15 words like a normal play?
It's kind of both. I mean, it depends on what we have going on. We try to have up tempo, so we try to maximize the simplicity of it, of correlating things to things that make sense in our brain, like left-right calls, using different type of left-rights. You might have, an R word for right, an L word for the left, and that word can be an entire play. So the whole play is a whole line, it's a whole sentence, but on the field, we're just saying one word. We're saying tree, and it means that whole giant thing that you were talking about before. So we try to make it as simple as possible so we can play fast.
I love that. The greatest honor of our lifetime would be on one of your trick plays, like Ben Johnson-esque, 3 guys touch it, the quarterback gets it, throws downfield to the tackle who's eligible, and he rumbles for a fat guy touchdown. Can we call that the Grant and Danny? Just work that in. The Grant and Danny is your trick play.
We got a suggestion box. Maybe I'll put something in there for you.
There you go. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah. I just thinking about how, rapidly game plans change, what you guys have to, to add and learn every week. You mentioned the no huddle part of this thing. You guys lead the universe in not huddling. Now, it's not all like conventional hurry up, but it's basically catching people in matchups that you like and then going from there. How tough is that to stay on the same page? And you mentioned it. The defense could probably hear some of the things you guys are saying. How do you make sure that it's still coded and secret, and how hard is that to keep organized?
Oh yeah, it was definitely a huge adjustment for me early on, just from being in a huddle for the past 7 years of my football journey, and then coming to Cliff's offense where now everything is sign language and one-word codes. So that was a huge adjustment. But then now at this point, pretty much used to it and can really run and stay on the fly. But yeah, even our code words, even though the plays that we'll have from week to week, we'll make sure to change signals. So we have signal meetings, we have different one-word meetings. Sometimes stuff will get changed at practice, and we're like, let's call this, and everyone's like, everyone good with that? Yep. All right, we're changing it. So now that's a new code word. You got to make sure everyone's up to date. So it's forever evolving. But when you live in it and you breathe it, and this is what you do on a daily basis, it's not as crazy as it seems, because you really kind of correlate. Okay, this play used to be this, now we call it this. So it's easy to change, easy to pick up.
So one more on that one, Austin. Did you ever play baseball as a kid, by any chance?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, so remember like the third base coach, like you had to learn all the signs, and then if they thought the other team was figuring out the signs, they would have to give a dummy sign, or like they'd wipe it off or something like that to make that sign not live. Do you have something like that where because you might say the same code word twice in the same game, right? And then someone might, I remember that's this play. Do you have words like that, like almost fake words or dummy words?
Yeah, so look, the NFL, like we're doing everything we can to get an edge, right, on our opponent. So we understand that other teams are going to be looking at our signals. And so we have plays that might have been a signal from last week that is actually a different play for this week, because it might be like all of our plays are kind of evolving. And so it's going to be really hard to like understand our signals just because that play, that signal meant this last week. Now it's actually the counter for that, or maybe it's just a totally different play from that. So, I mean, good luck, trying to keep up with it. And there's just so many damn signals that you're going to be wasting your time if you're trying to figure them all out. You might as well just play up and, play your technique.
Austin, it seems like they are very adamant about not overworking you, even with Robinson not playing in the second half last week. We saw a lot of McNichols this past week, no Robinson, and I think you capped off at 9 carries. Do you appreciate that and understand it, or is that something where you go, hey guys, you don't have to baby me here. I'll be okay. You can give me a little more work.
Yeah, look, it's a long season. It's a long season, and we got some talent in our backfield. Jeremy's been playing well. B. Rob's been playing well. I've been staying efficient, and so that's what you're going to see when a backfield like this. And that's one of the things that intrigued me here was, hey, we do have players that can play, and so guess what? We're going to be able to spread as much of that love as we possibly can. And for the longevity of our careers for this season, like that's a positive I see, especially me going into year 8. Like the healthier we can be, especially in the back end of this thing, the better. So at the front end, hey, if we can still win games and we're continuing to rotate people and people are playing at a high level, like let's keep it rolling.
Austin, go back to Sunday. One more from me on that. You mentioned maybe there were some opportunities or things that you guys could have done. Is there something in particular that jumps to mind where you go, man, that was close, or we could have had that one, or that was there and I didn't make a play, or something to that effect? Is there one that jumps out at you?
Yeah, there's a few different plays, but it's not necessarily like there's multiple of us that are involved in things, and it's always the smallest things that play themselves out or don't play themselves out. It's maybe like a shallow route that actually should have sat down, but they took 2 extra steps and the ball was behind and we dropped the ball on third down, or we didn't hand off the read, or actually should have been a pull read. And so it's an accumulation of small little decisions that you can't really say like this is exactly how it's going to go, because sometimes we make it work. It's just kind of the part of playing the game that we need to do, and we have been playing at a high level that you can't really practice. It's like when you're even like some of the scrambles that Jaden's getting out and places that, hey, you probably should have, V-cut, gone up, pushed back, and then come back to the ball and gave Jaden the throw right here. So it's not necessarily anything specific, because I don't want to say this is the play that could have turned everything around, because there's not that one play, but there's small little details that we could have done better in a couple different instances that would have made big significant plays for sure.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. What was your reaction to the news that John Allen, who's been so important to this organization over the years, is lost for the season with the torn pec?
Yeah, it's freaking devastating, obviously, man, just for what he means. Not even as a player, as far as on the field, we'll get to that in a second, but let's just say in our locker room too. Like, he's definitely one of those leaders, one of our guys that brings us up, during practice or during the game, gives us a speech, really connected to pretty much the entirety of the team and the organization, been here for a long time. So one of those life guys in the locker room. And then obviously on the field, is definitely a terror, holds his own, strong. And so it's obviously a hit to our team, and, we're wishing him the best, but definitely something that is going to definitely affect us. So now it's not necessarily next man up. It is, but, it's like, it sucks because you can't really replace that type of leadership,
Absolutely. Speaking of guys that missed this past week, we already talked about Brian Robinson. Do you know when your running mate's coming back?
I can't really speak on injuries. You guys know this, and so we'll see. We'll see. I'll let that play itself out.
But he's feeling all right for the most part. I mean, we don't need to know if he's going to play or not, but I mean, you can tell.
I hope so. I can't even say that. I can't. I gotta hold my tongue like that. No information about injuries can come from my mouth.
I don't want you getting in trouble.
That's right.
Nobody needs that at this point. Let's talk
Right.
Panthers for a second. When do you start watching film on the upcoming opponent? They've got a coordinator, I believe, still in Jiro Evero, who gets head coaching opportunities. Everybody seems to love around the league. Really sharp guy. D'Angelo Hall, former Redskins, been on that staff the last couple of years as well. They do a pretty good job on that side of the ball for kind of their faults in the standings. What have you seen so far?
Yeah, I usually watch the highlights. There's like a NFL. I go to NFL Scores on Google, and then it like shows like the highlights, and I watch like the 15-minute clip, usually on like Monday or Tuesday, and then Wednesday. So tomorrow, as it's going out live today, it's live right now. I don't know. Tomorrow on Wednesday is usually when I start diving into actual watching their film, because I feel like Tuesday is like my mental reset day. Like, today's the day where I just get to kind of not think about football, reset my mind. And then in the morning, I'm like looking forward to being back in with the guys, seeing the new updates on the new teams, the new game plan, all of that. So I'll start jumping into it tomorrow. But for us, like, it is all about this week, dominating this week, making sure we get this win this week. We're back home, so that's going to be a great atmosphere. We know there, and it's about going to dominate the Panthers. So that's all I'll be focusing on this week.
Yeah, Austin, you mentioned you guys are coming home. Last one, message to the fans, man. You guys are playing in front of hopefully a raucous crowd against the Carolina Panthers. What do you want to say to them?
Hey, continue to bring the energy. Hey, we love you and we love what you've been doing. I'm new. I'm the new kid on the block. And what I've seen so far, not even from our organization, but beyond that, just the fans around, the love has been tremendous and outstanding. So we appreciate you guys. And I know things have been tough in the past, but hey, we are a new team with some new goals and new aspirations. And I think you're feeling that new energy. So stay tuned for some more. And we'll see you out there.
Yeah, it looks very different. It feels very different. And we are happy with the results at this point. Austin Eckler, thrilled to talk to him every week. Always very, very good with us. Thank you, Austin. We appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, boys. Have a good one.
Yeah,
We'll
be
see
good, brother. Stay healthy. There's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny, brought to you by IT Cadre, their trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose.
Always good to catch up with Austin. So, yeah, I mean, this is what I always wonder, right? I mean, pro football players and really pro athletes in general don't think of things the way that we do. They're not wired like regular human beings. Understandably, you got to be pretty special to make it to that level, the elite 1 fraction of a millionth of a percent at the highest level of things. So they don't think about it like, oh, we lost to a good team. Oh, shucks. It's one of those like, no, that sucks, dude. That's not what we're here to do. You know what I mean? Like, we're not here to say that we tried. And I know that's easy for us to kind of rationalize, but it sticks in their craw a little bit, which I like.
Sunday is going to be ultra revealing. I want to get into that next. I mean, this will be the end of the what is this team discussion, in my opinion, once and for all, if they're able to handle the Panthers without much issue. Let's talk about that next. Grant and Danny with you, taking you up to 6:30. It's a Survivor Tuesday on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back, and thank you for listening to the program on a Survivor Tuesday. We will take you up to 6:30, about an hour from right now on the Fan. Your next chance to win Caps tickets on G&D tomorrow at 4 ahead of the Beltway Blitz. If you missed Trey Wingo today at 3 o'clock, the former host of NFL Live, or Austin Eckler at 5 o'clock, make sure you grab the podcast when we are done. TheFanDC.com, GrantandDanny.com/audio is the best way to do that. Danny, I'm going to give you a take. I want you to agree or disagree.
Go.
I believe that this weekend will be the last weekend for the discussion about how good is Washington, how different is this from years past, one way or the other. If they go out and beat the Panthers by 10 points, even by 7 or 8 points in a game where there's never really a risk of losing, it's like, frankly, Washington lost to Baltimore by 7. Did you ever think the Ravens were going to lose?
No.
Was there ever a moment, really after the opening field goal, the pick by San Ristil, the 3-3 score early, where you thought the Commanders are going to steal this game?
Yeah, that's as good as it got. There's a chance they could steal it, but it felt like they were playing a team that was better than they were. To
Correct.
me, most of it, yeah.
I think if they play that game with the Panthers and win, score not mattering, but probably 7 points or more, let's say. It's not a squeaker. It's not a last-second field goal, what have you. They're just good. Like, we need to stop worrying about all the years as prologue and everything before this and who the last head coach and the last coordinator and the last quarterbacks were. And you just look at this resume. And while playing with the Ravens was indicative that they're pretty good, even in a loss, because you hung and you got the consolation prize, so to speak. I know Eckler's not feeling that, said it sucks. We don't play that game. We can, I think, sitting in studio. But I think equally as significant is how do you deal with the Panthers? Because when you played the Cardinals, you didn't play down. When you played the Browns, you whooped that butt. They have not played down. And we will be at almost the midway point of the season, about 40% into the season, where they're in first place, 5-2, and handling bad teams. So if they come out and they beat Carolina decisively, I'm over the what are they, how good are they, is this the... Whatever the next phase of shows that we need to start doing are, we begin next week. I'm not playing are they really the 7th best team in the league? Are they really? Is the other shoe going to drop? Maybe there's a regression. Maybe Kingsbury runs into the wall offensively. He's been unbelievable. Maybe Jaden's rookie season, goes sideways a little bit at some point with adjustments. All of that, it's not going to be linear. It's there. It might happen. But they're a good football team, period. And I think Sunday is my gavel slamming moment where it's over after that.
I would tend to agree. You've gone from nice stretch, which it was unbelievable, the 4 games. And if you then kind of, as we're going through it, you beat the Giants by a field goal, probably a different game if they actually have a field goal kicker that doesn't pull his groin before the game. Bengals, they didn't stop anybody. Bengals missed, whatever it was, a chip shot field goal from a guy that's as reliable as anybody, and then had to go for two times. The point is, that's 38 points right there. That's what Washington ended up scoring, 38-38. So you still go, okay, they've won these couple of games, and that's fun. That was awesome. Monday Night Football, we were there. It was great. It was one of the most fun experiences I've ever had watching the sport. But now we're going, okay, 2 fun games, but now what? Well, now what is they play their best game of the season at Arizona? Then they probably played just as good, if not better, against Cleveland, against a pretty good defense. So now you're going, I now look at the first 2 wins through a different lens. This is what I use this word an awful lot, and I hate that I overuse it, but it becomes validating. Your previous sample no longer becomes a fluke, right? It's no longer that data spike, right? Where you have a guy that gets like 50 out of 100 every test, and then one, he gets a 95, and the teacher's probably going, he might have cheated on that one because this my pretty reliable F student all of a sudden rolled in and turned in A work, and it was beautiful prose. Maybe there's something to miss here. When there's no spikes anymore, it's just the line that you're on. That's where you are. That's who you are. The longer you do something, more it is that's what you do. So this, to me, is I'm holding my stamp, and I'm going to hit validated if they handle business against a bad team.
It's the Washington's actually really good stamp, and you slam it down on that paper. Washington should win the division stamp. I've already used that one. No, Washington isn't bad stamp. I've used that one. Whoa, Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels are making beautiful music, and this might actually be a thing offensively stamp. I've already used that one. But I will be ready to use this is no longer a week-to-week referendum and conversation. The expectation when they're 5-2 and beat Carolina, if that happens, should be you should hold them to the standard of don't play down to the Giants.
Yeah.
Like, we'll be in a realm we haven't been in years and years and years, which is very, very exciting. But I do want to open up the phones on this for you guys. It's been a light day in terms of opportunities for you guys to call. We've had some good guests and had some good conversations and some audio we wanted to play. But let's open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines right now. 1-800-636-1067. Do you agree with my premise that after this weekend, we can officially stop the week-to-week what are we really discussions? Because the flip side of the decisive win, which I think is the slam dunk, is a loss to Carolina, which I think does open the door to, well, wait a second. You're 4-3, and you had the really good stretch, but you've beaten a Giants team that is going to pick in the top 10, a Bengals team that just beat the Giants barely to get to 2 wins, thanks to some missed field goals, a Cardinals team that's not very good, and a Cleveland team that might be the worst in the National Football League that just sold off one of their best players today because they're so bad. And I think if you lose to Carolina, you have played down to the Panthers. It is the type of game for many, many years you've lost. And then I think the Bears on paper is a toss-up. And there's no reason to believe you're not going to play down to the Giants, who almost beat you in week 2, right? So I think the whole feel becomes different. Whereas if you win, you've won 5 of your last 6. The only loss in a competitive game on the road against one of the better teams in football in the Baltimore Ravens. And the road ahead is a Bears team you're going to be favored over, a Giants team you're a lot better than on paper, a Steelers team that'll be frisky, hard to play. That's not a fun matchup.
Yeah, they're a pain in the butt.
But you should beat them. Like, I just think that this weekend finally is the, all right, enough is enough. We will know for sure once and for all in X number of hours.
Now, what about this scenario? We talked about this a bunch when it came to, remember these conversations a decade ago about paying Kirk Cousins and the team's gamble, which was if he's great with this year-to-year thing, yeah, no problem. You got a great quarterback. You just pay him whatever. If he's bad, no problem. You pay you're free, hands clear. But what if he's pretty good? What if he's better than what you've had, but it's not unbelievable? Then you're in a quandary. What if they beat Carolina, but you know what I mean? What if they eke one out against Carolina, a garbage team on for Washington at home? Like the way I don't know, you could pick your mediocre win, your unimpressive win. If they go full Sirianni against the Browns, right? Eke out against a bad team. How validating will that be? Is that one of those, we'll take the win, we don't care? And do we still do referendums each week? That's the one I don't know about. I don't have an answer to that question.
800-636-1067. Let's go to Chris in Oxon Hill on G&D. Chris, you buying what I'm selling here? That this is going to be the tell, that this game will once and for all answer what Washington really is?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Definitely appreciate you taking my call today. I'll be honest with you, Grant. I'm 50-50. Reason being is because I've been watching this team since the 90s. And ever since the 90s, I've been very disappointed with where we were and where we went. And don't get me wrong, I'm totally thinking that we're better than where we were. But I want to say right now, the stat that I can definitely say is that we are better than where we were. And, whenever I call, got to take it back to wrestling. So, I want to say right now, we're like that tag team that's doing better than what they were, but we're not champions just yet. So I'm hoping that we can get to that level. And like I said, I really think that we're almost there, but I just don't think that we're there just yet. Definitely appreciate y'all taking my call.
Thanks, dude. We're like the Intercontinental Champion, like what the Honky Tonk Man was for so many years.
We're the Dudley Boys while they're ascending.
Mm-hmm.
We need to start putting some people through tables. Danny, get the tables. And the Panthers will be the first team we send through. How about that?
Do we send Ryan through a table?
Clary went through a table once. That was a different Ryan
By the
Clary.
way, he was twice the weight he is now.
Yeah.
Like not even doing a bet.
I don't know if it was quite twice the weight.
I think it's twice as much.
He weighs 100 now.
I think he's a little bit more than 100 now. And I think he was a lot more than 100 then.
Yeah. I don't know. I know he's very skinny now, and he was not very skinny then. And he went crashing through that
hot
table.
knife, butter. They greeted.
I don't like his chances to get through the table anymore. The Panthers are a better team with the Bryce Young benching. And because of that, I do think they can play with everybody mostly. Like last week, they gave the Falcons some problems. If you just look at the box score, or the score at the end of the game, you'd say, oh, Atlanta destroyed Carolina. They really didn't. The Falcons were right there in that game. There was actually a blocked punt that hurt them that helped Atlanta. There was a turnover deep in their own end as well on a short field. They have beaten the Raiders. They have hung with and played with Cincinnati. Like the pre-Dalton Panthers, that's an 0-17, 1-16, you should beat this team by 20 kind of opponent. That's not really what Carolina is now.
Right.
Carolina now is just one of the bad teams in the league.
They're regular bad now.
Exactly. They're on the same level with, if you look at the conference standings, you pick whoever you want, but like playing Jacksonville, New England, and Cleveland is about the same as playing Carolina. Playing maybe in the NFC, I don't know that there are teams as bad as them, but like the Giants, the Saints, the Cardinals, those are the 2-win teams in the league. I think all of those teams are probably a hair better than the Panthers, but the gap with Dalton is not Grand Canyon anymore. So that's why I kind of think this will be revealing. It's not going to be an easy game. You don't just get to roll the football out and go win. But if you can't handle them, you just keep doing that whenever you play teams that aren't that good. So that's just what you've become, to your point.
Precisely. Yeah. I mean, nobody's saying, again, that they have the murderer's row coming up and they've got to beat all those teams just to get in or something to that effect. There are winnable games as we kind of do this dance every year. And for so long, I always used to get angry at people who go, well, they're playing down to their opponent. Every single city is going, thank God it's Washington. They're not playing down to anybody. They were the down. They're not the down anymore.
Well, I also think that sometimes like you can look at that game against the Ravens and go, they proved that they're good. They hung with Baltimore. Bad teams play up a lot. And I'm not saying they're bad, but like teams play above their skis because it's easy, because nobody's expecting you to win. You're the underdog on the road. It's a better situation than the expectations. I actually think it's the more revealing telling thing is when the really good team just dominates the bad team. That's the behavior that actually kind of turns me on a little bit more. If you want to talk about a good football team, is not, I like that we were close with Baltimore. No. It's this team that's not as good as me.
Yeah, team that's picking top 5, you whoop their ass.
Came to my place, and I sent them home with the L that everybody knew I was going to. And I might have even done it more decisively than people thought. I mean, since when has that ever been the case here? Not in my adult life has Washington been that team that just dominates the bad team. And they have a chance to do it Sunday. Let's hear what you guys have to say on this next. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan, a huge NFL news day. We'll go through some of the trades that were made today on the Fan when we continue. Taking a first statistical look at the Carolina Panthers ahead of Sunday's game at Landover, Maryland's Northwest Stadium. Still doesn't quite roll off the tongue. Why is that game at 4:00, by the way?
So this is the way it used to be. Used to be the old school, like, marquee matchups every once in a while, even though there was NFC East games were 4 p.m.ers. Like Washington, Dallas always used to be that way.
You use the word marquee, though, and it's the Panthers and a Commanders team that everyone thought would stink.
The Panthers part I can't really figure
I
out.
think it's Bryce Young, Jaden Daniels related, if I had to guess. Last year's number 1 pick, this year's number 2 pick. Because we're all excited. If you missed the news earlier today, we're starting to get to the point where Washington is kind of being fought over by the networks. CBS has flexed next week's Commanders-Bears game in Week 8 to a 4:25 kick so they can nationally televise it. They're going to put the A-team, it sounds like, Nance and Romo, on that game. But this was already a scheduled 4:00. I believe this was the only one. And it's just funny that it's Panthers, Washington, in D.C. Last week, Panthers-Falcons was a 4:00 game with Chris Myers on the call. It's not some A-team, B-team situation. It's just a random game where they put it at 4:00 for some reason in that window. Just seems strange to me. That's all. I think they probably thought Bryce Young's coming into his own with Dave Canales. He's red hot. Jaden Daniels is one of the more intriguing quarterbacks in the league as a rookie. Let's make sure we have a decent audience for this one. And it's the B team on CBS with my favorite crew anyway, Ian Eagle and Charles Davis.
You also have to take into account it's the 4:05 game. The 4:25 game is actually going to be on Fox, and that'll be the Chiefs and 49ers. So it's technically not the national.
That's what I said.
Right. Yeah. It's not necessarily the one national game. The one national game will be the Chiefs 49ers game on Fox.
Right. But that's what I just said. I mean, it's a CBS non-18 game. So there's no reason to have it at 4:05.
Well, I think the other thing the NFL is trying to do is they're trying to make sure that there's enough games in that 4:00 window for red zone.
So, but why this one? This was the Panthers, who are bad, and the Commanders, who were supposed to be bad. There's not another game this weekend that on paper looked better than this one. Now, it worked out because you get Jaden Daniels in the 4:00 window, but they actively avoided that. There's not one other Washington East Coast game that was going to be played at 4:05 all season. And every home game was at 1:05.
Maybe everybody's got to do it once. My voice is going up because I don't know.
It's possible.
There are games that are further west, and that's what I think of when I think of the 4:00, like Detroit, Minnesota, middle of the country.
Better game, by the way.
Houston, Green Bay, pretty good game.
Better game.
Yeah.
Are those at 1?
Those are both oneers.
Are either of those on CBS?
I don't know.
If they are, then now I really don't know. Why
Houston, Green Bay is the Jim Nance, Tony Romo game. So that's the CBS 1:00 special. Detroit, Minnesota appears to be Fox's 1:00 top game.
Okay.
Because they have their B team on that.
So you're not going to put. They picked the right A game. I'll say that.
Yeah.
With Detroit, Minnesota for sure. Which the 1:00 Nance and Romo situation also odd, but we don't need to get into those details. That their nationally televised game isn't able to go head to head with Fox like it did a few years ago. Now they basically one gets the 4:00 window, one gets the 1. Kind of strange. Let's go to Will, who's in Baltimore, home of the Ravens. What's up, Will?
Hey, Will.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man.
You bet.
So first and foremost, longtime fan. I've been a Skins fan since I was 2 years old. I'm 43 now, and now we're the Commanders, and trying to deal with that the best I can. But let's talk about what happened this past weekend. A lot of people, obviously are upset, wanting to make trades, and we all need to really take a step back. How long has it been since this organization in general has dealt with, let's say, the Snyder era? That was a dismal, horrible time for all of us as fans. Nothing good to really talk about. We had a little excitement with RG3. Obviously, that wasn't handled correctly, but let's move on from that. Now we've got Adam Peters. We've got an owner that actually cares. It seems like he's committed to the fans, to actually putting a product on the field. We also have Adam Peters that says he wants to mimic or replicate the Ravens organization. I cannot think of a better organization from top to bottom to mimic. Now, granted, that's been a great organization since day one, since the times of their draft and Ray Lewis and Jonathan Ogden and all those greats they had. We are slowly building towards something.
So, Will,
I know a lot of people want to make some trades.
I'm going to get you back on track here a little bit. Question is, this weekend, game against the Panthers, buy or sell that this will be when we find out once and for all how good this team is?
We already found that out this weekend. We went up against a top team. And I apologize about going off.
No, you're good. I'm just so you think that they already did that against Baltimore because they're one of the pillars of the league right now?
Most definitely. I mean, you think about Kansas City and Baltimore are the top two teams. And now, granted, we clawed, we grind, we went toe-to-toe the best that we could. However, though, Baltimore is a premium house. And we stood as long as we could. Now, granted, you give us a couple extra pieces on defense, some playmakers. I don't think we have those legit playmakers yet.
Totally. Appreciate the call.
Thanks, dude.
So his argument is, and I want to see where you come in on this, Danny. This is what we were talking about right before break. Going up against one of the elites and being right there is what he needed to see.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping to see that. I love seeing that. I actually think I learned more when you go up against the bad teams and you crush them. The Browns game was more revealing to me than the Ravens game. Which side are you on there?
Yeah, the being able to handle your business is not something we're used to. I've seen them beat bad teams plenty of times. I've seen them beat good teams plenty of times. Then people overrate those and maybe underrate the others. It's the dismantling. It's the other team that's not on your level, never at once looks like they have a chance. They just get throttled, and that's what it's supposed to look like. So I think I do buy that in general. I mean, again, this is such a with injuries and schedules and the way this league goes, there's undulations and ups and downs. They don't have enough deposits in the bank for me over multiple years to get benefit of the doubt. In other words, 4 games in a row where they won is 4 games so far. You've got a chance to now make it, no, this is who we are this coming weekend, I think. So there's still a little bit hanging in the air for me.
He said he's heard from, fans being upset that want to make trades. I think those are two different things. I haven't really heard any fans that have been particularly upset about what's going on with the Commanders.
Yeah, angry they lost, or maybe angry at a specific player, but
I think 95% of what I have heard has been that they are thrilled that they hung, and like kind of what he's saying, that they're really good because they almost beat the Ravens. That's different than, hey, let's be aggressive and go get a corner because this team's actually good enough to win the division and maybe win a playoff game. Maybe help out this defense that's not very good with adding some personnel. But I think that's different than being bothered by the Ravens game. I think, I don't know, what I've heard being at the game, talking to a lot of fans, the phones the last couple of days, social media, it's been 99% very positive.
Yeah, I've seen some, and there's some crossover in the Venn diagrams there where this guy stinks or this part of the team stinks. Let's go trade for somebody to replace them and upgrade because we have a chance to do something this year. Maybe more out of frustration from that Ravens game specifically, but in general, I agree with you. That's the sentiment.
All right, if you guys are getting in on Commander Survivor, you got to vote right now because Darius and Ryan are about to tabulate all the votes. Facebook.com/Grant and Danny. We are kicking somebody off the island, and we're giving somebody immunity. We will tell you who wins and loses in Commander Survivor this week, next segment. Plus, we'll spin you around the NFL on a huge news day in football on G&D. Lots of NFL news to get to today. We'll do that in just a minute. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. Caps hockey in about an hour and 5 minutes right here on your flagship home for Puck in D.C. The DMV's football team has a bright future. The defense occasionally, though, has struggled. There are times in life when we see our loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori & Murata, will guide you through the process of managing a health care or financial power of attorney, even securing a guardianship for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. If you tell them Grant and Danny sent you, you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, get this. Diana Rossini, within the last half hour, friend of ours, friend of the show, longtime reporter at ESPN. She's now the NFL reporter nationally at The Athletic. She tweeted, just spoke to Jerry Jones about this incident, which, by the way, in and of itself is hilarious.
Yeah, amazing.
So she either just has the number and calls him and he answers, or the Cowboys are trying to do some damage control and get him on the horn with people. Regardless, she said, he said he doesn't mind the questions. It's the type of questions coming from the flagship station that bothered him. More to come.
Oh, okay. A couple things. First, that's the classic. It's not that you called me fat. It's the way that you said it.
Yeah.
No, it's that you called me fat and I'm butthurt about it. That's number one. Number two, the idea that the flagship station can't simply. Nobody said you don't know what you're doing. No, nobody's like holding your feet to the. It's a very basic, like, hey, here's your chance to address the criticism, that everybody has. Here's your opportunity. Here's your platform. Presumably, it's why your undying need for attention and bloviating self is doing these kinds of segments to address potential grievances or triumphs or anything in between. Here's your direct conduit to the people of which we are representatives. We're asking the question that's on every single stupid Cowboys fan's mind, and that's your beef.
I'm very biased on this because I'm in radio like you are, and because we regularly interview people with the teams that occasionally we are the flagship homes of. We did an interview with Mike Rizzo every week before the Junkies have done it now for many, many years when we were in middays. We have had players on. We have Austin Eckler on now. We're not the flagship home of the Commanders, but we are of the Capitals. We are of the Nationals and tangentially of the Wizards. And we have guests on all the time. Teams do not get to tell you what you can and cannot ask based on that relationship. That should not be part of the agreement. That should not be part of the conversation. The idea that you would pull punches when you're doing an interview, that you would be expected by Jerry Jones to not ask questions about things that aren't going well because you're the flagship station, is a very clear indication that he does not really understand what that means. And this is not new, by the way. I remember having a conversation with Mike Shanahan, who I got along with very well by the end. But early on when I was covering the then Redskins and Shanahan was the new coach and I had just taken over on the beat here for the station, he called me into his office. I've told this story a handful of times. And he said, hey, you're not really helping me very much. And I said, what do you mean? And he's like, when you're asking these questions or you're putting this kind of stuff out there, you're not really helping me. And I said, well, my job isn't to help you. And a couple of different times he would meet with us as a media group after his press conference off to the side and say, you guys could really help us. He was coming from a place where, I don't know if in Denver this is how it worked, but it seemed like everyone kind of had the pom-poms out. I mean, the rumors over the years were like he vacationed with Schefter and they were good family buddies, and obviously it was very good for Adam Schefter's career, right? But the point of the dude's story is like, he was kind of like, you help me, I'll help you. And the point I think a lot of us were making is, I work for Odyssey, 106.7 The Fan, whoever the entity is. I work for the Washington Post. I don't work for the Redskins.
Yeah, if you'd like me on your payroll, make an offer.
Exactly. And a lot of fans don't get this because I get this sometimes from them. Like, you guys don't help the team. Well, number one, the job is not to help the team. The job is to cover the team. The job is to be your eyes and ears in the building and to figure out what's going on and why it's happening and why they're good or why they're bad. But by Jerry Jones suggesting that because I'm doing a paid appearance, which he's paid to do, I'm sure, on the flagship station, these shouldn't be questions I'm having to answer. That's not how it works. Mike Rizzo has never once, ever, in all the interviews we've ever done with him, when he's come on, told us what we can and can't ask. Now, his job is his. So when I ask, why didn't you spend any money this offseason, which I'm going to ask if you don't spend money, you can say whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
We got a really good team. We like our guys. I didn't want to spend money. We're not there yet. Ownership wouldn't let me. Whatever you want to say, you say. My job, ask the questions. Your job, answer the questions. But this to me is incredible that because he's doing this paid thing on the flagship, this should be just a convo amongst friends. I don't like the questions they're asking. Bro, that's not how this works.
Well, can you imagine if they didn't ask anything of the sort? After a second blowout loss at home.
Oh, after
losing by 40
demolished.
points? Like, how's it going? What'd you do today? What are you up to? Well, how confident are you about next week? The elephant's in the room, dude. You got to go, okay, there's an elephant there. And again, it wasn't as if, and we know Sean and RJ a little bit. It's not as if, these guys are dastardly villains twisting their mustache going, we're going to get him.
Did you, listening to the audio, at any point think they were even being combative?
No, they didn't even have a chance to.
Exactly. Like that interview, if I was doing it today, I would go in and ask the questions the way they did, but I'd be prepared for it to get combative because occasionally that needs to happen. You are a conduit for the people who are angry. Doesn't mean you should be angry. You should ask fair, reasonable questions. But if he wants to pat you on the head and sun you, you can't just take that. I mean, your job is to make sure that the point gets across and the questions are asked that people want asked. That is the whole point of the access. It's quite literally why you pay, I'm assuming they pay good money, Jerry Jones to do that. For those of you that haven't heard any of the interview, Jerry Jones on 105.3, the version of what we do, but in Dallas, our sister station there. This was on their morning show during the Junkies time slot. Sean and RJ, we played a little bit of this earlier, but here's some of the tone of the conversation.
I'll look at it. Now, if you think I'm interested on a damn phone call with you over a radio and sitting here and throwing all the good out with the dishwater, you have got to be smoking something over there this morning. I'm not. And I really don't, and I don't even want our listeners to listen to me, to talk about, this is not your job. Your job isn't to let me go over all the reasons that I did something and I'm sorry that I did it. That's not your job.
Well, my job is to ask why.
A job, or I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, man.
Jerry, we're just go. We don't need to have you on anymore. And they get a lot out of that interview.
Of course they do.
No doubt about that. The access helps them because he does things like this.
Yeah, exactly. People are talking about Sean and RJ today.
But frankly, I don't need to have you on anymore. If I only get to praise you when it's good and you're going to tell me what to ask when it's bad, that's not real.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to pretend like what we do is journalism, but that's not really real interviewing anyway.
Well, there's
nothing authentic about that.
Yeah, that's a, almost like you could take a snapshot, a picture, and frame it, put it in the dictionary. That's your billionaire insulated bully. That every room he goes into, he gets his way 99.99999% of the time. With the NFL, if he wants an owner to stay, that owner stays. If he wants an owner in the Hall of Fame, that guy's in the Hall of Fame. If he wants the game in Brazil, it's going to Brazil. Like, he's the leader of the leaders. Like, that dude is the league as far as in a lot of ways, or has been for some time. He's not used to hearing things that he doesn't like. When he hears them enough, they don't happen anymore. People lose jobs. It's familiar to folks around here, right? With Snyder. I mean, the stories that have come out and haven't come out about Snyder, it's the similar deal, right? Where you cannot tell him what he doesn't want to hear. You have to either pretend, couch it differently, or say, oh, I'm not doing it. You tell him. And then that guy gets fired. Like, it's a mess. So the idea that hint of a question, Sean really gets the question out. Hey, how come, there wasn't much spending in the offseason? You guys are struggling a little bit. What's the, and now we're on Diatribe City. I'll replace you guys, or I'll have someone else ask me the questions that I like better. Like, oh my God.
Nobody makes him do the interview either, by the way. You've opted into this. Nobody makes you do that.
Mm-hmm.
When Matt Williams was the manager of the Nationals, every week he was on the Junkies and had a State of the Union answered questions. Davey Martinez doesn't like doing that. He doesn't do regular weekly interviews.
Dusty Baker didn't either. Yeah.
Dusty Baker didn't want to do that. I don't want to answer questions from you guys and deal with you every week. I'm not going to do it. It's not like you're doing it for the money. It's a pittance to your contract. You're not even going to notice it. You're not even getting groceries with that money. either you want to kind of be out there and accessible and have a little relationship, with this group that's a conduit for the fans or not. And I'm not saying it's the right thing, wrong thing, good thing, bad thing. It's just a proclivity. You either want to do that or you don't. I work over at MLB Network Radio, and I think we have 19 of the 30 big league managers on every week with weekly interviews. So I talk to like Matt Quatraro of the Royals every weekend, when I'm filling in or guys like that. There's 11 guys that said, no, thanks, I'm good. Cool, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't opt in and then be upset that questions are being asked to you. That's a weird way to go if you ask me.
Yeah, again, I keep coming back to the same thing. After a blowout loss, this isn't even the skewer you. This isn't like, Bruce Allen after 15 years of ineptitude and nonsense.
That's my favorite part. Like this, there are radio places, I'm sure, where someone would go on and you could get some hot taking shock jock is screaming at you, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally.
I want to go viral today and I'm going to make this about me and be a jerk. That was not even what they were doing. They were like, hey, Jerry, what's wrong with this team right now? Hey, Jerry, do we regret not doing more in the offseason? Very reasonable, calm, frankly, beyond fair questions.
Right.
And he goes, I'll go somewhere else if you keep this behavior up, you jerks. And it's, what are you talking about?
I don't mind the tough questions. Yes, you do.
Do you not?
Yeah.
You're handling them great.
Yeah. That's a real that's a sore spot there. Apparently they kicked over a hornet's nest by saying, hey, what's the deal?
I just saw this Rossini from Jerry Jones's mouth where he said, it's not that I don't mind the questions. It's just I don't want those questions from the flagship station. And there is the continuation of this not understanding. That's not what the relationship's about. They are, in a lot of ways, as a flagship station, there to help you. They are, in the sense of content and talking about your team and providing a home for your play-by-play. By the way, in case you guys don't know, that's what flagship station means.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it means for the record.
The games are on the station.
You have a business relationship where money changes hands and the games are aired on the radio station. There's no other expectation necessarily. Now, are you in a little bit more uncomfortable situation maybe based on that relationship? If you have a partnership with a team and you're going hard in the paint, sure. But a good place with good management is going to tell you, be fair, be accurate, and there's not much they're going to be able to say about it. And oh, by the way, you say whatever you want after that game the Cowboys just had. They looked disinterested. It looked like a directional Florida football team wandered out onto the field and had to play the Detroit Lions on Sunday. I mean, that was not just bad. That was really embarrassing.
It was listless. Yeah. I mean, and we have seen some of those plenty of times.
And I feel really bad for them too, especially Cowboys fans. They deserve so much. Nope. I'm being told I don't feel bad, actually.
I'm being informed. My producer in my ear right now is saying I don't feel bad at all. In fact, I have joy. I have glee from your misery. I'd like to drink them.
You want some other NFC East news?
Please.
All right, let's get to it. The Giants star left tackle Andrew Thomas is currently in Charlotte meeting with foot specialist Robert Anderson. I've heard this guy's name so many times. When I was on the beat, anytime someone got hurt, foot, toe, they go see Robert Anderson. He's the foot guy. Like the elbow guy is Elishash. The knee guy is James Andrews. The foot guy is Robert Anderson in Charlotte. Surgery to fix the issue. It is possible this is a season-ending injury for Andrew Thomas. That is a dagger for the New York Giants, who are already just a 2-win team as they try to find a way to protect Daniel Jones.
Yeah, and they were struggling to do so as it was, and now you take off their best lineman, and that's certainly an issue. God. Yeah, I mean, again, this is – I'm not relishing the injury because that stinks for him, and, that sort of stuff's not fun, but the Giants aren't better today because of that news. The division, man, the division.
Tom Brady has become a minority owner with the Las Vegas Raiders. Mark Davis was speaking about this today. He is the majority owner in Vegas, and he said that while Tom Brady isn't going to be able to play quarterback for them as a minority owner, he said that he will help them select a quarterback in the future.
Good zing by Mark Davis.
Is it a good zing?
No, not even a little. But
I don't even think that was an attempted zing.
No, he was trying to do a funny bit.
I don't think he is. I think he's being very serious. Oh, you don't think they're going to tap into Tom Brady as they pick their next quarterback?
No, I think he was trying to do he's not going to play quarterback for us, but he's going to help us pick the next guy. I thought it was more that. That's the joke I was referencing.
If that's a joke, You'd have to tell me it's a joke.
Right.
Jokes are supposed to be funny.
I know.
I'll take your word for it that that's a joke. But regardless, did not work out for Michael Jordan as an executive. There is this thought, though, if you were a great player, you'll be a great executive. I'd say the batting average is pretty low from the best players in that role. I'm not really sure why that is, but generally the really good executives are not the guys that were also the best players.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, like, Ozzie Newsome, Hall of Fame tight end, great executive. Other times it's, why can't you just do it like I did, said the incredible Pro Bowl player who was great every year that doesn't understand anything. Yeah.
Barry Bonds should have just been a hitting coach.
Seriously.
Right? I mean, I think he tried that for like 4 hours at one point.
All you have to do is hit it over the fence. Like when they pitch it to you, just hit it where no one is into the stands. Do that 700 some odd times.
2 trades today in the NFL. The Bills landed a star wide receiver. Amari Cooper is coming over from the Cleveland Browns to Buffalo. If you look at some of the deeper dive wide receiver analytics, Amari Cooper has been one of the worst graded wide receivers in the NFL this year. I don't buy that he's cooked at 30 years old. I think Deshaun Watson and that offense were broken, and I think they were detrimental to him. And he'll have a nice renaissance second half this year in Buffalo. I love this move for the Bills. They give up a 3rd-round pick to help out Josh Allen. That window is going to be open as long as Allen's playing at a high level. It's not like there's anybody in the AFC that is head and shoulders better than them right now.
Yeah, their window's open right now, and I think that's smart. I'm with you. I've always liked Cooper. He's got a little of that, obviously different athletes, different sports, but he's got some of that James Wood to him where you go, why does it look like he's moving very fast? He's a glider. He's very technical. You know what I mean? With the way he runs routes, and he's very precise and doesn't do a lot of dancing around and whooping and yelling and hollering and stuff like that. And you're going, do you even care? But he does. I think that guy's good. He'll thrive there.
Davante Adams has been traded today as well. Adams reuniting with Aaron Rodgers. He was a 6-time Pro Bowler catching passes from Rodgers in Green Bay. This is a 3-time All-Pro who had a Hall of Fame trajectory going in his career prior to falling out of favor and basically being, I'm going to use air quotes here, injured, but also just unavailable, but also just told to leave us alone.
Super injured, probably.
Earlier this season. It sounds like the hamstring's feeling a lot better, and he might be able to play this weekend now that he's a Jet. The Jets have said they have gone all in today. There's not a team that's been more all in than them, it seems like. Firing their head coach. You have to be, yeah. Chips in the Rodgers basket, and now you go get him one of his favorite toys. Davante Adams, Garrett Wilson on the outside for Rodgers. They got a good running game with Breece Hall, Braylon Allen in the backfield as well. They should be really good offensively going forward. They've got way too much talent not to be.
Agreed. Yeah. So once you go for the we're a quarterback away move, and then you have the quarterback, you have to just go after it, because if it doesn't work, you got to tear the whole thing down to the studs and start over, right? While you have Aaron Rodgers. Once you went and did that, you basically said, we have to make this work right now. You're not worried about 2 or 3 years from now. You're talking about your window right this minute being at 2 and 4. So some people might argue that it's spending bad money after bad, but I don't know. It to me is you got to be desperate, at least at this stage, with now looking up at a couple teams in the division. And as you said, the AFC is not as unbelievable as we thought, maybe with the teams at the top. You still can have a season.
No football tonight, so it's a baseball night in America. American League Championship Series game number 2 for the Cleveland Guardians and the New York Yankees. First pitch about an hour and 15 minutes from right now. Cleveland trying to even the ALCS before leaving Yankee Stadium to head back to Ohio. The Yankees last night got a home run from old friend Juan Soto as they took a 1-0 series lead. Carlos Rodon was awesome.
He was nasty last night. You could have given them walls and they wouldn't have hit his slider. That guy was unbelievably filthy. I need a little shove piece from my guy Tanner Bybee. I wish his name was BB, but it's Bybee. But unfortunately, Yankees have Garrett Cole going tonight, and they're going to the World Series, and I'm pretty annoyed about it. But let's go Guardians.
Oh, so you do feel pretty confident in New York?
Yeah, I think New York's going to the World Series.
I'm picking them as well. I do think this ends up being a long series, though. Cleveland just seems game to me. That's a really good club. They can pitch. They got a pretty good bullpen as well, as we saw in the Detroit series. I think this thing goes 6 or 7.
Do you really?
I don't think New York makes it. They just offensively, they have these games where it's Soto and Judge and not much else.
That is true.
But they also haven't gotten really hot, and maybe now's the time they turn it on and they just roll all the way to the World Series. But yeah, I'm on Cleveland pushing it to 6 or 7, but I do, like you, I think the Yankees represent the AL.
It feels more gentleman sweepy to me, and maybe the real series is Dodgers Mets, with Dodgers being the overdog and the Mets just having like all the mojo and all the juju and all the excitement and whatever behind them. But I'd really love for a Subway Series, I said sarcastically to Grant at 622. I can't have it.
I already know the answer, so I shouldn't even bother asking. There's not a little tiny part of you that thinks that would be cool?
No.
Not even.
I did it once.
Suspend your I'm from DC and I hate everything in New York thing. It's a little bit cool. 2 teams from the same city in the championship.
It's not. It is. What it does is it validates, even though it happens once a generation, it happened when I was in college. But
I was going to say it's 25 years ago.
Yeah, but it validates the New York belief that the entire world is New York, that all of sports just exist to serve New York. And they'll be like, the sports world cares. And like everybody in the country has turned it off. And it's not relevant at all. And nobody wants anything to do with it. But to them in like Hoboken and like, points north and even up to Connecticut, they think it's the greatest thing ever. So they take the subway to the games between the 2 teams. It's a Subway Series because that's how we get around. The subway. No. 2 different cities, please. Not New York.
I'm not rooting for it. I'd like to go on record and say
I hope for it, said Grant.
I actually want the complete opposite. A Cleveland versus LA World Series. A Dodgers Guardians World Series would be better. But I think there's something cool, like deep down that I suppress about the idea of 2 teams from the same city meeting in a championship series. It is time to get you ready for Caps hockey here on The Fan. Vegas Golden Knights in town tonight, taking on the Capitals. Always fun because that's the team Washington beat in the Stanley Cup. Those fond memories come flying back. Alex Ovechkin looking for goal number 1 on his season in this game number 2. You'd like to see the Caps get their first couple of points, not wait any longer here. By the way, Ovi moved to right wing ahead of this game. He's been traditionally...
Oh, is Adam Oates in charge? What's going on?
Exactly. Long-time left wing, but he's on the top line with Stromer and Alexi Protas over on the left.
Okay.
McMichael, Pierre-Luc Dubois, Tom Wilson on the second line. Jake Vrana gets a sweater. He will be in for Sonny Milano on the third line with Hendricks Lapierre and Andrew Mangiapane. And then Duhaime, Dowd, and Radish, your fourth line for the Capitals tonight.
Ovi switch up is intriguing to me. I'd love to come back to that at some point. Vegas has already played 3 games, and they're 3-0. So that annoys me, as they'll have like a long theater performance and a lot of like dramatic plays and musical number and like live arrows and like a guy dodging a buffalo or something before face-off. We'll have to see more of that, which stinks. I root against them explicitly. But yeah, Caps seem to get off to a good start, and they play this weird sporadic schedule at the beginning, and it annoys the hell out of me. I wish it was more consistent, but I want the Capitals to win, please. And Ovi to score more goals.
That's your Caps power play. All right, let's bring in Darius and Ryan as they prepare to tell you who is going home and who is getting immunity on Commanders Survivor. You're voting at facebook.com/Grant and Danny. Let's start with who is getting sent home this evening. The votes have been cast. Have they been tabulated?
Oh, they have been tabulated, and I will say it took all of about 2 seconds. Benjamin St. Juice, you're off the island.
BSJ. Tough game for him.
Yeah, that happens when you're in the video behind the guy that's catching all the passes.
On an island with Zay Flowers a bunch on his way to 9 for $132 and 1/2 of football. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Now he's off the island. How about that?
He is gone.
Oh, thank you.
Well done, Darius. Who is getting immunity, my guy?
He's number 1 in our hearts. He's number 1 in your heart. He's number 17 on the field.
Wow,
Terry McLaurin gets his first immunity of the year. Let's go.
Little Terry.
Terry McLaurin's first immunity. Things are looking up for Terry as he tries to go back to back to back to back to back, I think, in Commander Survivor.
John Allen won one of those.
He did. A couple of times, actually. It's him or Terry every year.
Pretty much.
Jaden might have something to say about it.
It's not going to be John Allen this year.
For Darius and for Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long and thanks for listening. We're back at it tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Caps coming up from Capital One Arena just after 7 o'clock tonight, right here on The Fan. Thanks much for making this show part of your day. Enjoy your Tuesday evening.
Thank you for coming.